but it's found in Swahili, we call it utu, and in other parts of the continent, we have different phrases for it. And when we look at the world as 100 people, it helps us realize that actually we are all interconnected. We're just about 8 billion people today. Africa contributes about 1.3 billion of those, which is approximately the size of the population of India. But as George also presented a map yesterday, I often present the true size of Africa. So you'll see the different parameters, like how many of us have water, how many need housing, and in Africa this is indeed something that we can relate to. Also, I'm referencing 5 megatrends that have been identified by PricewaterhouseCoopers, the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, and other organizations. And I'd like to challenge as designers, this is our opportunity to weave the design narrative into all these major megatrends. So for example, the first of these megatrends is that this shifting economic power. We've heard of BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, as an emerging economic bloc that is supplanting the former Western economies that have been around for quite a while. Then, as we speak, there's another group called MINT, which hasn't quite supplanted BRICS yet, but MINT stands for Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. What is interesting is in both those acronyms of BRICS and MINT, there's an African country. In BRICS, there's South Africa, and in MINT, there's Nigeria. We remember that South Africa is the most diversified economy on the continent, while Nigeria is the largest economy. And shame on them if they want, with 200 million people, they would be going against nature if they want contributing to some GDP somewhere. Then the second of this is climate change. As we sit in here, see Stefan fanning himself, and I'm fanning myself on the inside as well. Now, climate change in this instance, I think in Uganda, has not been severe. You're blessed. There's a lot of rain, and it's a very fertile country. 93% of this country is arable land, as the geographers have taught us, and only 17% of arable land in Kenya. So this is a major fertile region in terms of food security, but many parts of the world are experiencing the ravages of climate change. I lived in Cape Town for many years, and just before I left, there had been one of the longest droughts, and the dams had actually subsided to levels that were critical. And we came up with these 3-minute showers that I still try to practice occasionally now that I'm not in Cape Town. But it reminds us of the need to be good stewards of the resources we have. Indeed, there's another African proverb that says that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. And so indeed, if we've borrowed from our children, we need to be good stewards so that we give them back whatever we borrowed, either better or at least not worse than what we borrowed to start with. And then the third of these megatrends is technological breakthroughs. We've seen the rise of artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and other. I was looking at that beautiful video of Kyambogo, and you can tell they've also deployed drones for the footage. So you get some spectacular views, which we couldn't imagine previously unless you had a huge helicopter, which you could hire to do those kind of shots. So technology is moving rapidly, and Africa is one of those places that we are adopting technology faster than any other place. In fact, in the mobile telephony, we lead the world in the rate at which we adopt this kind of technology. You've heard of M-Pesa, which is one of those innovations that has come out of Kenya, which is about mobile banking and money transfer, where you don't even need formal banking to transact. And you can pay your bus fare for your vegetables or anything using your mobile phone. And the phone, incidentally, doesn't have to be smart. Even the basic phone, I don't know if it's called, but it definitely can work as well. And then we have demographic and social change. And that is number 4. One of these has been the rate at which refugees have been moving into places like Australia, mainly from Southeast Asia, places like the US, mainly from Latin America and Mexico, and also in the Mediterranean part of Europe, through Africa, North Africa. Now, this again has been exacerbated by climate change. If you look at people who have become refugees, and they're usually young people who could actually be deployed to work, they typically are coming from climate-ravaged environments. So you can see the connection between climate change and the refugee crisis. But what it means also is that there's a brain drain, because we are losing people who could actually be doing things. So there's a need to take that challenge. And then the last, or number 5, is rapid urbanization. You only have to look at some of our modern African cities to see how traffic jams can actually be a source of anxiety or even inconvenience. So the rate at which people are moving into cities is unprecedented. Actually, from the year 2008, it was the first time more than 50% of humanity now lives in urban centers, cities, towns, and so on. So this is changing the way in which the world moves. Additional to this, and this is important for those of us that are educators, which is quite a number of us, educators and researchers, is what is known by the World Economic Forum and the World Bank and the jobs report that has come out of these initiatives, what are known as the top 10 skills for the 21st century. Now, if you look at what happened in 2015, you'll see something like creativity was right at the bottom there at number 10. Fast forward to 2020, this climbed up to number 3. If I can focus on what happens in 2020, you'll see complex problem solving. Is that not what designers do? I'm expecting some interaction. Do designers do this? Okay. What about critical thinking? What about creativity? People management? Coordinating with others? This is what teamwork, co-design, participatory design is. What about emotional intelligence? And then judgment and decision making, especially dealing with clients. Service orientation. The service sector is getting bigger than any other sector. And then there's also negotiation. And those of us who fail here don't get paid on time or paid well. And there's cognitive flexibility. And this allows us to have social intelligence, cultural intelligence, and also deal with diversity and embrace the unknown. Designers deal with what we call wicked problems that are unpredictable and complex they demand cognitive flexibility. Then I also subscribe to the school of multiple intelligences. Growing up, the only thing that mattered for me and my classmates at the time was IQ. And IQ more or less was a matter of nature and nurture. And I think Professor Felix Kioli would tell us more about how society gives some of us head starts in our IQ, and others are stunted because there's nature and nurture. But now we actually realize there's multiple intelligences, and some of the people who don't necessarily thrive in the book knowledge or the logical or mathematical intelligences are extremely good with spatio and naturalist or linguistic forms of intelligence. So as designers, we need to weave this into the way in which we engage with people and recognize that there's multiple intelligences that rest in different people. Another of the trends that I'd like to share is the move towards transdisciplinary ways of engaging. If you look at the example on the screen there, you realize that initially everything was in a silo. Everything was in a silo. So you can see those specific disciplines like physics, chemistry, engineering, biology, and so on. Now, that was in multidisciplinary, excuse me, multidisciplinary, kind of, ways of operating. And then moving towards interdisciplinarity, you see that there starts to be overlaps between fields that were closely aligned. So you find that physics and engineering led to what we call mechanical engineering, chemistry and biology led to biochemistry, and so on and so forth. Now, what happened then is in the early forms of transdisciplinarity, the fields all they converged into this area that led to nanotechnology, but with specific subsets. And now in the later version of transdisciplinarity, that gentleman was calling you. Yeah, thank you. Speak to him. Yeah, okay. He's my minder. Okay, so now we realize that nanotechnology is an entire field on its own, which has emerged from the original sense of multidisciplinarity, kind of interactions to interdisciplinarity, and now we are in transdisciplinarity. Design as a field is one of the best poised professions to embrace transdisciplinary thinking. So for example, having many conversations with Professor Kioli here, we've discovered there's so many ways in which designers and sociologists could actually work together to create new knowledge, what in education is known as, thank you, is known as that we call African fractals. So the hairstyles that you see the women of the Congo actually doing is inspired by deep fractal geometry and also the understanding of the universe. I see Savannah has nodded in agreement. So this is interesting. And I'd like to challenge some of our mathematicians to start to look at design for transdisciplinary kind of exploratory research. And for designers likewise to look at other fields like we heard yesterday about intelligent design. Then there's baskets in Botswana that are deliberately and directly linked to this conversation about weaving. And they use straw and other materials that are found locally to weave these beautiful artifacts that you see. But what we often don't know is that there's a lot of richness and meaning in those patterns. So for example, you'll see some like a running ostrich, or the urine trail of a bull, or the flight of the swallows. And all these inspire specific design patterns, which then you find in these wonderful pieces of work. So look at some of these African works as richly symbolic and not just purely functional, because a lot of times we look at a piece of African art and we assume that it's merely functional, but you don't see the symbolism. Yesterday there was a conversation because George presented a statuette of a figurine. We appreciate much of what we see around us. Then I spoke about the kente cloth from Ghana, and these are the meanings of those colors. So you can take a photograph of Des at some point and study what the colors on his shirt mean if you weren't aware. So it's rich, and we need to embrace this kind of symbolism with understanding. Then leadership. Yesterday, George presented this slide, which is one of my favorite as well, and I won't belabor the point. Africa is big, and Africa is also rich and diverse. And most of Africa also is concentrated around the edges of the continent. So you find the Sahara is quite bare, the density of population is very low. And you find the major centers like Cairo, and we have our friends from Egypt here, and Nigeria is where the greatest concentrations, in Lagos and Cairo specifically. And other places are distributed around the continent. The image on the right is about Africa as a resource producer, and this is where design again comes in. We need to help to change that narrative and improve the value add. So if you take coffee like from Eastern Africa and tea, you need to be able to convert that into a value add. The darker the color, the less renewable that resource is. So you'll find like oil, which is right all the way in the middle. And also I know Uganda and Kenya also have discovered oil more recently, and of course South Sudan. But we need to start to think of how we can go beyond the resource and add value for the sake of posterity. Then the countries that have the highest populations, again, when we look at Africa is the most youthful of all continents in the world. We have the youngest populations. Now, what do we do with those? That can be a demographic dividend or a demographic time bomb, depending on how we deal with it. If you look at what happened between 1950 and 2013, initially in 1950, not a single African country was among the 12 most populous nations. Fast forward to 2013, Nigeria is smack in the middle there. And by the year 2050, according to forecasts, Nigeria actually will have overtaken the United States in population. And you can see there's at least 2 other representatives of Africa, including Ethiopia and the Congo, which will make up the 12 most populous nations. So Africa is growing very fast. But as designers, we need to anticipate this and find ways to engage this growing population so that we can maximize our potentiality. And as you can see, Africa will contribute almost 54% of all growth of global population in this century. And that is both exciting, but could also potentially be scary. Then I continue the story of retelling how Africans do things. These 2 communities, this is the Herero and the Vimba, are all from Namibia. And they're inspired by cattle, very much like the Banyankole and other groups. And you can see the inspiration in either their costumery or the way in which the cosmetology, how they beautify themselves. So if you look at the Vimba on the left, they'll take the ghee of cattle and mix it with specific soils and limestones and apply it on their hair and bodies. So it acts as a kind of it wards off insects, but also it holds these beautiful hairstyles in place because I think you've seen some of the people like the Karamoja who are on the border of Kenya and Uganda. They also use similar techniques to work with their hairdos. And then on the right side, you have the Herero, who have taken it literally, and the horns of cattle have inspired the headdresses of the women. And you can see the beauty of the fabrics, but most importantly, how elaborate those headdresses are, and they're inspired by cattle horns. Africans are about community, so I'll skip that. These are communities around Africa at weddings, which is one of the significant rites of passage. Professor Mugisha told us about another rite of passage, that is death, and I'll be speaking briefly about that. These 2 women are from the Ndebele community, and you can tell the one who is slightly more senior or has a higher social status simply by this the brass necklace that she's wearing. Everything else tells you these are community members. And I'll speak briefly about Esther Mahlangu because she's one of my heroes. Many of you may not know, but she's painted the tails of British Airways aircraft. She's painted posters. There's even this vodka bottle that she designed, that deco, the Fiat 500 art car, even a BMW 5 Series. And what she's done, I was fortunate to meet her when I was a younger designer, and that lanky lad, it would be me, looking all starstruck and inspired by this lady. And it fundamentally changed my career because I realized you can be authentic as an African and also do something that contributes to something that is simultaneously global. So this concept of global thinking is something we need to embrace. Global as in global and local combined. Cyrus Kabiru is an artist from Kenya. Many of you may know him because his idea was we need to change our perspective and our vision of Africa and the world. He's translated it into these amazing spectacles that he creates to challenge us to think and to see, importantly, to see differently. Creativity inspired by the spider's web. Peter Mabeo is a furniture designer from Botswana, inspired by traditional drums and headrests. Many of you would know them. And this kind of furniture is trending all over the world. Haldane Martin is also from South Africa, Cape Town specifically, and he designed the Lumama chair, which embraces traditional weaving techniques from the Zulu community. He has this seat that is inspired by a millipede or centipede because it can go around any structure in a room and so on. So there's a lot of inspiration from nature and culture that African design and art embraces. Bibi Sek, an industrial designer from Senegal, was a long-time interior designer of the Renault Scenic and other vehicles. He went back to his traditional weaving communities and got inspired to do these beautiful chairs that you see here. Andile is a ceramicist. I can see that Professor Philip is looking keenly. I'm sure you know him. And he's interpreted ceramics in a totally different way, again inspired by his culture among the Xhosa people of Southern Africa. So you can do that. You can go back and then learn and then rehash and recreate something, and it becomes something very beautiful. Laduma, also from the Xhosa people. He's the gentleman in the middle. He's a knitwear designer who's based in Durban. And he, the rite of passage that the community goes through is through the initiation of the males when they're in their late teens. And they have to get new clothes. They have to discard all the old clothes. And what he did is he got inspired by the beadwork of his community to create this amazing range of knitwear that is now used, and is actually featuring globally. You'll find him in Paris, London, New York, all the hotspots where fashionable people usually trend. And then there's, of course, Francis Kere, who won the Pritzker Prize, which is the equivalent of the Oscars or the Nobel Prize for architecture. He's from Mali, and he went into the traditional building materials, adobe, the soil or clay that is used, and finds that it's actually appropriate for that hot climate in Mali, and he has been rewarded accordingly. So the next step is mutual support, how people can build their own structures. This is in Cape Town. This was one of the 2014 World Design Capital projects, where you can reduce crime by simply having design that anticipates human behavior. And so this center in Khayelitsha in Cape Town was built, and it actually reduced crime by 80%. So it's possible for design against crime as a study. And now this is another area you can look into as designers if you don't have a topic. How can design reduce crime in specific ways, in specific places? And you can talk to people like Professor Kioli, and also psychologists and other fields who deal with, even criminologists, to understand how design could actually contribute to this issue. These are children playing at the same center. Ingenuity. Now I'll speak about something, and I wish Professor Mugisha was here, because I think he'd suddenly be animated. The last rite of passage is death. Okay? And we go back to Ghana. Some of you may have seen these fantasy coffins that I'm about to reference. And this is a hearse. This is the vehicle that is in the streets of Accra that carries the coffin. But that's not all. You see how beautiful and elaborate it is. They actually design coffins based on the reputation of the dear departed. And you can see what happens here. So if you're a fisherman, you get a fish coffin. Chicken, KFC, maybe a lover of KFC. Marine fisherman, you get one of those. They even come up with vehicles. If you're a businessman and you liked your Mercedes-Benz, that can be organized. There's a running shoe, most likely for a Kenyan. Then there's some powerful politicians would get the eagle or even the lion, depending on one of the Simbas of Paddy could get one of these maybe. And then there's, of course, the frequent flyers. I'm happy to see Uganda Airlines is back in the air. We're keeping South African Airlines also in the air, and Kenya Airways, so that we're all able to get this. And a cocoa bean for a cash crop farmer. And those of you like Coke or Pepsi or something else could also get a coffin that is in that shape. Now this is interesting because they've gone beyond just a simple coffin to say that that coffin needs to also reflect the personality and the life and reputation of the dear departed. This for me is very exciting. It means that every rite of passage is celebrated. And you'll be surprised to find that some visitors who come from other cultures, they do not understand why people are so animated at funerals. And it's almost like a wedding. There's singing, there's eating, there's dancing, and so on. But people are celebrating the life of their dear departed. So this gentleman, who's a videographer, evidently is not from this community, not because of anything that might be superficial, but because it's taboo to anticipate one's own death in these cultures. But for some reason, he decided to commission this video camera coffin, and he's doing what we might call a user test. And from his expression, he looks satisfied. And I think for every designer, this is the expression you're looking for from your customers, the look of satisfaction. Whatever you do, always keep that in mind. You need to delight and surprise your customers, and this is one happy customer. I'll just keep some of this. Of course, bark cloth is a staple, very well known in Uganda, and this is how the plants are planted with banana trees, and I think many of you would know Marisa. I met her many years back when she was doing this work. The first fully electric vehicle was designed and built in Cape Town. It's known as the Optimal Jewel. This is something I've been following very keenly about the Kira electric bus and the passenger vehicle. This was a product that was developed by a team of designers in Cape Town, which looked at how you can, have a portable charger and power bank, which by charging using a rear wheel of a bicycle, you can power your devices easily. It won the Red Dot Award. Those of us in that field know that that's, again, like the Oscars of industrial design. I just want to give you a case study of how design needs to move into entrepreneurship. I was based in Cape Town for many years, as many of you would know. And one of the projects, back in 2009, we realized that there's a challenge with students getting jobs in industry. And so we decided to collapse 3 subjects that were offered in the final year of study. There was business studies, there was design theory, and there was product design. And we collapsed those 3 subjects and created something with 2 of my colleagues called the 5K project. And the 5K project essentially was very simple. It meant that you needed to do some research, identify a problem within the context you're researching, create a solution, build or make a product, sell the product, make a minimum profit of 5,000 Rand by the end of that academic year. That was a simple brief. And so the project continued to the point where one of the groups of students actually made over 100,000 Rand and created a bursary fund for their other students. So this was exciting, but it was bringing entrepreneurship into the classroom so that it wasn't something that you just taught and then moved on. It still continues to this day. Papers have been written about it. Some of the products are like the Brightongs, which can be detached, they have a light built into it, and so on. We also looked at, and some of you may have seen this prior, where we asked students to look at traditional food preparation as an area and then revitalize that. And you can see some of the, on the left, the original, like the mortar and pestle, and on the right, the redesigned version by our students. And then also in Rwanda, just across, one of the groups of students, again, particularly led by someone called Barry Whitmill, who was my student personally, looked at the issue of these little lamps that use kerosene, which are very dangerous. And by doing research in Kigali, and you can see the prototype being tested here, to replace this, these LED lights, which are modular in form, could then be used in its place. But the most important thing was not just the design, but the business model. How does someone make money from this? And so this is testing. There is now an NGO that came out of this project of the student called Nuru, which is found across even all the way into Nepal and other areas. So there's ways in which you can charge with pedal or solar, but importantly, what you do is you take in your discharged unit and you replace it with a charged unit, which someone makes money by charging. And just like you do with your gas cylinders, when you need liquid petroleum gas, you give your old gas bottle and get a new one, and what's exchanged really is the gas in between. And so this is the business model that is being made in this sense. We also designed some solutions for persons with disabilities. This young lady is Nikki Abdinor, who was born without hands, and we managed to develop a drive-by-wire system where she could drive a vehicle. This was a bread slicer and also for food preparation, a number of functions for a gentleman who was born with one hand. And so you can also look at those areas where people need interventions and designers can do that. I know this institution, part of your focus is on special needs, isn't it? So there's a lot of design that can happen in the special needs area, and universal design or inclusive design could be that bridge that brings those special needs departments with design. And that can become something you can actually create as a niche and even thrive and become a regional center of excellence. And then transformation. We've talked about leapfrogging. Africa needs to leapfrog. We need to move and skip all the unsustainable ways things are done. I talked about M-Pesa as an example of leapfrogging. Enda, which is shoes made by Kenyans for Kenyans because they are runners and they know what those shoes need to be like. So they don't need to always support everyone else except their own. So these are in production on sale in Kenya. Africa's legends, we have many legends from Shaka Zulu all the way across the continent, even in Egypt. So 2 young people, one from Kenya and one from Ghana, have come together in what they call Leti Arts, and they're animating these games where they can actually celebrate their own local heroes. And then there's a robotics network, and it was very satisfying for me yesterday to see the young lady who was here from that school where they're doing robotics. That was very encouraging, and we need to start early so that these young people, we had a conversation last night about the digital natives, and the generations that are behind us, most of them are digital natives. They are born into technology and they find it there. Most of us, including myself, are digital migrants. We moved into technology, so we grew into it. But also there's a couple of people who we are describing as digital refugees who have refused to embrace technology and have fled to a neighboring country. So I'm hoping that many of us would encourage ourselves, if you're not already a digital native, to be at least a digital migrant. This is in Rwanda, the drones that are used to deliver medicines and blood for transfusion. There was a Kenyan who attempted at a passenger drone, Morris, and he's been looking for funding to take this idea to the next level. But he tested the prototype successfully in Nairobi, and so we are watching to see what happens with this project. But this is just a reality check. This is in Botswana. It reminds us that sometimes, as much as we aspire for that leapfrog, some of the solutions we come up with may be hybrid solutions. And the example I put here deliberately is that the environment does well with those donkeys, but there's no harm in creating a hybrid solution for the cabin. Yesterday, Jay presented something around the jerry bag, and that for me is an example of a hybrid or intermediate solution. You know where you want to get to, but that doesn't stop you from creating a solution for the moment, even as you aspire for something else. There's a professor in Cape Town known as Edgar Peterse. He describes that as radical incrementalism. So it's radical in the way you make the steps, but it's incremental so that you eventually get where you're going. And don't despair because you want to get to the final point, but you have so many steps in between that you need to work with. And then, of course, resilience. I'm going to skip a lot of these slides because many of you know design thinking. But what I would like to emphasize is we developed an Africa Design Toolkit some time back. And right now, with a young man known as Wanyama Ogutu, we are working on a Swahili version of this toolkit so that we are able to, so this is the one that is in Kiswahili. We're trying now to make it more accessible to our own region so that people can access the design thinking toolkit, the human-centered design toolkit. And if whenever you're ready and you want to test it with Kiswahili, we'd be happy for you to give us some input as part of our testing. And then using design thinking at the level of UN SDGs. We talked about UN SDG number 6 yesterday of water, which Jay again was tackling. But there are at least 17 of them and 146 targets. And you can pick some. You don't have to answer all of them, but designers can respond. And so very quickly, I looked with a team at a number of SDGs, the ones displayed there, and we applied them in an informal settlement in Cape Town. That's a beautiful mountain. But before we went there, we had some interaction with the city officials. And if you recall, Cape Town's logo was this, with the mountain stylized in the background, with the Rainbow Republic, which Desmond Tutu and others proposed and proponents of. But look at the slogan. It says, "This city works for you." Now, remember we started off with the lion's historian. Huh? If you tell people you're going to work for them, what do they do naturally? They'll roll up their sleeves, sit back and wait for you to do all the work, isn't it? And then they'll blame you for anything that doesn't work, because there's no ownership. So the first thing we did was ask that we look at this idea of what the relationship between the city and its residents is. And so the slogan became, "Making progress possible together." And this is also in the spirit of Ubuntu, where we do things communally and we try to make things lighter. So very quickly in Doornbach, which is the settlement, we looked at the problem of solid waste management, and I've skipped right to the chase and shown you the final solution, which has been rolled out. So this is the ward councillor and one of the mayoral committee members during the launch of this. Now it's being rolled out in other parts of South Africa from this project that we did in Cape Town. Actually, they named this bin after me, and my wife reminded me that every time someone throws nasty trash, that should be my reality check. And that would be a street view. And finally, conviviality. This is what design is about. Design is about promoting social equity and cohesion. At the end of the day, after everything we've done, if your intervention as a designer leads to chaos and people not being happy with one another, you have failed. First of all, as a professional, but also as a human being. So we need to remember that our role as designers is to promote convivial coexistence. And this is where, again, the Ubuntu notion comes in. So I'd challenge all of us to think about what are design interventions, what impact they have. If they're disruptive, is it positive or negative disruption? And how you can anticipate that so that when you get involved, you actually can make a difference in a positive way. So I want to thank you with that image and wish the rest of us an excellent day going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mugendi, for ushering in this morning and reminding us of the social consciousness that we need to put forth when we are looking at design. The mega trends. One would ask ourselves, are we part of the question or the answer? And of course, we've mentioned the bricks and all that. Now, I need to remind our students, especially PhDs, that the visual representation is should be visual. So you've not seen so much of the words that most of us are going to share in the next sessions. But we have to learn from one or two things, because the visual tells a lot of, like 1,000 words. Are we borrowing from our children? That's a very interesting analogy. And the top skills, how are we able to weave through that? And the intelligences, when you talk of intelligence in Uganda, it is like you're being looked after, so they are looking up to you to arrest you or something like that. But the intelligence is there. And in our design, we must learn from the past. We must learn from the past. I wasn't aware that I was going to be a subject of reference. And one of the symbols is behind there.
That is
God. And of course,
that is God's sovereignty. Yeah, only God is sovereign.
So those symbols are very important, and we need to be seen to use them. Otherwise, they will not be meaningful. And the Cape Town Peninsula, where Professor Mugendi is, left me there in a way that I've been doing some work for them, as external examiner, and thank you for introducing me there. The universal design and the hybridity. We always tend to jump at times, forgetting our histories. At times, if you pick something from somewhere, like the Zulu and the Shaka, when he developed the design of the army formation from the cow horns, and the power of ourselves, our cultures, our indigenous knowledge. We'll entertain one or two questions, and then we can take it from there. And I'm going to be very strict. Don't discuss. Just ask or comment. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. You've talked of multi-intelligences. I saw music somewhere, social somewhere, mathematics somewhere. But then there's an English proverb that goes that a rolling stone grows no mosses. They used to interpret it for us as it's always good to concentrate on a few things so that maybe you become very great there. What do you say about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a whole field around inclusive education, which attempts to embrace those different types of intelligences and promote them. Indeed, a rolling stone gathers no moss, but what also we know is that it's good for you to work with the strengths you already have, so that when you try to embrace other intelligences, because we're assuming everyone has all those intelligences but to different degrees. So it doesn't mean that because you see someone who has sports or bodily kinesthetic intelligence, that everyone else is not there. So I agree with you that is a need for us to recognize our primary intelligence, but also to develop the other intelligences so that you can function as a human being in the context of society. In fact, the Zimbabweans have a proverb. They say that if you can talk, you can sing, and if you can walk, you can dance. So each of us has potential to develop something way beyond the perfunctory or the initial talent that we have. And I think yesterday we were told that even culture is dynamic, just like human beings, because human beings are the components of that culture. We can also change and grow. So for example, when I started my career, I was very much in the mathematical, logical space. I was into advanced ergonomics. So I was measuring people and applying those databases to products. But as I got older, I realized people are much more interesting when you look at them holistically. And then from that point, I also got even more interested in seeing how they function in the context of communities and societies, moving now more towards the sociological dimensions. So it's possible to grow even though you have a primary intelligence, to actually embrace other intelligences, to be a more rounded human being.
I'm very glad that I beat myself out of bed this morning. Thank you very much for that rich presentation. I am interested in the 5K project. I don't know whether this was embedded in the curriculum or it was a side project that students could work on. And the reason I'm asking about this is because we are here stuck with a generation of young people who are only interested in passing exams. And they don't look at the hands-on skills that they could actually acquire from an academic institution like this. I'd be interested in knowing how you did that, because I think we need that. Thank you very
much, Savannah. I think in the spirit of design thinking, we actually started it as a prototype in 2009. And we decided, because it's a prototype, we were not going to change the curriculum or do anything permanent. We would do what we would call like a pop-up, where we try it. If it doesn't work, we discard it and carry on with the original thinking. But what we did in that piloting or prototyping stage is we brought those three subjects together, which meant that the three lecturers now were all speaking to the students as a team. Because traditionally what would happen is I give students projects, go look at some design, do some research and bring it as design theory. Someone else says business studies, go and look at what's happening in the marketplace, but totally different products and so on. And then product design, make me something, make me a product. So actually even for the students, it ended up becoming more useful because they could concentrate their resources, because it's also expensive for them as well. And they were able to now look at it as not just a cost, but an investment. So after we did it for 2 years, we then approached our dean and the powers that be and said, we'd like now to lock this in because it's making sense. The research, also we allowed the research to come through and back us up independently of us, so we didn't want to be involved in the process lest we contaminate the process with our bias. And it came out, even with the students, who were much more motivated, they were more focused, and actually it was even recognized in 2014 during the World Design Capital as a unique contribution to education within the designerly space. So that is how, now it has become part of the program. But at the time we started it as just as a prototype and a pilot, and then tweaked it as we went along until we got the kind of a formula that now works. Right now, 2009 is already what, 14 years ago? So you can imagine the number of products that have emerged. Some are already, in the South African market. Others are even global, like the Nuru example I was showing. So this is exciting for us. And I'd encourage you to proceed with that understanding that it's a prototype, which means it can always be changed or adjusted according to the need. Maybe yours will be 50K.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for this beautiful presentation. Very informative. I'm also very interested in the 5K project. I think we shall share maybe at an appropriate time, because I teach entrepreneurship in this university. What caught my attention was the concept of global thinking, which I think we should not take for granted. It reminds me of our strategic management, where whatever you do, you have to think globally, but act locally. So as designers, I think whatever we want to do in the design arena, we have to think globally and act locally.
Indeed.
And also the other thing which I thought would be looked at as to maybe contribute to your presentation is that whatever we also do, wherever we are, like in this university, we should look at it as a system. So we should be thinking about the system theory, that we are only part. But if we bring all other parts together, we form the whole, which becomes a synergy. Which I think in most universities you have talked about silos. It is still existing in these traditional universities, even ours here. If you look at the people who are here, maybe you will find most people are from
Thank you.
art and design. So whatever we are doing, please, part of the system thinking or system theory is that we should also reflect on what is our mission as a university. The last part of our mission is that we are here to transform the society. So what we are doing as designers, what is it that we are going to do to transform this society? Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Oyugi. And I think...
Professor Theory? Yeah.
Sorry? Oh. Okay.
And combine here.
Okay,
The two here.
I'll wait. I was just animated after his comments. I'll try to curb my enthusiasm.
Thank you, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. I was just looking at our region, the East African region, and wondering, how is the support of the state, East African region, to the design enterprise? Yes.
Okay. Let me start with you so I don't forget the last one. Now, yesterday we had a conversation around design policies, and Cape Town was one of the first cities to come up with a design strategy. Kenya, actually, as we speak, there is a design policy that is sitting, waiting to be enacted into law, which will protect and promote the profession of design. Most of the continent, unfortunately, we don't have existing design policies. But when we look at other countries like India, and of course Europe, the USA and Canada and Australia, they have design policies. So to answer you, it's a challenge, because the first thing that needs to happen is that design needs to be recognized as a profession in the same way that accountancy.
It is important to note, yeah, I'm trying to see, it's got stuck along the way. Okay. Basing on Professor Kiori's submission yesterday, but culture with these intangible and tangible values, points of view, traditions, shapes the way we see life. And understand the world, how we think, act, create, communicate, relate to each other, and express our sense of belonging to the family or groups. Through cultural psychology, culture relates how products and services are influenced or rooted in users' culture. So this is achieved through producing something of value that can be traded, developed, and commercially explored. Culture generates diversity and is naturally revealed in all human actions, such as product, people, systems, and design. So therefore, design is firmly embedded So basically, there's tangibility and tangibility of culture, and through culture psychology, culture relates how products and services are influenced or rooted in users' culture. And this culture now is a broader description with this tangibility and intangibility, where, you know, they are youths, they develop their own cultures. So that creates the diversity of culture and how it transforms. So it's not static. So basically, this part we had covered. So culture generates diversity and is naturally revealed in all human actions in terms of products, people, systems, and design. So design is firmly embedded in users' culture and does not take place in a cultural vacuum. It doesn't. Whatever is designed has to have a certain culture. Youths have their own cultures. People, you know, elders have developed their own cultures. Even us who are, we call them IT, anyway. Digital refugees. So we've developed our own culture. So that means that all design decisions are rooted in users' preferences and are where the user is not just a physical and biological beings, but social cultural beings. That is very, very important. Therefore, consideration of cultural factors in design process pave way for diversification of design concepts that facilitate production and innovation. Now, when you look at that part, that is the interior of the tombs. Crafted and well designed, and they have a reason why they are doing it. And as you see those lines, they represent the 52 clans of within the kingdom. So it's quite interesting in terms of design. When it is finished, please go and pay a visit. You will see the difference in that space. So productive innovation process absorbs and simulates user social cultural context, resulting into product acceptance and user satisfaction. Therefore, much as empathize has been duly explored as an important element of product conception, there is that literature on how it is woven, how culture is woven into the design thinking processes. at that stage, because design thinking is based on those 5 phases: the empathy, define, ideate, and prototype. But the aspect of culture under empathy, this is at the root cause of the whole thinking process. But we rarely cater for culture because it involves observation, engage. You know, those are the key ingredients within the empathy. But at the end of the day, that in-depth understanding of culture into a product at its inception is a critical issue. So basically this discourse is showing how to consciously explore and blend cultural attributes into product meaning processes. So the method is descriptive discussion. I don't dwell much on that. Basically to explore how products are meaning-making processes at empathize stage of the design thinking process. So the discussion, I'll move faster in this. Basically, we feel that design is one aspect of material culture, in that cultural ideas are expressed partially in physical form. So it is a way of life. And culture is manifested through systems, institutions, artifacts, products, and behaviors, among others. So design is an approach or methodology that's put people at the heart of the process, delivering a great value by making sure that outputs are desirable and fit for purpose, achieved through a design thinking process. So the design thinking process aids use of creativity to address human needs through design solutions as constrained by real-world complexities. Technically, design thinking is embedded in users' culture and culture creation with systems and organizations, such as, since users are not only just physical and biological beings, but also social cultural beings. Design thinking empowers the interpretation of change in culture towards the creation of new kinds of forms. So what is design thinking? So this is a linear iterative process that empowers and endows completion of users' challenge through these 5 phases: define, ideate, prototype, and test, which we always do and we know. But empathy is the tenet of design thinking. It enables gaining users' insights towards systems or product development processes. So it's about people and deep understanding of the expectations and needs, with the focus to develop the consideration of other people's points of view. Its core characteristics is explored through human-driven innovations, through use of contextual inquiry. Now, this contextual inquiry assists designers in knowing how culture operates, how products are used, and how decisions are made, based on Beckham and Barry. Now, in that, there is need to explore how and what particular elements of culture are taken into account in design thinking activity systems. A process that ought to be explored, this is what is supposed to be explored. Now, even though little has been discussed about culture within the design thinking dish at empathize stage, it is important to note that culture plays a crucial role in content generation during product development processes. Undeniably, it is at this phase where culture ought to be put under scrutiny towards having a profound understanding of cultural context of the intended users and product user values. Much as the design discourse its focus is on present and future. Always we see the youths, they think, innovators, they think of the present and future, not minding about the past. But it is basing on Magdalene, the thinking process is informed the past and the present, in that the activity is oriented towards the future. So we need to go back to the past, understand our cultural issues, social cultural issues, and then to inform the present. So that is quite important. This makes designers occupy a dialectical space between the world that is and the world that could be. This dialect is a method of reasoning which aims at understanding things concretely in all their movement, change, interconnection, and their opposite and contradictory sides in unity. Having culture-conscious design thinking approaches enables culture to be framed within the context of design, to draw from cultural practices, norms, towards informing the present and the future. So having this broad comprehension of cultural frame of reference would enable us to infuse cultural conscious approaches at empathize phase. So much as the frame of reference has been applied in design thinking process, cultural frame of reference has to be articulated within the realms of empathize phase of design thinking process. So this having a clear approach on how culture informs product making process at empathize phase would enhance a well-thought, tailored, made products. Scholarly reviews indicate that in the realms of design, there are various theories that have various capabilities to explore culture of intended users, answering the question why. Then explore the content, allow design to distinguish in the way that is useful from them, answering the what question, and methods and tools, tips, and assist in actual study of the intended user's culture, answering the question how. So basically the question of why, what, how, there are some scholarly reviews and theories which can help us to achieve that. Now, after scholarly reviews of study, noted that reasoning model in design, Muller's categorization, 2001, context mapping, cultural values, Hofstede culture onion model, were seen as cultural theories which contain probing elements that could inform the understanding of how, why, and what of the cultural features to be extracted during product meaning making processes. Infusion of culture conscious approach at this stage provide clarity in the generation of cultural frame of reference to enrich expression of cultural values that are associated with users. So in conclusion, without rich context of the user real life, the design thinking process would be short of attributes that cannot reveal the most important design issues during product meaning creation processes. Much as the 5 phases of design thinking provide capabilities to develop user-centered products, still, deeper conscious exploration of culture at this phase would enrich the understanding of the how, why, what culture symbolic attributes associated with users' lifestyle towards developing of well-contextualized products. This will not only enhance conceptualization of user values, which are in perfect harmony with the user's social cultural inclination, but also fostering sustainable innovations and competitive advantage. This author, by the name of Dr. Singh, quoted that we spend a lot of time designing the bridge, but don't end up time to think about people who are crossing it. So rarely think about it. It is our minds, I want to do this, I want to do this, but who is going to use it? Becomes an issue here. Then there's Norman, who said that we must design for the way people behave, not how we would wish them to behave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Serunjoji, for that design thinking meaning and product meaning making. I was waiting for Nsibambi, Dubia Mutere, but that's for another day. Thank you. Can we have 1 or 2 comments? Thank you. Professor Das.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to make everyone or remind you actually that today is Afrika Design Day. So let's not forget that. But Patrick, my question to you is, it's not really a question, it's really just a sum up almost of what you're saying, is that we need to work with cultural frameworks, which I completely agree with. And with that, we can look at the empathy mapping that happens within that context. And I'm just asking you, is this not the time that we can actually even go further with the deciling of design and use psychology, use sociologists and all the other professions that could help us to actually come up with a holistic solution to all the problems that we face. And I loved your example of the bridge. I think that that's exactly what happens. We design stuff without consulting, or without consulting other professionals. Would you agree with that?
Sure, I do. That is almost the 5K Prof was talking about. Because this understanding a human being involves a lot of different silos. You know, some of us, I might be thinking, looking at, for example, the other presentation by Professor Mugisha, who talked about sociology. Okay? Now, if I'm designing a product for such people, how will I get to know their inner soul of this product? So it requires a team to come up with these ideas. Yes, I agree.
The reason I'm saying there are so many professionals around that we should really tap into the knowledge of these people and come up with really, really good holistic solutions, and that at the end of the day is what design is all about.
True, very true. Thanks, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Can you join us to thank Patrick for that wonderful thing? I would like to invite Serwaniko before we take a break. And I would request Mr. Serwaniko to give us a very short and snappy kind of outlook.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christopher Serwaniko. I'm part of the Department of Visual Communication, lecturer. And I'm going to share a story which is really focusing on improving access to learning content by learners with special needs and disabilities. It's a collaborative initiative that starts way back in 2018. Am I scrolling or somebody scrolling? Yeah, the background is that Uganda embraced inclusive education. Okay. Embraced inclusive education, and of course Article 7 of the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities is well known, and Uganda introduced universal primary education in 1997. So with that introduction of universal primary education, children with special needs and others with disabilities join the mainstream education system. And I have worked with special needs education for a period of, I worked with special needs for 8 years, but I'm still a very active participant, although from the design perspective. When these children joined mainstream, there was a big challenge, and there is still a big challenge. Access to learning content is still a big problem, and so many other problems. Several reports have been written. However, from the design lens, I, together with a team of persons, collaboratively, of course using the word weaving together, those who are teachers in special needs, designers, stakeholders like Ministry of Education and Sports, UNICEF came together and saw the need. How do we help these youngsters? So I got some concepts which have been employed before, and I've been using them in the design process together with the others. Design for All is designed for human diversity, social inclusion, and equality. And it aims at to enable people to have equal opportunities to participate in every aspect of society. And design must be accessible, convenient for everyone in society to use, and responsive to evolving human diversity. I like this, I would say, catchphrase from Paul Hogan: good design enables, bad design disables. Well, we are not so sure, because sometimes every design is a new idea. So the digital adapted learning materials, this is what we have the acronym DALM in Uganda, focuses on digital accessible textbooks. And it's still an ongoing pilot. We use the strategy which have been evolving, use the triple helix veins, not the model, but the veins. And we see government, academia, and industry working together to see how best we can solve this situation towards inclusion. And so the participants come from policymakers, planners, donors, academia. Here at Kyambogo, we talk about teacher training, curriculum specialists, content design specialists. The world of work, of course, we are talking about schools, examination bodies, publishers, and others not mentioned here. The action we took was coming up with a proposal as Kyambogo University, and working together with the Ministry of Education, who was a key stakeholder, and the funder, UNICEF. There are 6 tasks that we've been working on and continue to work on in this pilot. We did a baseline survey to understand the situation of children with disabilities and special needs in inclusive primary schools and how they access curriculum and information materials. We analyzed the presence and the use of digital tools. We took a clear understanding of how teacher training is like when it comes to technology. We had to ascertain the process of design and development of digital adapted learning materials in the country. This was really rather a gray area, although there were small things here and there with the National Curriculum Development Center and a few others, but it's really very, very scanty. And then we had to discuss with the publishers about these materials. Well, this was part of the finding in our field visits. We have a big report out of this research, and it informed the design process. what is on ground. And this is just a sample of what came out. Deaf, for example, deaf learners in inclusive learning situations are frustrated. We are in class together, he's in a general class, but he's not acquiring anything, and so he gets frustrated. The teachers do not have sign language skills. There's a desert of technologies. There is no technology in primary schools, in UPE. Sign language, which is the main communication language, well, is a big problem. Although it's taught here at Kyambogo, but the small down to grassroots in schools, there's still limited communication via sign language. And the teachers get tired. We all understand how the teacher stands in front of the children who are 100 or 200 in class, and he has his sign language interpreter. He really gets tired. So the question was, how do we borrow technology? How do we look at other alternatives? So the second task was to design and adapt, because we realized that how can we start? The game was, can we look at the instructional materials to start with? Probably the textbook, which is, I carried the textbook, but I didn't bring it here. We looked at how learners are acquiring knowledge and skills. And the instructional book, which is a textbook, governs the process. And we realized the blind were lacking, could not access the print textbooks. The deaf could have a challenge in comprehending what they've read in the textbooks because of the speed at which they comprehend. But of course also we saw that if we looked at a material that they can use independently, that would be very, very sufficient for them. So we looked at alternatives. And in the design process, after several meetings, again, we looked at how best do we design these materials. We looked at formats like in the multimedia, audio, audio-visual, HTML, and DAISY formats, such as EPUB and the others. And the focus was really to support learners with visual, hearing, and low vision in inclusive settings. We had also a task because teachers told us technologies is the no-go zone. I have not acquired any competencies with use of these tools. Please, yes, it's a really, really new area. So we had to design some form of training programs related to basic technologies and how they can be used, pedagogical integration of the digital adapted learning materials, alternative use of technologies, and working with other partners in the to sustain the initiative. We had to pre-test, because as we all know, the design process, before anything comes out, it has to be pre-tested. And pre-testing was one, but we had also to pilot it, because these were still, and they are still prototypes. They are ongoing, but they are still prototypes, but we are testing them in schools and to see what is the effect and impact. And the testing is being done regionally. As you read the map, on the map, we have over 18 districts, and the schools are 21, regionally distributed. And our other task is to present and disseminate. And this is part of the game that I'm doing right now, because we are trying to see how do we share this problem, how do we come up with better alternatives. Maybe you have some better solutions from what we've done. Maybe you can guide us here and there. So we are looking at strategies of improving this initiative. We have used participatory action research methodologies because this is ongoing. When we started the first phase, it was very small. Now it's attracting attention by so many participants. We are looking at district education officers. We are looking at local administrators. We are looking at parents in the community who have seen that technologies can be another teacher to support the learner. And the other learner, especially those with disabilities, a mother is at home and can work with technology, and then they can work together with the child, and something can be learned. So it's a process. It ran out of hand when we did summit of stakeholder consultation districts, and the districts were trying to say, this is a very good initiative, but how do we sustain it together? So we use that participatory action research methodology, and it's still ongoing. So collaboratively, we are working with the Department of Special Needs Education, which is the key stakeholder, Instructional Materials Unit, National Curriculum Development Center, UNICEF, ESU, Kyambogo University, which has so many, especially from the design department, and then other key stakeholders like the disabled people's organizations, parents, children with disabilities. Of course, we've got some challenges that have really affected us and really disrupted. COVID-19 was a big factor. Teacher technology absorption is still very low. They look at it as additional labor. Then teacher technophobia, we're looking at those little things. How do we manage? Then we have had some things in communication. The deaf sign language is like, if you mess up sign language, you've disorganized the whole communication system for the deaf learner. And so that is a very sensitive point, where we are now looking at how do the schools take on, how do we design materials that can improve early childhood sign language development. And it's in discussion. And of course, the adults too are looking at what about these signs that are being used in digital formats? How best do we say this is not right, this is wrong, and what not? And of course, we don't want to go into big errors here and there. Then we had a textbook which was for English. If you observe the deaf learners and the sign language users, they do communicate using sign language. But when they sign, there's a lot of shortcuts. So sometimes they do not, as we say the whole sentence or read the whole sentence, they may pick out 1, 2, 3, 4 words, and their communication is gone. And that is their culture. However, when we brought the English textbook, which was a textbook introduced in primary 4, because in P1 to P3, we are looking at thematic curriculum. Thematic means they are being taught in their local languages. And P4, English is introduced. So they saw that adapted English textbook could distort the whole sign language. And they were very, very opposed to that. They felt something is not right.
You have 5 minutes.
So that has been an ongoing story, and we are trying to look at how to shape this out. We have got challenges of professionalism. Hello? It's okay? Professionalism in the context of designing these materials require a lot of professionalism. And I've been working with the head of department that we have to really work on multimedia specialists, because it's very expensive to go out and hire services when we have youngsters who can acquire this competence locally. And I was trying to look at how do we benefit on building a multimedia studio at the university that can really help not only in content development but all other areas. So it's really a big problem here, especially from the design perspective. Ministry of Education has expanded the initiative beyond 20 schools. So there's a lot of work to do. And there are new concepts, especially from science, technology, and mathematics, because the learners who attempted to use the digital technologies, especially those with special needs, are now calling for what about science, other subjects, and other things. So we see an upward movement. So here I just wanted to just play a simple clip of how a sign language book.
Page 26. Hundreds from 0 to 2000. Let's work activity in groups with your friends there. Make cards similar to the ones here. $70, $20, $100.
Okay, since time is not on our side, I'll just stop there. Well, this is a simple multimedia clip that we took. We considered the child seated with another child in the same setting, and others are listening. Others can read the sign, understand the sign language, and communicate with the teacher, and then they can work together. So some of these clips now, we've developed a number of clips, and it has been a heavy piece of job. And what we've done in the first process, when we uploaded the clips onto technologies like laptops and whatnot, teachers destroyed everything. Teachers lost the clips. And we said, what do we do? So we went on open source softwares. We got a colleague who has developed learning equality platform based in Spain. And we said, can we use your platform to upload our content? And they agreed. And so most of the clips now have been uploaded onto a learning equality platform so that the schools can access this content. Otherwise, previously, we were moving to and fro to the schools to resave or to get this content back. But so far, I would say the pilot is very positive. And some learners, not some, majority of learners have improved on their learning processes. This is the learning platform. It's called Colibri platform, designed by Learning Equality. It's open source. You can download it on your phone, on your tablet or whatever, and access this content. We have used different gadgets and technologies. The design process has been embedded with technologies. So we use screens, they use computers, they use projectors, they use flash disks in order to save this content. But these are all gadgets that the parents have said, I can buy a flash, I can buy a memory card and keep these books on something, and then I can use it at home, on a radio or a television. We have also done some non-digital materials. And this is because sometimes when you're teaching learners with special needs, it's materials that really emphasize the learning processes. There is touching, there is feeling. So we've done, and here we've used some element of a CNC machine making scientific materials which are really tactile in nature. This is still being tested and see whether it can improve mathematics and science learning. There are so many recommendations, so many positives, and this is documented. We have written several reports which can be accessed, and we are seeing a lot coming on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Serwaniko, for that wonderful story, but also sharing that we really get to understand some of the intended God designs of what we have decided to call disability. I would be happy to be part of your story because I'm interested and I've been interested in e-learning and e-content for some time now, especially e-learning Africa. And the Coripri, yeah, it sounds a bit interesting, but it doesn't carry lots of local undertones. For one thing, I grew up in a community where we don't have some letters, we don't have L. So if I pronounce something which is L as R, it shouldn't be a problem. Which also takes us to the charts about visual aid. I remember I used to criticize the use of Apple for A, and it was going around, around the streets of Kampala. And I think now they have changed it, I hope. But what I did, I said, okay, if you can't beat them, join them. So I started growing apples so that Africans and Ugandans can see apples and how they look like. Questions?
Yes. the element of teacher training. The core team actually in this work has special needs education teachers and lecturers and professors and doctors. So we've been working, just like the word is, we weave this initiative. I, as Chris, having worked in materials production for special needs education, I came in as an artist. I came in as a designer. But I developed a lot of skill and interest and appreciating that this person can do a lot as I can. So all my design and work has been focusing on improving learners and learners with disabilities. And my works are very evident in the Faculty of Special Needs. I've written several little books here and there, drawings and materials. So this is evidently together with the teachers, and we still continue to work with the teachers. The training process has been taken on by Minister of Education because he's a key stakeholder. The teachers who are in school take on what they call in-service training, which usually is done by Minister of Education. Short training programs are conducted with support by Kyambogo, but also together with Minister of Education, because even the commissioners are all special needs literate. So we do in-service training and equip these learners and teachers with technology skills. And really share the background where we're coming from in the different disabilities. Now, yes, we've taken care of visually impaired and hard of hearing mainly. Yes, we could not take the entire lot because we know special needs and disabilities quite wide. But what we are trying to look at, the design and impressions of what we are doing, can it take care of several others? For example, we've been trying to look at Braille incorporated with large print, meaning Braille, which is the reading system and for the blind, can be embedded with large print. Large print takes care of those learners with low vision. Low vision can be taken care of that learner with that is autistic or dyslexic and can't see well, so the letters have to be big and clarity in graphics. So all these things are taken care of in that direction. I hope I've answered your question.
Hello. If there are no any questions, then we join me to thank Mr. Suraniko for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, sorry, I didn't share this. These are some of the gadgets, the technologies that are being employed. For example, this is a Victor reader. It's it's something that we save books on, and the blind learner can open several books onto it. This is what UNICEF has provided, and there you can store and sit under mango tree and listen to your book and read and bookmark, put a bookmark. So even if you stopped it, you can put something to remember and say, I stopped on page 27. This content that has been adapted is now saved on gadgets of this kind. That's now for the blind. But they have also new technologies, but these are really, really very expensive technologies. Can type and save and communicate to you using this gadget. It can, as it types, the braille comes out on this lower bit and fills the braille by touching it. But I wouldn't say it's a really easy gadget to acquire. That's something we have to look at, government policies and things like that. And again, it goes back to technology designers. The needs are there, the users are there. How do we simplify such very expensive gadgets and then really make them simpler, cheaper, because these children can really move and can turn things right when they grow up. So this is quite expensive. I recently got one, it's called a Blaze 8. Now technologies are, that's why I see that things are changing and innovation is coming in. Now this one, slightly different from this one. This can scan a book and you can listen to the book, save it, and pocket it. And so whatever information is around and the blind learner is around here, he'll just say there's some text here. He takes, scans the text with this gadget, and then it can play and listen to this content. So I believe it's equally expensive, not easy. I think it's over $800, I think so. So these are gadgets that are coming on board, but we still call for designers in technology and programmers and others that we can sit together and weave solutions through design. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Housekeeping, we are going to have a health break. And when we return, there is a small group which is going to Hassan Turabi Education Center, very small, so don't follow them if you are not part of them. Then the rest of us are going to break into our sessions. One session, which is marked CTF 106, is going to be here. And then the TTE 202 is just across the road, the building. I hope there will be someone to direct people who are new to this place. Thank you very much. We go for the commercial break. For as short as we can, maybe 12 minutes.
tolo kusango Bolirako natukayo Oliwa gwe gwentunuulira nempulira obujiji mu mannya olubuto ne lwekyanga nentuyana nenkankana mu ttuntu singa nkufuna singa nkulaba fukamira nennebaza singa nkufuna singa nkulaba ngandayira sirikuta wadde bunaira natukayo sifuddeyo bwobeerawa ebigere nja bitambuza gasitanga nakutukako wadde bunaira natukayo sifuddeyo bwobeerawa ebigere nja bitambuza gasitanga nakutukako oliwo anamponya ebintisa ekiro anatasobola benekaka okwagala kusanga kwe ananyimbira funa otulo ekira nyimbidde abalala bone bebaka ze nensulanga ntunula singa kufuna singa kulaba fukamira nennebaza singa kufuna singa kulaba andayira sirikuta wadde bunaira natukayo sifuddeyo bwobeerawa ebigere nja bitambuza ngazitanga nakutukako kalabira ku mabbali ŋŋonda buli wensalawo ŋŋendeyo nkagambeko komekerera nkayiseeko wala entuyana nkyari asinga noonya akayimba kamukoka ngatanjawula ebigambo tebiwera ate ntyo kantwalako akaana kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya ebigambo mbijjawa ze mbijjawa 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 ze mbijjawa mbijjawa olunaku olukwako buli wekabuuzaako mba mu ssanyu lyako mba mu nnaku yako lwakuba kotekandaba nina omukwano gwako akaana kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya kakwanye ntya ebigambo mbijjewa nze mbijjewa 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 akaana kakwanye ntya baba kakwanye ntya nze kakwanye ntya ebigambo mbijjewa byonna byenakawandiika tebikola kagambe sente wano nina omukwano gwako
ewaleyo gy'obeera kimanye sulamu bunyogovu abeetegereza be bangi sendi maama w'abaana ndowoozaako by'oteebereza birege ffe tuli kitole nga tokubye ku kasimu nze nfa emmeme nsindukirira apetite yo nebula
newankubadde olugendo luwanvu
nkwagala
ejobeera
kulowooza
newankubadde olugendo luwanvu
nkwagala
ewala ejobeera
kulowooza nkwagala kulowooza
Hello, hello. Please come in for the next session, please. Is John there? Wycliffe. Morning, colleagues. Could we come closer? Just come closer. Come to the front seat. Come closer. Those who are at the back, please come closer. Colleagues, welcome back to this session. I hope we'll have an interactive session. We are going to switch modes of delivery because our next presenter is online. but it doesn't stop us from recording if there are any comments or if there are any questions, because after his presentation is played, then he can have an interactive session with you or with us. So I would like to invite Dr. James Aniyamuzala Rampiji, whose presentation is going to be played. Could we all kindly listen in? I thank you. Dr. James' presentation is on inclusion of Ugandans with deaf blindness by design, the perception on the role of justice, and person-centered inclusive design. Thank you. The floor is his. Carry on. ICT.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Aniyamuzala James Wampiji. I am part of Inclusive Design Research Center, 360 Degrees Access, and Smart Lab Ireland at University College, Dublin. I take this opportunity to thank Kyambogo University for inviting me to make this presentation. The title of my research paper is The Inclusion of Ugandans with Deaf Blindness by Design, the Perceptions on the Role of Justice and Person-Centered Inclusive Co-Design, open bracket, JPCICD, close bracket. The research study was funded by Deaf Blind International and 360 Degrees Access and facilitated by Smart Lab and Inclusive Design Research Center at University College, Dublin. Background. Approximately 2% of the global population are persons with deaf blindness. Persons with deaf blindness face multiple difficulties, ranging from information, communication, and mobility barriers. The International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health Model of the World Health Organization describes deafblind disability as an outcome of an interaction of a person with both hearing functional loss or impairment and sight functional loss or impairment, with environmental barriers and lack of resources and opportunity. In other words, the lack of opportunities and resources results into disability for persons with both hearing and visual impairment. Uganda's context. Person-centered information and communication was a key COVID-19 intervention in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, according to World Health Organization. Uganda committed to provision of information for all through the 1995 Constitution, Article 41, the Information Act of 2005, through the Persons with Disability Act of 2020, and actually the Persons with Disability through the ratification of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability in 2010, committed to provision of accessible information and communication to all categories of persons with disability, including persons with deaf blindness. However, the national laws and policies do not define the design practices for inclusion and accessibility of persons with disability. The government of Uganda used the Public Health Act of 1935, which actually is a colonial law, but this law does not define also the accessibility needs or the design practices that facilitates inclusion and accessibility for persons with deaf blindness. The International Disability Alliance noted that the designed COVID-19 policies and programs did not cover all persons with deaf blindness and all their needs. And this resulted in inequalities in accessing and using the designed public goods and services during COVID-19 pandemic. Based on this background, the main research question of the research paper is, what are the perceptions of persons with deaf blindness on the designed COVID-19 public information and communication services and products in Uganda? To break down the main research question, the sub-research questions were developed as follows. A, which design practices were used by government of Uganda to design the COVID-19 programs, especially the information and communication services and products? B, how were the information and communication needs of diverse persons with deaf blindness were addressed by the designed COVID-19 policies and programs? And C, what are the perception of persons with deaf blindness on the use of justice and personal-centered inclusive co-design to design the COVID-19 policies and programs? In response to the research questions, the research study was grounded in the socio-constructivist ontology that recognizes COVID-19 public policies and programs as socially constructed objects that interacted with persons with deaf blindness and environment as natural objects. The research study used the critical discourse analysis to generate new knowledge through the analysis of the behaviors of COVID-19 programs and policies, persons with deaf blindness, and the environment as they interacted among each other. In addition, the main theory or hypothesis of the research study used stated that all the designed COVID-19 policies and programs by government addressed the information and communication needs of all persons with deaf blindness in Uganda. And this was grounded in the critical disability theory, capability approach, and the complex adaptive system theory. The research hypothesis, the ontology, and the epistemology were used to analyze the primary and the secondary data. The research study also used the interdisciplinary as follows. The main circle of knowledge was inclusive design studies, and here the study focused on the application of justice and person-centered inclusive co-design among persons with deaf blindness. The cognitive circles of knowledge include the following: the critical disability studies. Here, the study analyzed the relationship between persons with deaf blindness and the different disability models, such as the medical model, biopsychosocial model, charity model, and the rights-based model. Human rights studies. Such study analyzed the relationship between the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and the designs that facilitate inclusion and accessibility. Information studies. The design analyzed the relationship between the design of the print information and the needs of persons with deaf blindness in Uganda. Communication studies. The study analyzed the design of COVID-19 information and communication programs and the tactile sign language for the deaf persons, for the deaf blind persons in Uganda. Accessibility studies. The study analyzed how the accessibility requirements for the deaf blind persons were part of the design of information and communication programs and services during COVID-19 pandemic in the National Association of the Deaf Blind Persons in Uganda, and the qualitative semi-structured interviews with NADIP members and government officials and the Secretariat of NADIP were carried out during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. Content analysis was applied. The sample of 5 persons with deaf blindness was not significant for the use of quantitative research method, and COVID-19 restrictions limited the collection of data. Findings. The systematic review of the electronic databases such as UCD OneSearch, PubMed, SNAP, and Google Scholar revealed that there is limited research studies and data on the design practices that facilitates inclusion and accessibility for persons with deaf blindness. Shooter and others research study organization. Qualitative data findings. The representative of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities stated that government of Uganda uses universal design approach in the design of government programs and policies to respond to the diverse needs of persons with deaf blindness. This data confirmed that some of the government's prevalence highlighted the development of different designs, such as universal design, inclusive design, design thinking, user experience design, and human-centered design. Prevalence further identified universal design and inclusive design as design for inclusion of persons with disabilities. Ania Mzala noted that justice and personal-centered inclusive co-design emerged as an inclusive design practice that takes into consideration human diversity and the principles of equity, justice, power needs of persons with deaf blindness. This data confirmed that some of the government agencies applied universal design practices in provision of services and goods to the public. All the research participants with deaf blindness selected inclusive design JPC ICD as the design that facilitates their inclusion and meaningful participation. One of the participants with deaf blindness stated that Based on the explanation, I think inclusive design is the most appropriate design for persons with deaf blindness because it allows programs to be adapted to our specific needs. Another participant with deaf blindness stated that government says that its COVID-19 programs are targeting all the vulnerable persons, but these programs do not reach out to me and other deafblind persons. The provision of beans and posho does not prioritize deafblind persons. Government should use inclusive design to adapt its programs to the needs of persons with deafblindness. The qualitative data provides evidence that COVID-19 programs by design did not prioritize persons with deafblindness. Representative of Ministry of Information and Communication, Technology and National Guidance stated that the 2005 Access to Information Act does not define the accessibility requirements and designs for the inclusion of persons with deafblindness. I am not sure whether the 2020 Persons with Disability Act defines the accessibility requirements and design for inclusion of persons with deafblindness. The data provides evidence that government does not have a national standard or guide on the design that facilitates inclusion and accessibility of persons with disability, including persons with deafblindness. Research participants also reported several challenges in accessing COVID-19 information and communication as follows below. One of the research participants with mild to moderate deafblindness using sign language as a means of access to information reported that some signs are not visible. Sometimes the signs we use are difficult to learn all. Another research participant with mild to moderate deafblindness reported that the printed documents are tiny and faded. The interpreters on television screen appear small. The representative of the National Council for the Deafblind Persons in Uganda stated that inclusive design is the appropriate design method for inclusion of persons with deafblindness because it considers the human diversity of persons with deafblindness and personalizes the design of products, services, facilities, environments to the needs of diverse persons with deafblindness. It uses a one-size-fits-one approach and expands to many. The data provides evidence that most of the persons with deafblindness preferred inclusive design or JPC-ICD recommendations. There is a need to develop a national standard, a guide on design and inclusion and accessibility for persons with deafblindness. The government should review the 2020 Persons with Disability Act to define the design practices that facilitates inclusion and accessibility for persons with disability, including deafblind persons. The regulations for implementation of the 2005 Information Act, the Communications Act, should be reviewed to define the design practices and accessibility requirements for different categories of persons with disability to access information communication. Thank you so much. And if you have a comment or a question, please send it to aniamzala@gmail.com. My email is there at aniamzala@gmail.com.
language that is specifically either national or international? There are many questions that run in my head when I'm looking at these people signing, and I put myself in the shoes of the learner. It is very important that you think about the people COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate your research, and we hope it will inform policy for any challenges that this category of people experienced. I would like now to open the floor to any questions or comments to Dr. We need a microphone for this. They're delaying us. Let's do this.
Thank you, James, for the presentation. I'm called Jessica. It's on deaf blindness, which is interesting. A population which is sometimes left out, very difficult to work with. Just like the moderator was asking, I'm also asking a policy brief. Do you have a policy brief that can, maybe 1 or 2 pages, that can inform the policy makers, including the implementers of the policy like me, about that study? Thank you.
Any other question or comment?
Yeah.
Before we give the floor to Doctor? Well, meanwhile, Doctor can be addressing these 2 comments or questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I apologize for not being with you. I'm on train station trying to change to another station. I'm coming from. In response to the questions asked, is there a policy brief, the blindness, persons who don't see or hear? I think it's the recommendations I have provided to Kyambogo University to make sure that they can pick up from the research study. I'm also happy to work with Kyambogo University to develop a policy brief on personal-centered inclusive co-design, but facilitate design for persons with deaf blindness and other persons. Yeah, so So yes, I'll follow up with Kyambogo University to see whether there is a possibility to work out as a policy brief. My understanding is also that Kyambogo will be publishing a paper, this paper, in the journal, and that will be an open access but can be used by policymakers, researchers, and different stakeholders, like persons with disability, deaf blindness, to advocate for inclusion and accessibility. As you all know, inclusion starts with design. You can't talk about inclusion of persons with deaf blindness or disability without understanding the appropriate design. So without getting the right design, you will not have accessible services. Thank you so much. Bye.
Any other questions or comments? Well, silence means nothing. So, Dr. James, we thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to seeing the impact of your research when you return home. And we hope it informs policy. Right now, we're going to move to our second presenter, who is still online, Mercy Sila. Is Mercy on ICT? And Mercy is presenting to us her research on incorporating biophilic design elements in malls in Nairobi, a case study of Karen area. If could we now link her on, please? Could the presenters be mindful of the time allocated to them, because we still have 3 more presenters. Thank you. Mercy, you're welcome. Mercy. If Mercy is not with us right now, we can move to the next presenter. Okay, Monica, are you around? We can postpone Mercy to present after Monica. I'd like to introduce Monica Valiao, who is presenting to us Uganda Contemporary Art and Design, a reflection of cultural transformation, identity, and global engagement. Mercy, you're welcome. You introduce yourself. I don't have your biography. So you introduce yourself and we plunge straight into the paper.
Thank you so much. My name is Baliao Nkanze Monica. I am an interior designer, an author, and a tutor. I am a graduate student at industrial design, majoring in artistry. And like they said, my presentation is about contemporary art and industrial design as a reflection of cultural transformation, identity. I think I'm waiting for my
ICT.
Sorry?
Okay, it's important to communicate this. And the next presenters, please have a hard copy. In case this continues, we can present using a hard copy.
Hi, this is Donna. I'm able to present next if that works for you.
Dr. Wick.
No problem.
Thank you so much. I had introduced myself earlier. I'm going to talk about, I'll take you through a journey of the evolution of contemporary art. We'll explore its roots, transformative power, and its significance in the broader context of the art world. I'll start with a quote. Art is not just about what we see, but about what we feel, what we experience, and how we connect with the world. It is a language that transcends borders and speaks to the heart of humanity. That's by Margaret Trawell, the mother of art education. Uganda boasts a rich and diverse artistic heritage that is deeply intertwined with its cultural tapestry. Aging back from centuries, this heritage has a wide range of traditional forms, from crafts to performing arts, reflecting unique customs into the nations and the past. Various ethnic groups have legacies, and these serve as a window that Ugandan contemporary artists use to combine the tradition and the modern. The evolution of Ugandan art from pre-colonial times to the post-independence is a testament to its resilience and adaptability. It was deeply rooted in the diverse cultures of tradition of Uganda, serving as means of powers. There was a clash between the traditional culture and the Western culture that was introduced during colonial era. Those are some of the images of our traditional art. The architect that we had, the bark cloth making, the traditional drums. This is with Buganda, I think most of the Bantu tribes. Traditional drums, and then the weaving that we used to do. The pottery. As the Western material culture evolved, there were many changes that came along with it. Have we lost track? Have we thrown away our traditional art and design culture? Just a moment. After the post-independence, we had very several art movements, and also had introduction of art education in Uganda. The art education itself changed a lot of what we knew and what was being done by the artists. Several principles were introduced, a variety of medium, variety of techniques, and somehow most of the contemporary artists that came after decided to, of course, follow what had come on board. This is a painting of, I think, the Passover. It's the African version of the Bible by Ejalo. This is a painting from Mosoke. It's about wildlife conservation. Then we talk about that cultural transformation and artistic expressions. The Ugandan culture identity and art. We have a lot that has evolved and influenced, and that's been influenced by colonization, globalization, urbanization, and modernization, where we are trying to draw inspirations of our everyday life, infusing the art, culture, symbols, and narratives that have been preserved from the past. Many artists are trying to intertwine the two, the traditional art and then the modern art, to intertwine the two to come up with communicative art, art that communicates to the society, art that changes, art that communicates change to society, art that solves conflicts. An example of those artists, we have Maria Natia with her Broken Identity series. These have helped a lot in the transformation of what we would have called the integration of modern and traditional art. We are not losing the culture, but we are trying to adopt what was in the past and including it in the present. The global engagement. In the Uganda, many arts are trying to foster cross-culture exchange dialogues and dialogues. They participate in international exhibitions. We have online and online sales. We have international exhibitions that we are trying to get involved in so we can get a platform where our art can communicate out there to the world, where our art can lose that people think it's rigid, because we've already now moved on from what we used to know, and we've tried to integrate with what is new. It's a mixture of modernity and tradition, communication of social and political. These abstract paintings from some of the prominent contemporary artists. Art as an agent of change. When you make art, most of the times, sometimes you make something out of your feelings, not knowing that you're going to communicate something to someone else. Sometimes art helps us when we're depressed, and what you make impacts another person somehow. Then there is intentional art, where you make art that is influenced by what is going on around you and the community. We have the rise of contemporary art collectives. We have a Kampala Art Trust founded in 2011, the Weaverbird Art Community that brings artists and musicians, poets, performers together for multidisciplinary projects that address social, political, and environmental issues, promoting dialogue, positive change, and community empowerment. Inclusivity and social impact. Art collectives create platforms for marginalized voices, challenges social prejudices. They engage with local communities through workshops, installations, and educational programs, empowering individuals to be agents of change. themes and motifs. What inspires us? Exploration of traditional and modernity. Uganda is having, I think, 53 ethnic groups. 56 ethnic groups. And all of us have different cultures. We all practice different art. But somehow, artists come together and try to integrate all the cultures. We try to create a platform where we communicate and everyone understands. Design and traditional integration, where beadwork, let me give an example of work. Let me give an example of the beadworks and the weaving. We used to weave back then. We would make mats and baskets without, they'll be just plain. From raw material, you go straight to the product. Introduction of Western material culture has helped us to add the aesthetic beauty to them. Challenging the social culture norms. Art and design are used to address society tensions arising from the collision of tradition and modernity. Contemporary artworks explore how urbanization affects rural traditions and challenge gender roles within culture practices. That is by, I think, Cheyune. A social commentary and activism. This is evident. I give an example of the current trend of cartoonists who put on paper what is around us, what is going on, the political state, the economic state, and they put on paper and can easily communicate to any individual, artist or not artist. They would easily understand what they are communicating. I'm moving fast. We have environmental awareness and conservation, where we've had people do recycling. I've seen sculptors that are collecting plastic bottles, polythene bag, and they are recycling to protect the environment in the first place, but also to create art pieces that are communicating to us. Nature, conservation of wildlife. We have the still environmental conservation, where they use polythene waste and plastic bottles. We've integrated, previously we used to do jewelry and beadwork, but at a crude level. When the Western culture comes in, we've tried to beautify everything that we touch. Multimedia has been enhanced, and even let me give an example of Karamajungs, used to have plain beads. I've tried to look at them. But of late, we have color, a lot of color in their costumes and all other cultures that are doing that. Their global engagement and artistic dialogues. Artists contribute to the economic growth of the country, knowingly or unknowingly. Tourists come in, they will visit museums, exhibition centers, and of late it's a trend. It's where the world is going, where we sell what we have to the global world out there. So it is the art that we have to use to lead to our country's economic growth. We have a painting. This is still an incorporation of tradition and modernity, where it's an abstract, but with masks. If we used to produce masks in the past, and most painters, Dr. Chene yesterday gave an example of the Western culture that they started using to paint cubism, but it was more of an idea from Africa, where we had masks. And it's from those masks that they got inspirations to start those paintings. These are some of the cartoons, the graphical communications about the social and the political status of the communities around us. The integration of modernity. Backcloth. At the beginning of the slides, I showed a raw backcloth. Artists and fashion designers have resorted to making products out of these that and they're earning from them. It's that idea and the techniques that we've got that are really helping us get there. Beadwork. Artists have challenges that they face. The basic challenge is the delicate balance between expressing themselves freely and respecting cultural norms. I'll give an example of some drawings or paintings that you wouldn't put in a church, some drawings that you wouldn't put in, let me say, a traditional shrine. There's some paintings that you can't put in your house because of misinterpretation. But in the first place, you want, as an artist, that's what you want to express. So it becomes a challenge. Accessibility of funds. Preservation and documentation. As we speak, not a lot has been documented about Ugandan art. Yes, it has been documented, but not a lot has been documented about Ugandan art. And how is the information kept? Where do you get it? Are the artists informed of where to get it? I'm going to use this. Just a moment. My recommendations: let's embrace technology and digital reach. Let's invest in art education, cultural tourism partnerships, international collaborations, community involvement, preserving indigenous knowledge, and advocating for arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for your presentation. You're speaking to us as contemporary artists. That's what I read into your work. I'd like you to address the issue of tradition versus modernity. Because from your presentation, I see all that you have flashed as traditional, as indigenous knowledge. And you know that not everything that is traditional is indigenous. You're talking about how our origin, identity, informs where we are going, okay? But the choice of the word traditional, you can contextualize it for us. You're doing something in indigenous knowledge systems. Actually, read more into indigenous knowledge systems. Explain traditional in context of that research, or read more and see if using indigenous knowledge is better, or is a better choice of as versus modernity. You give us several examples of those who are learning from their past, and I'm glad I'm one of them. Using, as a researcher, using your past or indigenous knowledge to inform the contemporary, to solve several issues, social, environmental. Okay, I see that in your paper. which is good. It's more like of, I like the aspect of the social commentary, because currently now there's a lot going on with cartoonists, where we see design informing through art. We're designing to inform the public about a social change. That activism, I can quote Professor Spire Sentongo on the issues of potholes in Kampala, which are affecting all of us, the roads in Kampala city. I like your trend of, I'll call out for you to do, to have more chronology of information, how it flows into the other, how the previous information informs the next, that we do not have bouts of spells of silence. I thank you, and I call upon the audience if they have questions, comments for Monica. Please carry on. The floor is open. Yes, Edward, and after Edward, Wycliffe. After Wycliffe.
Thank you very much, presenter. The presentation is interesting. It's good. I would like you to take us back to your to the opening slide. If it is possible, there is an image I would like to look at. Yeah, that one. I've looked at that painting and compared to what you are talking about. How relevant is that painting to your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The relevance is, I was talking about the contemporary art, and it's a contemporary painting which has almost all the elements. Yes, that's its relevancy.
Maybe the material would have informed Edward.
Thank you. I know it's not easy to organize that kind of work. I think you have to read about contemporary art as a general phenomena versus African contemporary art. So also my another issue is it's just an advice, or it's giving you more information where you can find more information, because somewhere you talked about art forms and religious purposes and being used in religious practices, kind of. I think you have to also read a new PhD thesis. That is by Dr. Ketchimuli John. There's a lot you can find there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Monica, for your presentation, of taking us through contemporary art. I think I know this is a work in progress, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I think what, for me, I would add to enrich it further, also in line with the theme for this summit, is to see how contemporary art, because we are talking about transformation and also issues of identity, how is it informed by indigenous art, for instance, and would like to see those designs and how they are creating identity, because as you've been realizing, people have been talking more about how indigenous art practices are still influencing. If you remember, if you saw the keynote speech in the morning, you would see how art in West Africa and other parts are still playing a very big role in contemporary art today, in relation to dress code, but also in relation to identity. You saw the fabric Professor Des was putting on and how we could identify all these kind of images that the keynote speaker was speaking about. So for me, I think this day has been so informative. When you are preparing it for publication, you need to weave in all this as these comments and also the resources that some of the colleagues have given. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Any other comment or question to Monica? Silence means no. Monica, we thank you for your presentation. With an applause. I'd like now, we're going to switch to our online mode and listen to Mercy Sila from the University of Nairobi. She's now available. Sorry, we had skipped her. And she will be presenting incorporating biophilic design elements in malls in Nairobi City, a case study of current area. Mercy, you're welcome. We are ready for you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm waiting for my slides. I had sent slides. Maybe you can play that. My internet is unstable.
You'll soon have the slides. It's connecting.
Good day, everyone. I am Sila Masimidoki. It is my great pleasure to present this paper prepared by myself and assisted by Dr. Francisca Odindo, Design Conference, slated from the 5th to the 6th of October, 2023. The paper is titled The Incorporation of Biophilic Design Elements in malls in Nairobi. Design has been described as a human-centric approach to interior and building design that focuses on the human connection to the in malls in Nairobi. Design has been described as a human-centric approach to interior and building design that focuses on the human connection to the natural world. Biophilic design has been studied by researchers who have produced guidelines study. In urban areas in Nairobi, they do not necessarily follow the tenets of biophilic design. The results of were prioritized and implemented in a mixed in a mixed non-visual connection
Must
with
say
nature, non-rhythmic sensory stimuli, features. This, however, does not mean that the features they portrayed were optimal. They were simply registered as present. Served as beneficial and here. There are a series of parameters to be considered in judging the potency of biophilic features.
Must say your internet connectivity is really bad. Can
It is
you present
accepted that the
live?
existing patterns combination
Must
tend to
say-
increase the likelihood of the exhibited bias.
Yes. We might have to stop you. Could you present? Because what you recorded is very poor. We can't hear anything.
Sorry?
Kindly present. Since you're online, can you carry on and present? The recording is very poor. We have blanks, moments of blank. But you can go ahead and present right now.
Okay. So do I start over?
Yes, please.
Okay. We can pause the
Mercy,
recording.
sorry,
Yes?
sorry,
Yes,
this is Francisca Odundo. Mercy, just if you can just use the material that you had from before and move the slides one by one.
Yeah. We can go back to the start so that I start over. I'm sorry for that.
As well.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. My name is Mercy Sila
Yes, we can hear you.
I
Carry
am a master's design student at the University of Nairobi. So my paper is entitled The Incorporation of Biophilic Design Elements in Malls in Nairobi, a case study of current area. I have written this paper together with my lecturer, Dr. Francisca Odundo. We can go to the introduction. Okay, so biophilic design is basically a human-centered approach to interior and building design that focuses on human connection with nature. And it has been studied by numerous researchers, such as Bright Green, who has formulated the 14 patterns of biophilic design, which are what informed my research paper and my study at large. So there has been a great increase in the number of malls in Nairobi, and a lot of these malls do not follow the principles of biophilic design, because you'll find that the principles have been applied in varied degrees, in varied methods that do not necessarily follow these principles. So the first thing that we need to note is that there is need to identify the ranking of the biophilic design that has been applied in malls in Nairobi, as well as to audit the existing malls to see how the biophilic design has been done so as to create a baseline for future research, and so as to create baseline for future research, sorry. So my study contributes, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to see. Okay, so let me move to my research methods. I used qualitative research design and used purposive sampling methods. And I sampled 6 malls which were categorized into low end, medium end, and high end. And these malls were studied by 5 interior designers. I also used semi-structured questionnaires, photography, observation, focus group discussions, and photography to collect data. And the data that was compiled was used to examine the current interventions in use in these malls. So the malls that were selected were all localized in Karen area. And it's key to note that the people and the culture in Karen area affect how the malls itself are structured and how they run. So while my study was localized in Karen, it is advisable to diversify the study in different areas so as to get more information from different points of views. So you can move to the next slide. From the study that I collected, certain elements were prioritized and application was done in a mixed fashion. So the application was done under a mixed range of circumstances, and sorry, you've gone too fast. The malls were found to have all the said 14 patterns, although some lacked and some had them all. Although these malls had all these elements of biophilic design present, it does not mean that the application done was optimal. Some were just present, but did not necessarily serve a purpose. So you can move to the next slide. You can move to the next slide. Yes, so how the strategies are applied should also be considered, because combination of biophilic design patterns tends to increase the benefits that one experiences while in these spaces. So although combination is encouraged, it is key to note that sometimes combination can miscarry or can fail to achieve the desired result, especially where there is no supporting design intent. So it's not always the case that combining these elements will give you the desired result. And it's also key to note that small area in square meters does not necessarily limit the application of these patterns, as in one of the malls, Current Triangle Mall, it did not have, for example, plant vegetation or anything, but another mall that was smaller than it found a way to incorporate it and succeeded. So it's also key to note that some of the malls did not have cohesion in the application of the elements. For example, there is a mall that is called the Well. It did not have any presence of water, yet ironically, it's named after a water feature. And when you look at the list of elements that were found in these malls, it's key to note that the bigger malls had a larger percentage of the elements, while the smaller malls lacked the smaller malls lacked some of the elements, especially natural systems and refuge. And when you think about it, it's key to ask yourself if the missing of these elements was because of the size of the malls themselves, or was it because of the size of the team that was handling the design process? And while these are things that one can consider, they're not things that necessarily should affect the application, because as we have seen, as I have said, some smaller malls found ways to incorporate almost all the elements, while others just skipped them. And so it's also key to note that the size of an element or how big it is does not necessarily mean that it has been applied to a degree that will satisfy visitors in malls, because something like the Waterfront Mall has a large artificial pond, but the lake is really dark and you can't see to the bottom of it. This discourages people from coming close to it because everyone is afraid of, what if I fall and I'm not found? But you'll find water features such as a waterfall at Galleria Mall brought people to it more, because you get the same feeling that you would expect, but without the risk factor. So while there were a number of things to consider in the application of the patterns, it is also important to note that this study at this point did not set out to find out whether the application itself brought any benefits to the mall visitors. It simply examined the presence of these patterns in the malls, and I encourage further research to see how the presence in these malls affected both those who work in these malls and those who visit these malls, because the theory is that application of biophilic design and its elements in malls will bring more people to these malls, which will in turn increase the revenues of the shops and the malls in general. So it is encouraged that research is done and that the 14 patterns are applied as necessary in the malls selected. Thank you for listening to me, and I would like to acknowledge the assistance of Dr. Francisca Odundo and Dr. Maina for their assistance in conducting this study, even as I continue with it.
Thank you, Mercy.
You're welcome. Any
For
questions?
sharing your design thoughts and research. With a call for the third world to design smart cities I think you are in an appropriate area of research. But I have a few questions. Mercy, are we with you?
Yes.
What was your research design? What methods and tools did you use to collect the data you shared with us? And what
Yes,
was
I
your
have
sampling
shared.
strategy?
Sorry?
How many malls? A few questions. Just pick them, then you'll answer later.
Yeah, I've not heard the last thing you said.
What was your research design?
Mm-hmm.
What are the methods and tools you used to pick the data that you've
Mhm.
shared with us? Your sampling strategy, how many malls are in current area from which you selected those and why?
Mm-hmm.
I thank you. If any other questions, minor questions? There is a question. Penelope?
Hello.
I thank you, Mercy, for that presentation. It was inspiring. I'm not an interior designer, so I would really want to understand what that design is all about. Because you talked about collecting data using observation and photography, if I got you well, I would have loved to see
Yes.
some images trying to explain to us in detail what this design is. And when you're talking about the design not being applied on malls, and of course you had your own interpretation of what happens thereafter, but you know, as a layman, I'd really want to relate with your presentation in terms of the visual aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Penelope. Maybe those visual aspects will help her explain biophilic design elements that she's referring to. Maybe the visual would concretize that information and maybe make way forward on the interventions that she's trying to incorporate in architectural malls in current. Any other question?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for that presentation, irrespective of the technicalities. This is very interesting, especially now that we are moving to smart cities. I was last in June, I was in Kenya, and I remember we visited Konza Technopolis, and this is one of the smart cities you're developing in Kenya. These biophilic design elements, are they, what specific elements are you integrating in this design process? Or you are looking at all the design elements? Because for me it is very important to understand. And what do you envisage at the end of your study? I would like you to clarify on that. And are you taking any lessons from what I just said, Konza Technopolis, what they are doing? Is this part of, you think it can support, or are you borrowing a leaf? Because it looked to be very interesting, and I think what they are doing there largely could inform your study. Thank you very much.
Any other comment before Mercy replies? Okay, Mercy, we are listening.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So the first question was about the research design that I used. I used qualitative research design and used purposive sampling methods because the area of study was very categorical, that I wanted to look at malls because these are spaces that are accessible to a large number of people from different age groups, different cultures. So it's not limited, for example, like hospitals or schools. And my sampling methods for the molds, I categorized the molds into 3 categories: high-end, medium, and low-end categories, so that I don't just look at the molds that are quote unquote expensive or high-end, because those ones will definitely have the money to incorporate more than smaller molds. And I took 2 molds from each category. So that is what I used for my comparative analysis. And I used research tools. I used different research tools. So first, the molds that I mentioned were studied by 5 interior designers. Then I gave semi-structured questionnaires to visitors at the molds to give me their general view of the molds themselves in the different molds. And then I used photography to capture the current state of these molds. And I apologize that I did not include images. Now I see that they will really have helped to translate the message. And I also used observation and focus group discussions to collect data from, I used focus group discussions with interior design students at their final year in school. So for the elements that I looked at, I took the 14 patterns that I mentioned that are categorized into nature in space, nature of the space, and nature analogs. So there are 14. I can quickly go through them. There's visual connection with nature, which is things like trees, plants, non-visual connection with nature, which includes things like sounds that are found in nature. There is non-rhythmic sensory stimuli, which is sounds, for example, that you can't predict, like bird rustling of plants that you can't predict. There's thermal and airflow variability. There's water. There's dynamic and diffuse light, which changes like sunlight or moonlight or starlight, things like that. There's connection with natural systems, which includes things like climate and weather patterns, pollination, animal behaviors. There's biomorphic forms, which includes patterns and prints found in nature. There's material connection with nature, which includes materials that we find in nature, such as wood, leather, etc. There's complexity and order, which accommodates patterns such as beehives, ant hills, that are very complex in nature and are very specific in the way they appear. If you look at any ant hill, it will look the same wherever it is. There is prospect, which is the promise of more to come. Like if you take a winding corner, for example, you will expect that at the corner you'll see more after that. There's refuge, and I'm going as fast as I can. There's refuge from natural elements such as rain and sunlight. There's mystery, which encourages you to be curious to find out more. So the same analogy as prospects, the curving edges will encourage you to want to see more at the end of the corner. And then there's risk, which is included by use of heights and transparent materials such as glass. And then the goal of my study eventually is to see how the application of these elements can create environments that will give you visitors in malls peace while they're in these malls, that will make them feel more peaceful, that will make them feel relaxed, make them feel happier. And studies show that a good mood makes one likely to spend more. So the theory is that improving the well-being of people or the current state of people while they are in malls will encourage them to buy more from these malls. So that is the end goal of my study. And I look forward to finding out if this has been done in these malls as I continue with my research.
Thank you, Mercy. A quick one.
Yes.
What theory informs your research? Which design
Sorry?
which design theory informs your research?
The theory that I followed was human-centered design, because what I am looking at especially is how the environments we are exposed to affect our perception and our moods as people.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to Mercy? Mercy, you are researching on an interesting concept. We look forward to for you to share your results with us. And thank you for being part of this summit. Thank you for the presentation. If there are no other questions to Mercy, we would like to invite our next presenter, who is Donna Moyne from University of Carnegie Mellon University, USA, and her presentation is going to be online. Donna is presenting to us Working Against the Design of Overconsumption, a speculative approach towards system change in fashion design. Donna, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me. I am waiting for screen sharing capabilities.
It's done.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are. Carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you everyone for your patience and allowing me to speak today. My name is Donna Mayone, and I recently graduated, as you had mentioned, from the PhD program in transition design at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. Today I'm going to talk about a concept that I'm working on about working against the design of overconsumption as a speculative approach towards system change in fashion design. And since I don't know anyone, I thought I would introduce myself. I am from Brooklyn, New York. I attended the Fashion Institute of Technology a very long time ago, which was my entry into the industry of fashion. I have a specialization in knitwear design, and I spent a long time as a design director in the mass market apparel. And as I also worked on business processes and systems to expedite the workflow of design of a garment through production. However, through this experience as a designer on a global scale, I was able to see how this process and expedited workflow caused ecological damage and human suffering. And it brought me concern that prompted me to want to learn more about new ways of designing. So I returned to school. I studied organizational behavior at NYU in New York University, and continued to study change and sustainable strategies at the new school, which is also affiliated with Parsons School of Design. And as I mentioned, I recently defended my dissertation in April, Recrafting Futures, Post-Material Transformations Toward Clothing Longevity at Carnegie Mellon. And so I also taught on the college level at both Parsons and Carnegie Mellon. And I am, in addition to my research on waste reduction in textiles, I do have a studio practice where I look at textile waste. So I wanted to share a little bit about how I go about looking at some of these problems. And so we know in the global north, the fashion industry encourages overconsumption through a system that makes it easy to discard clothing. And this system feeds the rapidly growing waste stream, resulting in waste colonization that halts both local economies and their culture. So designing clothing systems for a sustainable and socially just world requires a sensibility that considers clothing longevity and futures extending across scalar frameworks from individual to the planet. Here I show a little bit about my process. I began to map out the overproduction and overconsumption cycle of clothing, shown here at a very high level, and I don't have time to get into all of these, but we could dive into each one of these areas. But I wanted to point out the scalar nature from the individual that you can see on the bottom left to the global through the 5 domains, which we call STEEP: social, technical, economic, environmental, and political. All of these, I say, are I added values because they're all resting on values and our worldview. Coming from the global north, I have a very different, and being in mass production, I have a very different viewpoint on this. And I'm not at the receiving end of most of the unwanted textiles, but I have been, and recognize that I have been producing or helping to produce, not just me, but helping produce this sort of design cycle of overconsumption. So this sort of fueled my inspiration to try to look for ways to combat this. And so here I have little interventions of where I see myself intervening. And this is where I think it's important for design to understand that people come, you can be called a designer, but you can approach a problem from any particular area. So here is the transition design framework that I use, which is part of the program that I was in. It outlines new ways of designing through holistic views, drawing relationships between entanglements of the built environment. Complex problems such as textile waste so entwined that they need solutions that are also connected, interdisciplinary, and multi-scale. Cameron Tonkinwise also originated with Terry Irwin in developing this framework, suggests that the role of design has yet to make inroads into system-level design, and that it needs to work intrascale, that is, between the spaces that are obscured from everyday view. And we have much work to do to build designers' competencies to work at this intrascale level with fluidity. That is, be able to intervene once we see the relationships that are nested and entangled as these problems are. So the 4 pillars of transition design: vision, theories of change, mindset, and posture, and then the 4th is new ways of designing, can be explored as points of departure from traditional clothing design. Vision helps bring the unseeable to others, enabling the co-creation of ecologies of interventions needed to dismantle the status quo by including past, present, and future stories as a blueprint for the future. Visioning is essential to building a theory of change. One theory of change that I am talking about here is a practice called cosmopolitan localism. It promotes interregional and planet-wide networking between place-based communities that share knowledge, technology, and resources. Kossoff says it requires interdisciplinary practices focusing on complex long-term projects with a socially driven mission. It aims for eco-local, place-based economies that prioritizes quality of life. And exploring the 3rd pillar of transition design, mindset and posture, to understand one's own position or the openness of change between yourself and others. This influenced my research on how I used self-reflection and autoethnographic writing about recrafting materials and textiles that contribute to the shift of a posture change for designers for long-term transitions. Connecting these pillars of transition design will allow new ways to practice and orient perspectives to make tangible through either small scale experiments like I have done in my own practice, or can be larger projects. And so one thing that this brought me to a question of how might we build a counter narrative and alliances within the flow of textile waste to create an ecology of interventions to stop waste colonization. And I ask this as a way to help, there we go. I ask this as a way to help design out waste for waste toward a more just future. And so I'm going to go quickly through where I think designers can participate, create, or be design activists. So participation, for me, as it looks like for me, I have looked at ways to interact with clothing to build appreciation and usefulness. And from my point of view or my perspective from where I am, as I had mentioned, clothing is seen as disposable, particularly in the United States. I am looking at ways to design more engagements with our clothing than designing more clothing. And I do this through storytelling. I have also done some wardrobe studies that I don't have time to get into, but also writing about care of clothing. Secondly, to bring and to create spaces to raise questions about ethics and the need for care and design and our social values. And I see this as bringing this into design education, not as a sort of add-on to the normal design studies, but to bring this in as a way to make this a central focus of who we are as designers and our responsibility in creating futures. And design as design activists. So design, that's design in action. So it could be quiet activism, which could be something as simple as mending as a counter narrative to the fashion regimes that are pushing the norms of buying something new every week, or just through social media, constantly pushing newness, or on anarchists working on a more, I could say, visible level in fighting for change against the regimes. So, and that would be repairing beyond the garment, but to also reclaim value and to also repair not just garments, as I said, but to repair the damage that has already been created by this system level, in the systematic level of textile waste. And that would be to work within the socio-technical regimes to be able to design for change. So one area that I'm looking at is, because of my background in clothing, I'm looking at developing new ways of talking about secondhand clothing. Minter talks about this as the third market, where secondhand clothing may be disassembled or reconfigured. And so here I have the area in gray on the bottom right is the area that I'm of most interested in, that could come from dead stock garments. Garments are sometimes burned when brands don't want them to be out in the discounted market or secondhand market. So are there ways to redesign sort of I call them the design mistakes, things that were made that were never sold. So that is one area that could be looked at. And also secondhand garments, which are middle of the column on the left. Are there ways to disassemble? And there are companies that are doing this now, but I think that there is not a discipline of design to talk about how do we dismantle the garments, and it will then inform, this information can then inform the first generation design, new design, if you will. So there's a lot of work to be done in this, but this is the area of lot that we already, that exist already. So what this brings me to is methods, sort of addressing the nodes of mindset and posture in transition design to engage with a practice of designing for system change. While this may look like small steps, having a theory of change of how this may be brought about over time is important. And then material flow, looking at recrafting the secondhand clothing to move materials toward continued use and to build social values across scale. So how can we scale that up? And part of my reason for talking today is to see if there are others to gain different perspectives that may want to engage in this type of work. And then also building competencies, building design competencies toward designing experiences for garment longevity and multiple ways of activism across this scale. So how do we do this? Right now, this is very speculative, and I'm looking for more ways to scale this up and take some further action. So that is all for today. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and I look forward to comments.
Thank you for sharing with us, Donna.
Thank you.
It's an interesting research area, and we have a colleague who is doing a research that is somehow related to yours. I think I'll link you up with Madame Penelope Sasire. You could work together because she's also looking into the area of reusing, recycling, upcycling second-hand fabrics. So it will, I think you'll be good for each other.
Thank you.
I'd like to open the floor. And there's a question from Dr. Mtunji.
Thank you, Donna, for this insightful presentation. I've had cosmopolitan localization, or then the other word was transitional design, and you are looking in textile, and that's where my interest is. And I know transition design, it's an area where we know culture is not static, it keeps on moving. And I want to know, in your area where you are located in that part of the world, if transition design is embraced. Does culture influence transition design? And if it does, which culture does it? Which culture do you apply in that transition? For example, when we have the Jamaican style of dress, the way they put on the scarves, we have the dreadlocks, we have the different body styles. Do these also influence the transition of design? Two, generational and intergenerational design that you talked about, and then you talked about material flow, and then you talked of repurposing or recrafting the second-hand material to be used for to continue being used. I was wondering, when you do the material flow and you craft the garments or the clothes in that part of the world, do the community still put them on, or you craft them for export? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for all of those questions.
Could you
part of
ask them all the
the
questions?
beauty of being able to present?
There's another question.
Yeah.
From Weekly.
I have. Oh, sure.
Thank you very much, Donna, for your presentation. It was very clear. I was just thinking, is it a problem to overconsume? How do you contextualize that? Because in today's world, especially in the area of fashion, where people want to change every other minute, is that a problem?
Donna, you can answer the questions now. Donna, are you on? Who muted her? Please unmute your computer, Donna. Meanwhile, Penelope, you can also ask.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much, Donna, for your presentation. To me, it was really very loud and clear that you're trying to deal with the issue of overconsumption of textiles, which is creating a lot of waste, and also trying to deal with decolonizing, especially us on the other side of the globe. Yeah, because to date, I want to believe that not many people from the global south actually have yet understood the idea of textiles creating a lot of waste, because we embrace a lot of, used clothes, second-hand clothes, but we don't know that there is an element of, colonization in the whole process. One of the areas that I have really appreciated is the slide where I talked about designing out waste towards justice. And you gave us different aspects of participating, creating, and designing. Now, I'm trying to understand within your space how many people you're able to influence to actually change their mindset, to adopt to this new design that you are creating. Because I believe that there is need for mindset change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Penelope. Any other question or comments? Donna?
Okay.
One last.
Well, thank you. Those are all. One last. Okay.
Please carry on. We'll give you the next questions after. Carry on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The questions are really inspiring for me to continue this research as this is just the beginning. So I'm going to start with the first question around transition design and acknowledging that it is not a static. First of all, the model is not meant to be static, really just for a perspective, a new way of designing besides the design funnel that we normally use for product development. So this is really not about product development, but looking for designing transitions or designing change. And I think before I'd mentioned I had a change management background. So this is, for me, and I know it's different from everyone's perspective, but for me, taking the the models of change or change management and using that in a designerly way in my own space, in my own sort of with my own competencies. But when I used mindset and posture, and I think this is where culture comes in, because I've only been to Uganda twice. My husband he works on maternal health in Uganda. So I have a little bit of understanding of Uganda, but certainly not to the level. As far as the culture in being able to inform, this is part of the process and part of my own positionality as a designer from the global north. If I want to, I have come to understand that my designs or my impact does not stop in the global north. It has far-reaching effect. So now I'm in a position to ask, how do I interact with people across the globe that are being impacted? What do I need to learn? I have to admit my own ignorances on culture and the outcome. You know, I can study it. Obviously, I'm not living it day to day. So that is an area that I want to learn more about. And also, yes, culture does inform. Culture and worldview, I could say, informs this practice, in that one area that I came to understand is that I don't know if I could call it culture damage, but the fact that we are sending clothing to African countries that are inappropriate to the culture, or even size, it's just, that's where it's colonization, right? We're taking over just land with things that are not valued here. So one of those areas where I thought I could is, how do we increase the value here? Obviously, working against the large regimes of branded fashion in the United States, particularly with social media having such a greater force. Going back to someone's question on how many people can I actually impact, I see that through design education is one area that I can do. I can also, even when I wear a garment that has visibly mended item on it, like they might have a patch that I intentionally kept, and I may embroider something on it, and someone will ask, why did you do that? And then that actually gives me a very small stitch, can give me a larger platform to talk about it. And also, as far as integrating the intergenerational design, I feel that the way to look at secondhand or third or regenerated clothing can be a way to add your own signature or culture to something that's already existing. Similar to, I don't know if you're familiar with, graffiti artists tag other people's work, right? They make it their own, they put their own hand on it. So that is one way that I think people in any place, right? Because if Western clothing is in Uganda now, how do you make that Ugandan? We can't take it back. That's not, maybe we can. That would be very radical, sending it back. But how can we, with what we have or with the situation, and how could you something that's within our reach right now? And through transition design, look at long term, how is that a pathway to changing it in the future? So I don't know if I've answered everyone's question. The question about designing out justice, designing out waste is a form of justice. And the actions that designers can take, I would say, is probably the area that needs the most work for myself, between the theoretical and the practice, and to bring about new language that will help me articulate this in further detail as how it relates to this particular problem space, and how that might contribute to the language of others to further the conversation, to create more action around this. That's all I have for now. I'm not sure if I answered everyone's questions.
Penelope was asking, don't you think it's a question of mindset? Overconsumptionism, is it? She was asking, what do you think?
Yeah, so
and then
overconsumption
is in the global north using us as a dumping ground? What's your thinking?
Yes. Yeah, so I think when I first learned of that part of the system, they don't teach that in fashion design school, right? Nobody taught what happens after you give your garment to the customer. And so it wasn't until I did further research in graduate school that I came to realize of this enormous problem, and that that just having the knowledge of it helped shift my mindset. I initially went to graduate school, to learn to make more sustainable clothing, as opposed, and I came out of graduate school saying we should stop make any clothing. We have enough culture. It is considered patriotic to go shopping. After 9/11, the president got on the TV and told people to go, literally said, go shopping. Like that was not what we needed after 9/11. And I lived about 14 blocks from ground zero. And so shopping was not going to solve this problem. But however, this is what is sort of promoted as being patriotic, to raise the economy, to buy more things. That, and I probably TV and told people to go, literally said, go shopping. Like that was not what we needed after 9/11. And I lived about 14 blocks from ground zero. And so shopping was not going to solve this problem. But however, this is what is sort of promoted as being patriotic, to raise the economy, to buy more things. That, and I probably could have zoomed in on a single bubble on overconsumption and what drives that. But there's a whole sort of subsystem supporting that, with low labor, unfair labor wages that allow someone in the United States to buy a t-shirt for $2.99. Obviously someone else paid for their time for that, and it's not the consumer. So shifting the mindset, I think, needs some time for reflection and ability to have some honest discussions about what's needed, both on a personal level and how that can trickle into a larger community.
Thank you, Don. There was another question. Kindly keep on line. I see.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. I'm called Jessica. And thank you for your presentation. I had 3 questions in mind, but I don't know, you tried touching a few of them, as looking at what intervention are you trying to bring in, or what problem is really at hand, because clothing is for everyone. I was looking at which group or culture are you targeting to recycle these. Maybe can we lower it down to which type of gender are you targeting to recycle this? And then which type of fabric, can it be cotton, can it be silk, are you looking at to recycle? Or the kind of garments, is it checked or flowered or plain? Thank you.
Then have you picked that?
Okay. Yes, I've heard all of that. So I'm going to start with the easiest to answer first. Predominantly, the gender is female because in the United States, there is more fashion, or the fashion changes more rapidly for women's fashion than for men's fashion. So
hello?
Recording in progress.
We lost your voice.
So when I look at this as a sort of a system level in my position, I think about how I can make an impact on multiple scales, right? And then what is that thread? So on a personal level, some of the groups that I've worked with are community level groups, like community centers in Brooklyn, New York. In Pittsburgh, I worked at the public library where we had mending sessions. And people thought, why would I want to mend my clothing? That sounds like a chore, until I showed them the creative mending that I've done. And suddenly we were able to come together as a community, have discussions. It was much more about community than it was about actually how to stitch and fix your clothing. So those are the groups that I like to work with. As far as fabric, I would say I would be open to any fabric. And I particularly like to think about which are the ones that are the biggest problems. So that's a whole other discussion on which textiles can be recycled easier than others. So things that have spandex or a stretch lycra cannot be recycled on a fabric level because it starts to gum up, like it starts to become rubberized in the shredding process because of the heat. So those fabrics might be better off trying to recycle or upcycle into something else as opposed to recycling into another fabric. So I think, of course, you had mentioned silk or cotton. I think most of the garments, I don't have the number on the top of my head, but there is polyester cotton blended fabrics are the highest, I want to say 70% of mass-produced clothing. So because it's an intimate blend, it's very hard to recycle this. There's people who are doing things to separate those fibers. That's not the area that I'm researching or working in. I know that there's plenty of other people looking at that on a technical level. So, but those garments could still be upcycled into new garments as a way to make them something new and interesting. So did that answer your question?
Yes. Yes, you did. She says you answered her.
Oh, I can't hear.
Okay. You can't hear us? Donna? I think it is our internet connectivity. Is there any other question for Donna? Or comment? If there is none, Donna, we thank you and wish you well on your research. And we hope whatever you upcycle is of use to the communities that you interacted with as your participants, and it's contributory to their livelihoods. Oh, okay, thank you for now. Good afternoon. I think we can move to our next presenter. Mr. Ebayu. Caleb. And after Bayu, Edward, you get ready. Ebayi is sharing with us his research on developing animation videos for Iteso folk narratives in eastern Uganda. It's an ongoing research, but he has already information that he can share with us and is of interest for all of us in the design arena of virtual storage areas. Caleb, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name's Ebayi Caleb, a master's student of Kyambogo University. To talk about myself and the research I'm carrying out, it's inspired by the work I do. I'm an animator and I really love what I do. So, looking at this, have come to say that there is a lot we are missing out with how we tell our stories. We invest a lot in looking at other people's stories and we forget what we have. Our kids today love other stories and they embrace them more, forgetting what we have. So this inspired my research about telling the Iteso folk stories using animation as a tool. My choice for animation is, it's something that is easily accessible and we can share with everyone. The other thing is, animation silently talks. Yes, you're going to say that it has sound, it does this, but there is a silent talk behind that whole talk. Everyone who sees something concerning animation is going to actually be perceiving it in his own way, okay? So with this research, which is actually ongoing, I try to go deep into understanding how is this helpful to our community? How does it build our nation? Looking at the summit name itself, the Uganda Design Summit, and our tagline is weaving an Afrikan mat, okay? And we cannot weave an Afrikan mat if we don't have the stories to weave. The stories we are told are woven in our own lives. But as life goes on, we embrace other people's stories, forgetting what we really have. So with this, I feel that whatever I'm researching on is trying to build onto the future and the people we are looking at in the future. So, being that this is an ongoing project, it's still being supervised by my supervisors, Dr. Wycliffe and Mr. Diedu. They've been helpful in this research. So, with our title being Developing Animation Videos for the Iteso Folk Narratives in Eastern Uganda, it tells us who are the Iteso. So the Iteso are primarily, the Iteso reside in Eastern Uganda and some western parts of Kenya. These people have embraced a lot of education and change. So they really love to learn. And in the course of learning, they've adopted a lot of information from other people and left their own. So these guys have a rich cultural heritage whereby they tell stories which are usually told by the elders, and these are passed on down to the kids. So these stories are always moving from one generation to another, and they have been changed and interchanged over and over again. So how did these guys start? These people, before they tell a story, they usually need to get why should they tell a story. We know that storytelling is a way of educating, okay? And these were always told after a kid has done something wrong, or they want to tell this kid something. So whenever they see a child misbehaving, they would tell him after he's been caught in the act. Because you cannot educate someone clearly and he understands unless you know why you're educating this person. So in the same way, the Iteso elders used to tell these stories, which comprised a number of folk narratives, of which one of these is the Greedy Nyangilo. Why the Greedy Nyangilo? It's woven around food, and we know all of us love to eat. This story tells about a character's greed, and just as I've said that we all love to eat, okay? Food drives a lot of what we do, and it helps us grasp things clearly. These stories really influence the people today, and they have also been adopted in various forms. The stories that were told by the Iteso were put into books. These books were sent to schools, they were put online, and some were also recorded in videos. So the stories are usually packaged in a variety of forms. And this is because every story can be told in a different way. Every person tells it differently. We are told one thing, we understand it, and we change it into what we think about it. This helps to talk to the different ages and the different societies, connecting them to the kind of information we want to give to them. In this case, animation presents an opportunity. Like I said earlier on, it helps us share the information we have. If I do it randomly now here, you'll find that a number of us have got smartphones, and we know what's trending right now. We know which video is on right now. So in the same way, if we take advantage of the technology that is developing and we use it to the advantage of ourselves, we can spread out our culture, and we don't let our culture die out. Through the use of animation and digital storytelling techniques, we can weave the entire culture of the people we are looking at, which are the Iteso, to tell about their beliefs and customs and their cultural heritage. This research is a qualitative research, and it was done using the ethnographic research. Why ethnographic is because I can't tell the story of the Iteso unless I understand them. I can't know why they did this, why they told the stories, unless I know how they told them and how they impacted the world, the people that they were told to. And it's adopting a narrative structure theory according to Roland Barthes. And Roland emphasizes that stories have got a flow, okay? They have 3 levels of description. they have the function, action, and narration. Like I said earlier on, these stories were told after something has happened, after they've seen a child or a student, a child do something, or they were told after a song. This is the level of narration. How do I get the attention of the people I'm telling? How do I get the information across to them? Yes, we are telling the story, but before we tell the story, do we have the attention of the people? If we've not yet got the attention, the stories we are telling will not be understood. So that's the narration part of Roland Barthes' theory. The action part is, Roland argues that the function part is that Roland argues that every part of a story has got information that it has. We can never use a word in a story unless it has hidden information, a hidden meaning. Unless it has something it's going to play in the future, we cannot use it. The second part of Roland's narration is the description. What makes up the story we have? Stories are built basing on the environments we live in. I can never tell a story unless I've lived there. So the folk narratives which were told by the Iteso were stories which were once there. They may have been inspired by the environment they lived in, so they ended up adopting the stories into the things, the experiences they lived into the stories they are telling. And the third part is that of narration, which I had earlier on talked about, which talks about how do we even tell the story, okay? Being that I'm working on animation, like our title said earlier on, animation has got various steps that it needs for us to do the action. I cannot dive into the animation before I even know what I'm going to animate, okay? This was guided by ethnography. Like I said, we need to understand the people we are working with. And these people we are working with, I had to take photos of how they live and how they interact with their environment. So the animation process involves the pre-production, production, and post-production. The pre-production stage may also be understood as the planning stage, and it's the stage at which we understand the whole story we are going to tell. Not until we've understood the story, we won't be able to tell it. In this pre-production stage, I carried out research, which involved taking photos of the environment. I took the houses, the environment they live in, the granary, and how they hang their utensils. The animals, which are part of the Iteso, they are so partial to them that they need to have them everywhere. And the utensils they used. Iteso are known for loving their local brew called Ajon. And this image shows the distillation process of the Ajon. The image is showing how influential the women are in the Iteso community and how they use whatever they have to build their homes. The character design process, which is one important part of animation, it's designed to bring out the innermost thoughts of a character. Each character needs to be appreciated in the simplest ways. We don't need to have a lot of detail to understand it. You need to see it at once, then you perceive it and interpret it into your own understanding. These are done through loose sketches. Like in this case, I didn't do very detailed drawings because I was drafting out my ideas, which are to be translated into 3D models. In this case, I used Autodesk Maya, which is considered a 3D, the industrial standard software for 3D animation, and this helped develop these characters. The characters are ongoing and being developed for the animation process. The different characters to be used in this were all developed individually so as to embrace the different traits and what they are meant to represent in the story. For instance, this character on the screen, in the story which is to be worked on, shows the father, and it tries to signify how he takes care of himself and how the people see him. And okay. These are some of the traits for the environment, which is yet to be used for the animation process. Through this whole entire process, the characters you saw earlier on are translated into animation, but this is not just done by moving it, no. You have to give it an entire skeleton. These characters are considered dead not until you add life to them. So it's done through the rigging process, which involves creating a set of skeletons which are used to drive the character. These are then later on animated by the animators to give it motion. The images are showing the rigging process, and these are joints in Maya, and these are used to drive the characters that tell the story you are telling. Behind the joints we are seeing, there is a network of processes. These are done by the computer. You can program them to make the action do itself, or you can go backdoor and reconnect the whole system yourself. Basing on that, the animation process, this research emphasizes the importance of culture. Like I said earlier on, I'm doing translating the Iteso folk narratives using animation, okay? So unless I understand culture, I can't tell my story. The whole process I've told of how I developed this, it shows how important my art side is. But which story am I telling? Taking me back to the theme of the function, which is weaving an African mat. We cannot weave the mat unless we understand why we are weaving it. As I end, I want to play a short video that shows the characters that I developed, trying to represent which character and how they are and what they need to tell in the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Your research is interesting. Let me start from where you had ended.
Thank you.
I wish I had some Akogo music in that clip you've shared with me. I'd really go back to Tesoland.
Okay, thank you.
It is, I'm one of the ardent advocates for culture restoration, cultural storage, culture posterity, recording culture for posterity. I'm wondering whether you noticed that, or what made you want to go into putting Iteso, folklore, making them virtual? Do you think they were fading away? My question. Two, how about going further and developing books for the local communities that may not have the equipment to watch your videos? Further, as a further arm of your research, you could develop books that can be distributed to those schools. The concept of virtual material is good, but have you thought about the consumer? Whom are you designing for? Can they access your material easily and use it to inform their next generation? I thank you for looking into cultural restoration and posterity. I open the floor to anyone who has a question. Let us first pick, Caleb, let's first pick all the questions, then you'll answer one.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Caleb. This is bringing the Iteso culture in the map. One of them, very interested. So with your name, I'm thinking maybe are you a Kumam or an Iteso, because if you're doing ethnography, are you doing it from home or you've gone to another, of course the Itesos are wide, those of Komi, those of Katakwi, Soroti. How long did you take with them, or you're still with them? Because I can see you're already in a process of developing the animations. The moderator talked about how about the storybooks. I see we have a museum now established. How about if you had those stories first put in books form before, or maybe you have them, stories already made, because being in the field means you're going to sit and put things together. I know I've tried to do some animations. You can't, of course, do an animation without a story or an intention. I see you trying to develop, the story there was greed, meaning that is for food. Of course, the Iteso culture have diverse stories. There is marriage, there is food, there is the cultural activities, initiations and the rest, the twins, burials and the rest. Are you weaving them all to make one mat? And thank you so much. Thank
you. Shortwave, Madam Penlo. Let's keep our questions and comments brief. We have another presenter.
Thank you very much, Caleb, for that presentation. But now my point of concern is, through that research you are carrying out, how is it going to help our younger generation, more especially in our time where we find the youth depending more on the Western culture, and they tend to disregard our culture, the African culture. Say, for instance, the way we dress, the way we eat, the kind of music we listen to, because they have totally disregarded the African culture as something which is outdated, it has expired. So how is it going to, how are you going to win back the love for our culture, African culture? Thank you.
Madam Penlop had a question. Then we'll leave Caleb to answer. Or a comment. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Your presentation is very lively. It's very good. It's amazing. For me, mine is a comment and maybe part of my expectations by the end of your project. I am thinking that you're also probably adopting the human-centered approach where you're designing for the Itesots, and I expect that you're going to translate these stories to their language maybe at the end of the day, and you are going to take these stories to them and you see what they think about them, whether they will own the stories as their as a representation, you know, of the Iteso culture. You know, when you dressed your models there, I was expecting something like a Gomesi, a girl, the mama dressed in Gomesi or something of the sort. But it is something to think about at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Penlop. There's one more question here. And I think it will be the last one.
Thank you very much.
Caleb, keep picking them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My question, I would ask, while we are documenting culture and all that, we are using a software, okay? Can you also look at having tutorials in the Itesot language for those students who want to learn the program? Yes, it was made by the Americans and whatnot, but how are we helping the students here understand the program better to animate their own stories, but also having used your process to learn the program, not necessarily having to go to school or using those English tutorials to learn? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Monica. Caleb, shoot.
Okay, thank you
to
for
the
your...
best of you. It's an ongoing research. So
Okay,
yeah.
thank you for all your contributions. And to answer the questions I have received, let me start with the simplest one I can answer very first of Amaya Niteso Okomam. And to talk about that, one of both. Okay? So...
You're a hybrid.
Yes, my mom is a Kumam and my dad is a Niteso. And what made me go... Okay, what made me go into the story is I saw that we are always looking for other people's things and we've forgotten our own. Before I even started this research, I was lucky that 3 people in my class were Iteso. I randomly asked them, do you even know any Iteso folk narrative? And none of them could answer apart from one. And even he himself didn't know it clearly. It implied that, yes, we are working so hard to get knowledge from other people, but we are forgetting who we are. When you go back to the homeland of the Iteso, you'll be surprised that they don't even, a number of them don't even know their dress code. Okay? Yes, I was asked a question that why didn't you adopt the Gomez? A Gomez is actually a cloth used mostly by the Baganda. It's not an Iteso dress code. But we take it to be an African attire. So a Gomez was, basing on the information I got, it was a uniform, I think, for Gayaza High School and brought in by Gomez, okay? So we just embraced it, meaning that we even dropped our own and we thought this is very good, okay? So these all tell me that, yes, these guys are giving us something good, which is good, but we also need to know what we are. I cannot be proud of myself yet I'm always comparing myself to someone else, okay? Our government is always telling us to love our country, but we can't love our country if we can't even love our own culture. Another question was asked that, how about developing books? About that, basing on the research I also did, the people I interacted with were telling, as I was asking them about the stories, and they were telling me, I don't know, I think there is a story, maybe there is somebody who knows it. Those are the answers I always got. They all ended up saying, they've been written in books somewhere. But if you ask them where are the books, they also don't know where to get them. I had to go through a deal of research to get one professor. I want to recognize Professor Simon Ogodia. It's actually, when I saw his research about the Iteso folk narratives, that I saw, wow, this guy has helped me see what we don't even have yet. So his research helped inform my research. And as for him, he was documenting. For me, I said, yes, these are written, it's okay, and it's good. But with the power of animation and looking at also what I presented, we can't animate without having research. Animation helps us to see not only to perceive the stories, but also build our imagination. I have met people who have never even seen a hut, but they know how a bungalow looks like. They know how a storage building looks like. And it's their dream to live in those houses.
Generation Z.
But the huts which were initially the houses we lived in were built depending on the environments we live in. The Iteso live in a semi-arid area which is hot. So if you live in a hut, you won't feel the heat. But if you live in the bungalows which have been built today, you'll find that everyone runs out of the house and goes and sits under the tree. So this animation process helps to tell guys that, yes, the houses, the bungalows are good, they are nice. They make us feel that we've developed, but the huts we also lived in helped protect us from a lot of things that come as a result of climate change. Another question was how is it going to help? How is it going to help our children? Okay, this is a nice one. If we ask the parents here who have kids, the biggest number of times we see that their kids are always glued on TV. And the fact that they are glued on TV, they are saying Cocomelon, and they all know those songs. The animation which is going to be developed is going to incorporate the stories, the songs, and how the Iteso used to live. These are going to help the children learn about their culture. They are going to help the children identify themselves gladly and boldly that, yes, I'm an Iteso, or I'm an African. So when they see these stories, they are going to be inspired, but not only inspired, identify easily with their culture. And the other question is, can I teach the kids how to tell these stories? Teaching them is not the challenge. Getting them to love to tell the stories is the real question. Because once you're interested in something, learning how to do it is not a challenge. It all runs back down to interest. What I'm doing today is getting our children interested in their culture. I'm really happy that at the end of my presentation, people were eager to ask questions, okay? they were eager to ask. They wanted to know why this, why that. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? The fact that you guys ask question shows that your attention has been taken. You need to you want to know. You want to put in input, and that's the thing I would also wish to do with our children. I would love to see them know and love to associate with their culture. Uganda today, we have very few animators, and I personally have tried to train a number of them. They have happily embraced it and try to do work that tells the stories. The only challenge is because whatever they learn, they feel it's Western. They do, should I call it science fiction? They want to show how special the work they are doing is. But we cannot show special work unless we know what we have. As I answer the last thing, Madame Penelope recommended about adopting the gametes. The beauty about 3D animation is that you're allowed to change something at any time. So if you feel that this doesn't work nicely, you can change it to suit whatever you want. And in the process, you relate with the people you are working with. Yeah. Thank you.
There is one more question from Dr. Tusime Wycliffe.
Okay.
Then I'm still asking.
Yes.
So you're thinking of using a gomesi, you said it's not Itesot. Or you look into the original Itesot culture where Wycliffe.
Thank you, Caleb, for your presentation. It's more of a comment. You know, we are in this together. You saw my name there. So, but there are some questions I think either so ask you and for having a provocative presentation. You can see how you have engaged the audience. I think from my side, that's a plus already. But also, I think there was something to do with storybooks versus animation. I needed to add something to your submission and maybe to guide as you go forward with your project. One, if I remember very well, is that in your submission you indicated that already some of this information that has been put in books is there, and that was part of our source for the story. And this also brings me to the issue of how are you playing along with the Western culture in your project. And I think this is also the ground work, because you think the fact that people now are more tending towards Western kind of lifestyle, this is why this project is coming in, to bridge that gap. More children and adults, as you said from your friends, are more on social media and the like. And also most households now have television and other digital devices. So the animation part is coming in to blend, because since we are losing this, people are no longer, yesterday, and to weave in what came out of yesterday's presentation, the keynote speaker for today yesterday mentioned that when an elder dies in the village, it's like you have buried everything, because in Africa it's evidential that we don't write so much. In other words, we don't record our stories. So the Iteso folk narratives are dying out partly because of the traditional recording that is part of the human that are telling stories. So we are saying, let us see how we can bring in the old culture into the new culture to see how we go forward. And so I just wanted to supplement to what you have responded to people. And the issue of tutorials, already you have said that you're teaching through this animation because children will learn. But I think the participant was asking something different. I don't know if you have the answer to it and whether it is in the scope of your study. Can you develop tutorials in Iteso language? In other words, it was more about how people can use the software perhaps to tell their own stories or stuff like that. But I'm wondering whether that is in your scope. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
There was a word in your presentation, STO. So it was supposed to be STOCK. Stop.
I hope you've got that.
No,
Thank you.
Okay.
Any commentary to Dr. Tsime, or you embrace what he has given you?
Okay, let me comment about that. With the last one, he said, I was asked about, can I make tutorials in Iteso language? Yes, it's possible to do this, but like how this research is not about teaching the children how to use the software. It's about letting them embrace the culture they have. Once they embrace the culture, the software can be taught. Like I said earlier on, have been teaching people, and they have used it also to tell their stories. The next thing is, actually in line with that is, can it be done in Ateso language? The final video of the animation is intended to be in Ateso, and the English speakers will have to read and understand what the message is really about. Because I can't tell you Ateso language unless you understand it.
And the background music?
The background music is also going to be Ateso. This was, the music was put in as a quick fix because I can't just use someone's music without recognizing them. So the background music is going to be Ateso, and I'm looking for which music is specific, like the story is about food. And there was also a question I had forgotten to answer, which is about, yes, there are many stories, why did I choose food? When you're doing a master's, it's time bound. We have a lot we would love to put in, but due to the interest of time, we would start with what we can handle, then we go to the rest after. That's what I'm looking at, doing that after this, and it will help build my research later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Penelope has a comment. Before Penelope comes in, have you seen Katoto animation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Okay, now. You see the kind of music, how it relates to the narrative?
Yes.
Yeah. Penelope, a quick one. We are time bound.
Yeah. For me, I would think that you'd be proud to tell the Itesot story to the rest of the world as well. So much as you're using the Iteso language, it would be good also to keep the translation so that you don't eliminate others completely from your stories.
Yes, actually I had said it's going to be in Iteso language, but you'll have to read the translations down as you're watching.
He's going to incorporate
yes,
English?
The English language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caleb, and for an ever engaging session.
You're welcome.
Now we open the floor to Edward Kamugisha. Is it a comment or question? Go ahead, please. Joseph, go ahead. Let's first flash back to Caleb. Yes, carry on.
Thank you for the presentation. It was quite interesting. Mine is just a comment. Just out of experience, I've come to learn that retention and procedures that involve a bit of interactivity into what you consume tend to make a lot more meaning. And I was asking the presenter that during the design process, did he think about the interactive version of the theme that is engaging the consumer of the information?
Have you picked that? He can start the first part. I picked the last one.
He says, did you think about the interactive version of your animation whereby the user can also like engage
yes.
your product?
Okay. About that, I had not yet thought about it because, like I said, the initial research was about telling the story. Interactivity, I'll look at gamifying it, turning into a game, so that the children not only can watch it, they will be able to play the games that are in the stories, making them embrace a feeling of how these children also used to play. But however, that is going to be done after this, because it's also a spin-off of this research. And the assets are around and can be used for that. Okay, thank you.
I thank you, Caleb. Because your research has a scope, but after you can carry on and do other researches emerge. That could be a continuation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will listen to Edward Kamjisha, who is exploring harnessing plant law through traditional herbal medicine. He's looking at the material culture of the Batwa from southwestern Uganda. He has an interesting story to tell. Edward, you'll talk about yourself, your bio. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Kamjisha Edward Sajabi, a PhD student at Kyambogo University in the School of Art and Industrial Design. I'm doing it in design and visual culture. And I'm looking at how traditional herbal medicine has been woven in the process, in the healing processes by the Batwa community as a material culture. And I'm a painter. So my elective is painting. And I'm sure all of you have seen one of my products, because one of the presenters put the first painting which I talked about, that you put the first image which opens your slide, and she projected a painting which I asked her how relevant is that painting to her study. My topic is harnessing plant lore through traditional herbal medicine, and I'm looking at the material culture of the Batwa people in southwestern Uganda. And this is the area where I come from. Plant lore, what does it mean to talk about plant lore? Plant lore simply means that traditions that are given to or passed on to generation through beliefs and storytelling or anecdotes. So we are looking at how these Batwa people use it to get information from the elders and use the same information in treating ailments in the time they were still in forests. Who are these Batwa? The Batwa people are the pygmy type of people who are short in nature. They are funny. In fact, when you look at them, they are very short as me. But I'm not a Mutwa. So these people are abnormally short. And the story goes that they used to live in forests. And they share the same characteristics to those of Asiatic pygmies who are described by the Negritos population, and the oceanic pygmies who are described by the population of the Aboriginals, the Solomon Islands, and the people from Fiji. In Africa, we look at these people from Central Africa, right from Mali. We look at Ghana, we look at Congo, we look at Rwanda, and we look at even South Africa, and finally Uganda. These people lived in forests since time immemorial. They lived in forests. But when the government was rearranging or doing rearrangement, turning these forests or changing these forests into conservation areas, these people were evicted. They were relocated. They were removed from forests, and they currently stay on the edges of these forests. Meaning that now that they were removed from forests, their material culture has been a little bit affected, if not being wiped out completely. And of today, these people no longer practice some of their material culture as they used to do in forests, because they are people who are believed as hunters, as collectors, and gatherers. So ever since they were removed from forests, they have experienced hardships. And what is the study looking at? As a painter, I'm looking at their material culture and use them as sources of inspiration to produce paintings which are going to be showcased in museums, heritage centers, and others, collected as souvenirs by tourists. I live at a stone's throw distance with these people. I have seen how they have suffered. And they are very interesting. But suffering doesn't mean that they are supposed to cease from sight. Now, I looked at their suffering. I said, I cannot help them to come out of those sufferings. But as the way artists communicate, you have to come in and use every possible means of communicating so that you create an impact in the look of the people or in the community. Batwa were relocated and are restricted to go back to forests to collect herbal medicine. Now, my study is about herbal medicine, how they used herbal medicine when they were still in forests, and what they are doing of today when they are out of forests. The study visualized into Batwa beliefs in herbal remedies through plant lore and document them for purposes of giving insights to scholars and the upcoming generation as part of the major study. When you look at those images, each image has a certain type of plant it is showing and the type of ailment it cures. There are some people, many people have written about the plant lore, the traditional herbal medicine, depending on the type of indigenous ethnic group they are looking at. We have this man, this is Gashenzon, and Ula have talked about how medicinal plants have been used by different indigenous groups. The research was qualitative in nature, and it employed ethnography as a research design. Ethnography in a sense that as I was collecting my data, I stayed with these people for some time, and I listened to their conversations, I interviewed them, and I carried out discussions in groups, and then I also analyzed documents, because I know many people have written about these people, and there is some document, there is some information I could not extract or get from these people. I could only get that one from the documents. I have studied these people from the mountain ranges, Mugahinga, Muhabura, and the Sebinyo on the foothills, whereby a number of Batwa were interviewed, and they gave me the information which I am yet to analyze and bring it into light for people to look at and get more knowledge. As I was talking to these people about plant law and traditional herbal medicine, they talked of so many plants which they used, and among those, we look at I have these names in their local language, but again translated in scientific and English language. The first, one of the things that were discovered are in Tovo. This one in English it is called soda apple, and the scientific name is Solanum acariostrum. Then we have Ilava. Ilava, this is a fan species, which is Nephrolips exaltata. It is a type of plant which they use in curing some of the ailments, including allergy. Then we have Igitenatene. Igitenatene, this is a succulent plant, and I'm sure majority of you have seen this plant. It has leaves which are big, and it is propagated by leaf. In fact, you can see it on the other. Exactly, that is the plant. That one is a flowered plant, which these people used in whenever they would get dislocations and whenever their women would produce. Then after producing, they cut the umbilical cord. They would use this plant to heal the umbilical cord or the scar. Then we look at Isubio. Isubio, and this is a combination of Umuhanga, Mayesa lanceolata, and Umananila, Ramas plinoids. Then we have Umushenjesi, Umusiguli, Umutagala, Umurondorondo, and Umumba. When it comes to discussion, that's the exact plant I was talking about, the succulent a plant with succulent leaves. When we come to Intobo, which they call soda apple, this one, they talked about using it to cure pneumonia. And whenever a child would catch pneumonia, they would make some simple cuts on the body. Then they bring this fruit from soda apple, they crush it, and they would smear that on the cuts, and the child or the person would get healed of that ailment. As we were discussing, I heard ladies talking about this same plant, that this is, they said, idagara diabakobra. That's what they said. And they said that while laughing. And I developed interest in that. Why are they saying idagara diabakobra? So I approached some ladies and talked about this. So I was very keen about the idagara diabakobra. And what they told me, the children, I mean the girls, when they are approaching 11, 12 years, 13, 14 years, and they want to work on their private parts, especially the minora, the labia minora, the elongation of labia minora of young girls to prepare themselves for marriage. They would use this soda apple. They bring the fruit and put the fruit in fire. Then they squeeze the juice, and they use this juice to elongate the labia minora of their parts. We have Ilava. Ilava, this is a fan species, Nephrolips exaltata. And this one, this Ilava, it is a certain type of fan. That one. When you look at that man, he's just standing. That's a Mutwa who was showing me the type of fan, and that fan has some tubers under. So they go there and uproot, remove those tubers. They have the tubers. They dry it, and then they make flour out of it. They get this flour and mix it with milk, especially yogurt, the local yogurt. They put it in milk, and they give it a person who has developed allergy, and the person would get healed. Then we have isubyo. Isubyo is a type of medicine from mixed plants, two plants, umuhanga and umunanila. Whenever these batwa were in forests, and they lose an elder or an old person, they would get these two plants, crush them, and mix them with water. Then they would give a sip to each member of the family, and after burial, they would abandon that place completely. They moved another location. The purpose of doing this was because Umuhanga and Umunanira, they said they would push the spirits which would come back to disorganize family members and push them never to come back again. That's why they would drink that, and then they would sprinkle the rest to the family members, and then they abandon the place completely. Then there is the Omushenjesi. Omushenjesi is the type of plant also which they used whenever these Batwa, while they were in forest, they used to invade communities, the Bantu communities and the Bafumbira communities. Invading them, they would go there to pick some items which they don't have in their reach. And when they would reach the community and they find they have enough food, they would eat food. Sometimes they would go there when there are functions, and they would eat food. So whenever they would reach the forest, they would feel like as if they were charmed. And to do that, to avoid that, they would get this type of plant and chew it. Then after chewing it, they would vomit or throw away everything they have eaten, and they get healed of poison. There is Omusiguli and Omutagara. They are there. It is the Soranesio money. This is the two types of plants which they used to give ladies whenever they would give birth, and after birth delays to come out. They would make this medicine, give it to the lady, then the placenta would exit immediately. Then there is that one, Omlondorondo, the Gongronema angolensis. This one is a Viagra for Batwa. But not only Batwa, because I have come to realize that even some of our Chiga used that plant. But when I was with this Batwa in the forest, I saw a Mutwa eating a plant from nowhere. He cut the plant and ate it. Then I asked him, why are you eating that? It was sweet. The plant was sweet, and excuse me, I'm locating it. Sorry, it's a different. I think they brought a different PowerPoint. Yes, but that plant, they used to chew it, and we are not supposed to do those things. We are not supposed to test. But I remember a professor at Makerere was going to do research about syphilis, and when he looked for respondents, he could not get respondents. So what he did, he went to Chikone there and slept with those people, those ladies. He wanted to know how the person contracts that disease. So he started recording him, that gentleman. Then he made his research about syphilis. And the syphilis was going to take away this guy, not until the Americans intervened and took him to America, and he got healed from there. I need someone to help me here because it has vanished. Okay. So in conclusion, well, different plants used by Batwa are as remedies to ailments are in forests, and therefore Batwa should be educated on how to always collect these herbs with the help of national parks authorities without harming forests, and popularize this knowledge to even other communities so that it does not vanish. When the minister was talking about, was communicating yesterday, she brought in preservation of indigenous knowledge. And I think this is what we should do. We should always allow these Batwa to collect these herbs, and then we follow them and get this information so that we put it in records for posterity. The study recommends that the government should allow Batwa into forests to collect seedlings and different plants they used as herbs and plants and plant them in their homes. If this one is done, those people will keep their knowledge. The knowledge will be there, it will help them, and again, they will help the community to know that knowledge. Again, what if we incorporate the knowledge of those Batwa into in our factories? At least we get some like a mutwa in the factories of drugs, so that they utilize that knowledge of Batwa they incorporate it within the current knowledge of making drugs. I think this one would help us get new knowledge and also help these Batwa to get some upkeep. The study will contribute towards several national and international initiatives like SDG, that is supposed to be 3.4, 2023, which is a multiple and a universal resource on which sustainable development policies can be based in particular for most needed countries, and can lead to sustainable maintenance of well-being and health. So I look at this as a contribution to sustainable development goals. That's the little knowledge I had picked from this Batwa during the field work. Thank you very much for listening. And when you look at that image, you can see apparently from forests, when these people were relocated, that is the general setup of the Batwa where they live currently. The so-called Batwa, which is part of the pygmies we have in Africa. Thank you for viewing and listening to me.
Thank you, Edward. Transiting the Batwa from their original place of abode is leading to their extinction. I believe you have the statistics that they've even dwindled in numbers. So part of what the research Edward is carrying out is believed to keep indigenous knowledge that might get to extinction, because the Batwa are being affected by the new areas they are living in, they are being exposed to some are even perishing because of HIV. I was wondering whether there is a hub they have found in reference to that. And your interest, I know at the end of the day you're recording, yes, these are the narratives you generated, but I know you're recording visually too. I was expecting you to give us some images that you've developed from this narrative. We call upon people, the audience. Any comments, any questions to Edward? Any guidance for his research? Professor is saying people are hungry, but as he's accepting my microphone, he has something to share with Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Kamugisha. I had always wondered the language they speak, but now I know from the presentation. And you had not shown some of the words, and I was complaining inside me. But thank you for giving us that input of the local language, which goes also to the last presenter in animation. Let us be free with our language. That's the only way we can boost that mystery of our young people not picking on it. And continuously, if these researches are shared and are published, would go very far. I was waiting to see one painting, but I didn't see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Me too. I was waiting for a painting. Yes, Madame Penlo.
Thank you, Edward. This was a very good presentation. I've learned so much as an artist. Yeah. But again, in your introduction of who the Batwa are, I think there was that description which was not very good or palatable. I don't know. I imagine if there was a Mutwa in this congregation and then you say these are funny looking people. I don't know how funny they are. Is that your own interpretation of who they are, or you have read it somewhere? You can tell us more about that. But also maybe you could tell us about when you whatever you well, maybe let me reserve this. I've reserved it.
Thank you, Penelope. Any other commentary? Oh, yes, Doctor.
Thank you. I came in late, but to add to what Penelope is trying to put across, in the scholarly world or academia, there are certain phrases that we don't welcome. So my only advice would be refrain from such, because sometimes you may not be able to explain, or if they just slip through the fingers, then people will question the caliber of researcher that you are. So please, as he prepares to answer this, you refrain from such language. I thank you.
Disclaimer. That was Edward's word, not ours. Any other comment? And he must have had interest by virtue of the fact he wanted to study them. He had interest in this group of human beings. So I think that slipped his tongue. Could maybe Edward could be answering these questions if others are evolving, so that we break off for lunch.
Okay, thank you very much. I will begin with one which Dr. Joan commented about, that is there medicine for AIDS within this Batwa. Frankly speaking, I don't think they have got this medicine because a number of them is going. People are dying, and they are dying because a number of people from the neighboring communities are trying to experiment on this Batwa in a sense that they have a saying that when you sleep with a Mutwa, you chew backache. You don't suffer from backache. And therefore, a number of those people within the neighboring communities are experimenting more on them. So they are dying a lot, and they don't have access to ARVs sometimes, and others don't want to know their friends to know that they have these ailments or the diseases. And with the language, the language, Professor talked about the language. These people speak the language within the location they stay in. I have interacted with Batwa from Mahavura, that is in Ikisero district, and I have interacted with the Batwa from Bundibujo in the Semurichi area. Those people in Semurichi, they speak a language which you cannot understand. And by the time I was interviewing them, in fact, I met a Mutwa king in Semurichi, and the brother to that Mutwa king is educated. He studied, he went to school, and he is very good at interpretation. He can hear English and translate it to their language. That's how I was able to extract information from them. Professor has commented about not seeing a painting, and even Dr. Joan, but the truth of the matter is, this is part of the bigger study which I'm doing, and I haven't started studio experimentation so that you have the you see the paintings I have done in my studio. The funny description of the Batwa was just I think it was a slip of tongue. Sometimes you are communicating and you don't have, this English is a foreign language, and sometimes we cannot express ourselves maximally. So I have to forge a way of, describing these people. They are my friends, but that word is not good to use. I also blame myself. And that one is also part of what Dr. Maureen has commented about, that in scholarly writing or talking, we remove those phrases which are likely biased language. No wonder she's my supervisor. Okay. I salute you, Doctor. Thank you very much. I don't know whether I'm free to leave the platform.
No, there's a question up here. I think it's the last one. And members with coupons, you proceed for lunch.
The methodology you chose, ethnography. But this data is out, and you've also used it for writing your paper, I suppose. So what key intervention are you trying to put in place such that these people also come out of the struggle? You showed the structure on the last slide of yours. It's not really a good place to live. Yet they have been chased away from their bush by government, by policies. Okay? Now, comes to the last question. Have you thought of developing a policy brief? This work of yours is too big. That the policymakers, they are very busy people. I don't think whether they will open pages. Have you thought of developing 2 pages to give a summary of your research, in those recommendations, what you found out, and what government and other people can do about, or other further studies can do about that? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for those wonderful questions. The one of ethnography, I know to carry out ethnographic studies, you have to go to the press and stay with them. Time is not, anyway, the time you spend with them will depend. It starts from a minute, then to years. That one is called ethnography. And the moment you go there and stay with them, you eat with them, you sleep with them, then that one qualifies to be ethnography. I spent a week in Mount Muhabula with this Batwa, and I spent 4 days with the Batwa in Semurichi. So I'm sure, I don't know whether I'm sure about that, but to me, I think the methods I used to collect data were reflecting ethnography. About intervention, I'm going to answer this hand in hand with the one of developing policies. For me, what I'm doing as a painter, I'm getting the material culture of the Batwa, and I use them to produce paintings, which paintings I'm going to showcase in museums, heritage centers, and some are going to tourists. We are going to share some of the artworks, and some of the proceeds will go back to develop Batwa. And I'm going to also carry out exhibitions within the Batwa communities so that it becomes one way of disseminating the information by carrying out exercises I'm likely to be a professional amateur in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Policy briefs are designed at the end of the study or as the culmination. And Edward is still studying. This is just one leg. He has just got in the field once and he's still going back. And this is so far 2 years. He's still in the field collecting data, but he felt it pertinent to share some of what he is doing in this colloquium. I would like to thank you, Edward. If there is no any other question, I'd like to close this session and invite those who have coupons for lunch. As we prepare for the afternoon session, we still have 3 presenters this afternoon, Dr. Nablime Lilian, and who is going to share with us about sculptures that express gossip or lugambo among society. Very interesting. And then we'll listen to Raymond Sereko, who's going to share the transforming blacksmith's ingenuity from pre-colonial Buganda to present Uganda. Most of these researchers are in the track of culture and restoration of indigenous knowledge. So we look forward to listening to these scholars in the afternoon. I thank you for being part of this session. Good afternoon.
Yeah, our health break is ready. Please tactfully join in.
And relax, kick your pretty feet up on my dash. No need to go nowhere fast. Let's enjoy right here where we at.
Apart from serving the much-needed forex, contributed sew machine in 1986 to produce goods and services for the benefit of the defense forces, veterans of the UPDF, and the general public. The National Enterprise Corporation. World over, defense industries are very strategically at the forefront of the rest of the commercial industries, and Uganda is not any different. Following the liberation struggle in 1986, the country has been largely at peace with a very organized and disciplined force. This provided room for the establishment of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in 1989 by an Act of Parliament to serve as the commercial arm of the army. The corporation has headquarters in Bugolobi in the country's central business district, which acts as a holding company for its subsidiaries and joint ventures, which are Luwero Defense Industries Limited, NEC Construction Works and Engineering Limited, NEC Agro Limited, NEC Farm Katonga Limited, NEC Wazima Limited, NEC Security Limited. The joint ventures Choga Dynamics Limited, Proheli International Services Limited, and NEC Straight Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees, both active and retired UPDF soldiers and civilians. The ordnance factory, which lies 135 kilometers north of Kampala, mainly produces and assembles cartridges. Luwero Industries also produces hardened tools, carbide dies, and spares for domestic consumption, in addition to the AK-47 upgrade. The subsidiary also produces extensive metal fabrication for weapon mounting for the UPDF infantry fighting vehicles and UPF for Amison missions, plus has an able research facility that collaborates with Makerere University. The same company produces helmets and bulletproof vests with the highest modern technology. Waste that is both internally and externally generated, especially medical waste, is disposed of in a modern incinerator and engineered landfills. They manufacture modern furniture in all types of designs, both for the government and the private sector. Luwero Industries also operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant. The plant greatly supports the Air Force and the national medical facilities and generates some revenue for the company. When the country was experiencing a shortage of oxygen in the medical facilities, Luwero Industries stepped up to bridge the gap, thus saving the lives of many Ugandans. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency the President, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. Luwero Industries, through her Quality Control Department, is involved in the manufacture and sale of liquid soaps, sanitizers and masks, among others, in support of the anti-COVID-19 effort. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Weber is machine-making equipment. The woodworking machines factory was commissioned by His Excellency President General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola and is now fully operational. The factory manufactures fitness planners, surface planners, circular sew machines, band sew machines, and combined sew spindles extra. The production of these machines in the country, apart from serving the much-needed forex, contributes to the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Luwero Industries established a 500-kilowatt solar plant as an alternative source of energy. This has greatly improved power quality and stability, which was a major issue affecting equipment, spoiling raw materials and interfering with production. The plant was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. Utilizing the capacity of Luwero Industries, Kira Motors Corporation has since assembled Kayola buses, Tondeka and Kalita buses in Nakasongola district. Explosives are manufactured by Choga Dynamics, a joint venture between Luwero Industries and Wanbao Engineering Company with a project line in Nakasongola. The fully functional and now operational project produces to capacity for both local and continental markets. Proheli International Services, the joint venture between Luwero Industries, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and Bosasi for the maintenance, repair and overhaul of the MI helicopter series, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 22nd of January 2022 and is now fully operational. NEC entered into a joint venture with the Straight Group for the manufacture of armored vehicles using the UPDF personnel. The Armored Vehicle Manufacturing Factory, which is now fully operational, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. The company provides a variety of security solutions to both military and private companies and individuals by supporting the defense sector, health sector, industrial sector, banking sector, emergency and rescue missions, and the transport sector.
Luwero Industries is currently managing oil waste that is accumulated from the drilling of crude oil from the Kingfisher oil fields run by Sinok in Chikube district. Luwero Industries, alongside its partner HBP, have put up several facilities to manage, treat and dispose of waste, including the solid and liquid treatment plants, engineered landfills, control, monitoring and production wells, plus other environmental monitoring facilities such as leachate collection and stormwater evaporation pits, among others. The Kingfisher Oil Waste Management Facility was commissioned by the President and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
NEC Wazima Limited is a subsidiary of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, the commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDF. The company was incorporated in July 2015 and production began in January 2016.
The new Zima automated water production plant was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 22nd of February 2023.
The new line has since increased efficiency, improved product quality and safety, as well as reducing the human-machine interface. Having its factory establishment in the Kachiri Barracks in Wakiso District, NEC Wazima Limited does produce portable bottled natural mineral water with a capacity of over 12,000 bottles per hour for 500 milliliter bottles, 18.9 liters of jumbo bottles, in addition to the 15,000 bottles per hour for the 330 milliliter bottles and 6,000 bottles per hour for the 1.5 liter bottles to contribute to the feeding of the forces, as water is very important as a ration for the troops. The future vision being the most trusted bottled natural mineral water at both local and international levels with a central distribution center in Bogolovi. The NEC Agro Limited is constituted of two divisions. The NEC Tractor Division deals with the sales of agriculture tractors, their implements and spare parts, and offer after-sales services of the agriculture tractors, implements and machinery, in addition to training of operators, repair and maintenance. The Tractor Hire Division provides tractor hire services to different categories of farm groups to increase mechanization at the grassroots level. NEC Agro Limited provides foodstuffs and other commodities to the UPDF. This has provided the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs with an affordable and reliable alternative. NEC Agro is currently implementing a presidential directive on food security. Works and Engineering Limited handles the construction and engineering works for the defense forces, government departments and the private sector. The company has greatly prospered in utilizing the extensive manpower of the soldiers, employing them for architecture, engineering, renovation, maintenance and construction works, and in the end contributes to national growth and development. The subsidiary is currently engaged in the construction of Kira EV plant in Jinja. Uganda Free Zones Authority, UFZA in Entebbe, Faculty of ICT at Mbara University, Presidential Industrial Youth Hub in Masaka, upgrading of the Entebbe Pediatric Hospital access road to paved standards, rehabilitation of the Mpoma Earth Satellite Station in Mukono, construction of the boundary wall at Makerere University main campus, construction of accommodation facilities for the Uganda Virus Research Institute, UVRI, mechanized maintenance of selected unpaved roads in Central Region, expansion and refurbishment of Chireka Ward at Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital, construction of Uganda Security Printing Company factory in Entebbe. The company is also involved in railway construction works by providing track maintenance services covering sections of Malaba-Busolwe, Gambwa, in eastern Uganda, among others. NEC Security Services Limited provides armed guards, cash in transit, VIP escort, canine, courier, urban shooting range, ambulance services, search and rescue, plus content security. With a mission to deliver a high standard of security services and solutions, providing peace of mind for our clients as well as a professional environment for our employees. NEC operates 2 modern farms. NEC Farm Chankwanzi, located 200 kilometers northwest of Kampala and covers 9 square miles, and the NEC Farm Katonga, which is located 90 miles southwest of Kampala, that covers 17 square miles with Boran, Brahman and Boran crossbreeds of cattle. The farms are well advanced with water supply and modern spur races. Pasture development scheme and are now greatly implementing the bull fattening project for the country's steady and consistent beef supply. The NEC Pharmaceutical project is being revamped to become fully operational. For the efficient running of the subsidiaries, NEC has got an overall MD, a general manager for each of the subsidiaries, and a board of directors. The leadership has made sure that NEC remains true to driving its set agenda and goals, and in the end greatly contributed to the vision of being a sustainable commercial arm of the Uganda Defence Forces that generates goods and services for the progressive social and economic transformation and development amongst the Defence Forces, veterans and civil society. The national to produce goods and services for the benefit of the Defence Forces, veterans of the UPDF and the general public. The National Enterprise Corporation. World over, defence industries are very strategically at the forefront of the rest of the commercial industries, and Uganda is not any different. Following the liberation struggle in 1986, the country has been largely at peace with a very organised and disciplined force. This provided room for the establishment of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in 1989 by an Act of Parliament to serve as the commercial arm of the army. The corporation has headquarters in Bugolobi in the country's central business district, which acts as a holding company for its subsidiaries and joint ventures, which are Luwero Defence Industries Limited, NEC Construction Works and Engineering Limited, NEC Agro Limited, NEC Farm Katonga Limited, NEC Wazima Limited, NEC Security Limited. The joint ventures Choga Dynamics Limited, Proheli International Services Limited, and NEC Straight Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees, both active and retired UPDF soldiers and civilians. The ordnance factory, which lies 135 kilometers north of Kampala, mainly produces and assembles cartridges. Luwero Industries also produces hardened tools, carbide dies, and spares for domestic consumption, in addition to the AK-47 upgrade. The subsidiary also produces extensive metal fabrication for weapon mounting for the UPDF infantry fighting vehicles and UPF for Amazon missions, plus has an able research facility that collaborates with Makerere University. The same company produces helmets and bulletproof vests with the highest modern technology. Waste that is both internally and externally generated, especially medical waste, is disposed of in a modern incinerator and engineered landfills. They manufacture modern furniture in all types of designs, both for the government and the private sector. Luwero Industries also operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant. The plant greatly supports the Air Force and the national medical facilities and generates some revenue for the company. When the country was experiencing a shortage of oxygen in the medical facilities, Luwero Industries stepped up to bridge the gap, thus saving the lives of many Ugandans. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency the President, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola.
Luwero Industries, through her Quality Control Department, is involved in the manufacture and sale of liquid soaps, sanitizers, and masks, among others, in support of the anti-COVID-19 effort.
The facility was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Veba is machine-making equipment. The woodworking machines factory was commissioned by His Excellency President General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola and is now fully operational. The factory manufactures fitness planners, surface planners, circular saw machines, band saw machines, and combined saw spindles extra. The production of these machines in the country, apart from serving the much-needed forex, contributes to the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Luwero Industries established a 500-kilowatt solar plant as an alternative source of energy. This has greatly improved power quality and stability, which was a major issue affecting equipment, spoiling raw materials and interfering with production. The plant was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. Utilizing the capacity of Luwero Industries, Kira Motors Corporation has since assembled Kayola buses, Tondeka and Kalita buses in Nakasongola district. Explosives are manufactured by Choga Dynamics, a joint venture between Luwero Industries and Wanbao Engineering Company with a project line in Nakasongola. The fully functional and now operational project produces to capacity for both local and continental markets. Proheli International Services, the joint venture between Luwero Industries, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and Bosasi for the maintenance, repair and overhaul of the MI helicopter series, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 22nd of January 2022 and is now fully operational. NEC entered into a joint venture with the Straight Group for the manufacture of armored vehicles using the UPDF personnel. The Armored Vehicle Manufacturing Factory, which is now fully operational, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. The company provides a variety of security solutions to both military and private companies and individuals by supporting the defense sector, health sector, industrial sector, banking sector, emergency and rescue missions, and the transport sector.
Luwero Industries is currently managing all waste that is accumulated from the drilling of crude oil from the Kingfisher oil fields run by KIDEC in Chikwe district. Luoro Industries, alongside its partner HBP, have put up several facilities to manage, treat and dispose of waste, including the solid and liquid treatment plants, engineered landfills, control, monitoring and production wells, plus other environmental monitoring facilities such as leachate collection and stormwater evaporation pits, among others. The Kingfisher All West Management Facility was commissioned by the President and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Nekwuzima Limited is a subsidiary of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC. The commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDF. The company was incorporated in July 2015 and production began in January 2016.
The new Zima automated water production plant was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 22nd of February 2023.
The new line has since increased efficiency, improved product quality and safety, as well as reducing the human-machine interface. Having its factory establishment in the Kachiri Barracks in Makiso District, Nekwuzima Limited does produce portable bottled natural mineral water with a capacity of over 12,000 bottles per hour for 500 milliliter bottles, 18.9 liters of jumbo bottles, in addition to the 15,000 bottles per hour for the 330 milliliter bottles and 6,000 bottles per hour for the 1.5 liter bottles to contribute to the feeding of the forces, as water is very important as a ration for the troops. The future vision being the most trusted bottled natural mineral water at both local and international levels with a central distribution center in Bogolovi. The NEC Agro Limited is constituted of two divisions. The NEC Tractor Division deals with the sales of agriculture tractors, their implements and spare parts, and offer after-sales services of the agriculture tractors, implements and machinery, in addition to training of operators, repair and maintenance. The Tractor Hire Division provides tractor hire services to different categories of farm groups to increase mechanization at the grassroots level. NEC Agro Limited provides foodstuffs and other commodities to the UPDF. This has provided the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs with an affordable and reliable alternative. NEC Agro is currently implementing a presidential directive on food security. Works and Engineering Limited handles the construction and engineering works for the defense forces, government departments and the private sector. The company has greatly prospered in utilizing the extensive manpower of the soldiers, employing them for architecture, engineering, renovation, maintenance and construction works, and in the end contributes to national growth and development. The subsidiary is currently engaged in the construction of Kira EV plant in Jinja, Uganda Free Zones Authority, UFZA in Entebbe, Faculty of ICT at Mbara University, Presidential Industrial Youth Hub in Masaka, upgrading of the Entebbe Pediatric Hospital access road to paved standards, rehabilitation of the Mpoma Earth Satellite Station in Mukono, construction of the boundary wall at Makerere University main campus, construction of accommodation facilities for the Uganda Virus Research Institute, UVRI, mechanized maintenance of selected unpaved roads in Central Region, expansion and refurbishment of Chireka Ward at Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital, construction of Uganda Security Printing Company factory in Entebbe. The company is also involved in railway construction works by providing track maintenance services covering sections of Malaba Busolwe and Busolwe Naigambwa in eastern Uganda, among others. NEC Security Services Limited provides armed guards, cash in transit, VIP escort, canine, courier, urban shooting range, ambulance services, search and rescue, plus content security. With a mission to deliver a high standard of security services and solutions, providing peace of mind for our clients as well as a professional environment for our employees. NEC operates 2 modern farms. NEC Farm Chankwanzi, located 200 kilometers northwest of Kampala and covers 9 square miles, and the NEC Farm Katonga, which is located 90 miles southwest of Kampala, that covers 17 square miles with Boran, Brahman and Boran crossbreeds of cattle. The farms are well advanced with water supply and modern spur racers. Pasture development scheme, and are now greatly implementing the bull fattening project for the country's steady and consistent beef supply. The NEC pharmaceutical project is being revamped to become fully operational. For the efficient running of the subsidiaries, NEC has got an overall MD, a general manager for each of the subsidiaries, and a board of directors. The leadership has made sure that NEC remains true to driving its set agenda and goals, and in the end greatly contributed to the vision of being a sustainable commercial arm of the Uganda Defence Forces that generates goods and services for the progressive social and economic transformation and development amongst the Defence Forces, veterans and civil society. The national to produce goods and services for the benefit of the Defence Forces, veterans of the UPDF and the general public. The National Enterprise Corporation. World over, defence industries are very strategically at the forefront of the rest of the commercial industries, and Uganda is not any different. Following the liberation struggle in 1986, the country has been largely at peace with a very organised and disciplined force. This provided room for the establishment of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in 1989 by an Act of Parliament to serve as the commercial arm of the army. The corporation has headquarters in Bugolobi in the country's central business district, which acts as a holding company for its subsidiaries and joint ventures, which are Luwero Defence Industries Limited, NEC Construction Works and Engineering Limited, NEC Agro Limited, NEC Farm Katonga Limited, NEC Wazima Limited, NEC Security Limited. The joint ventures Choga Dynamics Limited, Proheli International Services Limited, and NEC Straight Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees, both active and retired UPDF soldiers and civilians. The Ordnance Factory, which lies 135 kilometers north of Kampala, mainly produces and assembles cartridges. Luwero Industries also produces hardened tools, carbide dies, and spares for domestic consumption, in addition to the AK-47 upgrade. The subsidiary also produces extensive metal fabrication for weapon mounting for the UPDF infantry fighting vehicles and UPF for Amazon missions, plus has an able research facility that collaborates with Makerere University. The same company produces helmets and bulletproof vests with the highest modern technology. Waste that is both internally and externally generated, especially medical waste, is disposed of in a modern incinerator and engineered landfills. They manufacture modern furniture in all types of designs, both for the government and the private sector. Luwero Industries also operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant. The plant greatly supports the Air Force and the national medical facilities and generates some revenue for the company. When the country was experiencing a shortage of oxygen in the medical facilities, Luwero Industries stepped up to bridge the gap, thus saving the lives of many Ugandans.
A Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. Lush green all around us and the wondrous heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
If you are joining this session, please take your seats. I know there are two sessions. We are going to open this breakout session with Dr. Lilian Nabulime. Dr. Lilian Nabulime works with Makerere University as a senior lecturer. Dr. Lilian has had a lot of inclination towards visualizing things rather than a lot of writing. So most of the presentations that are associated with Dr. Nabulime are the sculptures. So you can also read it from her topic about Olugambo, and this is what I was looking for in terms of languages. And I imagine each one of us has their own way of interpretation of Olugambo. So welcome, Dr. Lilian. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hello. I'm Lilian Mary, Dr. Lilian Mary Nabulime from the School of Fine Art. I'm a senior lecturer, as Prof has said. And the work I'm going to show, it is work in progress. It is about gossip, Olugambo. Gossip is defined as the exchange of information. Gossip is defined as the exchange of information which is evaluative content about absent third parties, an activity Hello. I'm presenting gossip or Olugambo in Uganda among society. Gossip is defined as the exchange of information with evaluative content about absent third parties, an activity in which many people frequently engage. And much of the gossip emanates from drastic changes in our economic constraints, some which have roots in the COVID-19 epidemic, HIV/AIDS, and so forth. And gossip is defined the exchange. Gossip is the habit that is engraved within our human psyche. It is an integral part of our lives. Informal, evaluative, talk about absent third parties, usually about other people's businesses, social life, though it is frowned upon and often condemned in cultures around the world. Spaces of gossip, we find barber shops, community bars, beauty salons, restaurants, offices, churches, also places where transactions involve long lines, lengthy sitting and waiting. People are likely to start talking, namely at banks, hospital, residences, yards, like Mzigo. Some stories you hear on the public transport, namely at matatus, buses, border borders, and taxis. People gossip? Yes, they do. Research has shown that people are motivated to engage in gossip too, bond with their group members, entertain themselves, to exchange information, vent emotions, and to maintain social order. Vent harmless, constructive tendencies, address and advance one's personal interests at the cost of others. Why gossip? It helps us to build bonds and make friends. The act of talking to someone else can help build trust, or it can suggest those that aren't to be trusted should be avoided. When it is hurting, talking about it helps to build empathy. This is true if you are the one spreading the rumors. Sharing a problem, though gossip can help you to solve it. Communication is vital, part of all relationships, and gossip is part of communication. Gossip can be means of social connection beyond its typical negative connotations. Why gossip? Gossip can reduce stress, relieve anxiety if you are stressed, worried, or annoyed about a situation. Let those feelings through a neighbor, a friend, or colleague. Positive gossip will enable you to let off steam and also restore your objectivity. That one should recall the the pitfalls of gossip. Take caution to use gossip for social interactions. Build bonds, empathy reasonably, but not adding to your anger or worry. My interest in gossip, personally, I've been a victim of gossip. Yeah. During the, always, but during the most, when it was at its most, is the year when I was going through tough times. That involved my late husband, who was diagnosed with HIV virus. My family, friends, and strangers alike turned me into a hot topic of gossip. My repeated attempts to clarify that I was discordant was in vain. It instead turned into a sizzling gossip. Reading related literature stimulated the gossip engagements. Experimental sculptures that express conversation through inspiration, technical manipulations, and meaning. Earlier sculptures of gossip. The women. Well, I've done a lot of gossips, but maybe these were where I concentrated more. These were women who were in conversation. And I've had also small sculptures. And these I made while I was in Vermont. It was cold. So students or artists could get out of the building, cover themselves up, and smoke and talk. And I've continued making the rumor mongering, the gossipers, the gossipy people. It is an interesting subject, but For me, I find it very interesting. The people who have lost their teeth, and they talk, of course. Recent sculptures. So I continue making, this year I continue making more of these gossipers. And then as I was talking with a friend, he said, Embozi Okumarwa. Oh, that made me more excited. So I made quite a number of them. And then it is a group. So it becomes more interesting as a group. And, well, it is a choir, but these are gossipers. It depends on how you interpret them. And then I was somewhere, then this, I was preparing an exhibition, then this person said, oh, we need sculptures for outdoor. And then I said, okay, let me continue making these gossipers in big forms. And then it happened that one of them just looked like, in the memory, I called it Memory of Jaja Uchuri. He was a blogger, and he must have said things which were off. And then maybe that's how he ended up losing his life. And then somehow, because I'm a wood carver, I find this kind of wood which also were able to express the gossip. One is grinning, and one is really shouting to the top of his noise. I don't know who is listening to who, but I gave it the title, Never Argue with a Fool. They will drag you down to the level and beat you with experience. You can't win in an argument with a foolish person, but you can educate them. And then I've also found So these are, some people veered away from gossip. So these are the three forms I have. They are not getting involved. They are marching on. Avoid gossip, do not get involved. They are wood. Of course, it was wood and metal. I'm still working on them. And then I have the silent listeners. Silence is golden. They are quiet. They don't want to be bothered. Those are the silence is golden. They are keeping away from the gossip. And then I call him A, puts a hand on the mouth. And sometimes I'm worked with students, then they say, oh, madam, let us also have the finger. I said, okay. So this one is expressing surprise. Yeah, surprise. And then this one is putting the hands on top of his head. Oh, indicate that someone is thinking hard or deep in thought, or it can be a sign of frustration or disappointment of what is being told. And then sometimes I've also enjoyed gossiping while I'm sleeping. So these are some of the sculptures lying down, maybe in a siesta. And then I've also engaged other materials, paper mache. And the work on the left is words, which you find in gossip. And then this one, I happen to get other materials, zip. So it is maybe suggesting, zip up, can you keep quiet? And then one has cowrie shells. So symbol of money, we talk a lot about money. Money is an issue which we usually talk about. And then the other bouts represent all of us who are there. Positive gossip will enable you to live.
Wow. I didn't expect this. Why? But thank you for sharing. Because now I see a lot to gossip about you. Thank you, Dr. Lillian. We open the spaces, but maybe the Lugambo is an interesting context. And the human being wants to talk. I'm happy that I'm being represented in some of the sculptures, because most people think I'm quiet. Because to me, I have very limited spaces to gossip, which she brings out very, very well. But also, I usually ask myself, why? Why should I say something? In my few words I've shared, they are always calculated. And if I tell you a word today, it will be a word you need to remember even 20 years. Which takes us to Lillian having worked through time, the earlier works, and then, you know, to the young designers and artists, at times it is good to take a passage so that you can be known for what you do. It's not by mistake that we are seeing what we have been shared with. And positive gossip. I will take on that, but I don't know whether I will succeed. Thank you. The public and the audience can now take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lillian, for the Rugambo. I think it's very interesting to hear the Rugambo story. And I think, I was wondering, this Rugambo story is, when does it become Rugambo? Are all Rugambo real gospel, or some of them? We have the African saying that there is no smoke without fire. Does it sometimes manifest into actual fire, or the Rugambo remains Rugambo? 2, is it possible to frame a theory of the Gospels from the work you have done? Because it seems some of the Rugambo maybe creates resilience, like in your case, when everybody was not listening to what you were telling them, you became more resilient and you moved out and you tried to explain to the world how the Rugambo could be destructive or could be constructive. So is this possible that you can come up with a theory of the gospel theory really in 2023? Maybe it will be a contribution to our scholarship. Thank you.
Can we get someone to take the mic around? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And thank you for sharing your life experiences in scholarly. My question is, during the design process of making these sculptures, did they become therapeutic? Because we know that gossip affects. If it hadn't affected, you wouldn't have done those artworks. So in the production process, did you get healing? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting topic. I notice in the recent times that there are many gossip programs coming up on television, because I think gossip is becoming a big industry. Maybe soon people will be going to school to study how to be a good gossiper, how to spice it up, how to, and so on and so forth. My question is, how do you draw the line between gossip that you can maybe defend in court or in front of God?
I'm in a generation where, should I say, gossip is the thing through social media, memes, and Twitter Spaces, now called X. And it seems to be our generation thing. It's like the main thing, and people are becoming popular and actually earning a living from it. The likes of, in a generation where, should I say, gossip is the thing through social media, memes and Twitter spaces, now called X. And it seems to be our what are they called? On social media, they are called influencers. So they have titles like influencers. So they influence people, and they earn a living from that. So it's interesting that you bring it, and for me, I feel like we of this generation, we are the culprits, and at the same time, we are the beneficiaries. And yet, in the past, it was even Lugambo was associated with a specific gender. So, yeah, thank you very much.
We take that last one and then she can respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for this study. You told us that it is your interest in the literature that interests you to do what you're doing currently. Have you found out which culture or tribe gossips a lot, or which country does a lot of gossip? Because you had the earlier sculptures that interpret gossips, and I don't know from where did it start someone to think about coming up with those sculptures. I like looking at those. I'm not a fine artist, so I like understanding most of those monuments whenever I find them. But today I realized that some of them, of course you say it depends on how we interpret them. And sincerely you see that there are those which interpret gossip, but it's very hard. So I don't know what end result, how we shall tell that this is a gossip. Are you going to attach a writing in it or something to educate us? Thank you.
Thank you.
You can take up the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite a lot of questions. Well, personally, the Lugambo, the research I do or the work I do is usually a personal experience. I've gone through all that. And when I was doing my PhD, it was research on HIV/AIDS. And I look at art as a social practice, sculptures that can communicate to issues in society. Of course, at that time when I was doing my PhD, it was on HIV/AIDS. But later on, I still find that I get back to the same subject of Lugambo gossip. And of late, why I think I come back to it, because there's so much HIV going on, and people are quiet, they are not talking, and they are what? They are talking about others. So that is Lugambo. If you are to help that person, then that is constructive. You talk as well as how you are constructive by pushing them, encouraging them to go for the right treatment. But even it also happens like people talk about not only HIV/AIDS, but there are so many other issues. They talk and they don't come up to help you through. So that is Lugambo. And then theory, I think, to my surprise, I thought when I started reading, I would see other researchers working on Lugambo. It is amazing. Lugambo is not only here in Buganda, it is worldwide. It is part of, I think that is the way people have communicated. And sometimes it is in a simple way, or in a simple manner, in symbolism. But yet sometimes the people are telling you, yeah, you should avoid this, or if you are not getting into it, then they are finding a way of telling you. Sometimes it is stories, but then actually they are telling you that, you know, keep out or keep off from that person. And then, as a design, yes, when I'm making my sculptures, for me it is a therapy. Especially when I realized that when my husband had passed, I was in Newcastle, and then the supervisors were telling me, oh no, you should stop, this is research time. I told them, no, I'm not ready. I'm grieving. And then what I did was to ask the head of the department for a small space where I could work. For me, when I'm developing my sculptures, that is a therapy. And amazing, some people might not come up to say, oh, this and that, but for them it is also therapeutical. Or they tell you, sometimes they are not telling you about themselves, but they are going through your artworks and say, oh, like this sculpture. So for me, definitely 100%, my sculptures are therapeutic to me. But I think it is also to the same. I remember when I was making the soap sculptures for HIV/AIDS awareness, and I had thought I was traumatizing the women. When I brought the soaps together, because they were of male and penises and vaginas, they looked at them and said, ooh. I said, yeah. Oh, this is how my vagina felt like when I was sick. So it could be therapeutic to me, but as well as to other people, to come up with issues and talk about issues which are disturbing them. Yes, we have influencers on Twitter. So some people are making money out of it, well and good, but as long as you are conscious that you are not hitting the right button. Because I remember there was one of these, his Willie, he was in America. Somebody said something nasty about his wife, and it was a presentation in awards, and this guy just came up and bet, and he had to hit the journalist. So you have to be careful. Sometimes you can end up into prison. I think isn't that so? Yeah. I don't know. But we are all gossipers, aren't you? I don't know.
May I want to find out whether is Irugambo gendered or not? Because some of us...
Gendered, what do you mean? That it is female? It is both. Even men talk. Hey, they talk. They talk. They talk beyond us. Yeah, that I've experienced.
I think it's an area which requires a lot of research. It requires a lot of research from a sociological perspective. You see, now she's doing it from artistic point of view, but for us in the social sciences, we can find a niche now to do thorough ethnographic studies on who is likely. Actually, and even some families are known to have very good gossipers. So we can do very good studies on this. So sociologists who are here, let us team up and do a study. But my other...
I'm also going to be included.
Yes, I will. So my other question is, since from your work, one can tell this can be a very good enterprise.
Yes.
How can we commercialize this to make money for this country?
The fact that I've made those sculptures, I'm soon, next week on the 14th, I'm having an exhibition. You know, one said that his PowerPoint had been mishandled, but mine the same. The last slide was showing that I'm going to have an exhibition at Senson Gallery on the 14th. So that's when you see some of the finished works. And then I'm also having a questionnaire so that people can respond, so that I know how to further up my Lugambo sculptures.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lillian, for that wonderful. Can we applaud her interesting contribution? Thank you. The next presenter is Raymond, Mr. Raymond Seroko, who is going to share with us transforming blacksmithing ingenuity from pre-colonial Buganda to the present. There is one thing I know about Mr. Seroko, is that if you are using Ugandan money, you have touched his side. Give it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you, the audience, people who have taken their time so that we can share and talk this afternoon about different themes and aspects. This presentation is part of my doctoral study at Makerere University, where Professor Kwesiga is one of my supervisors, and Professor Chirabira John Baptist is another. I'll begin my presentation by this statement. With modernity, the urge to search outward of Africa for inspiration and influence superseded and alienated the inward search that was regarded as traditional rather than vital in informing and advancing creativity and innovation in Uganda. I will use some of the common words we have been using in this conference. We have been talking about creativity, we have been talking about artistry, and we have been talking about innovation. Many times we find ourselves asking our students or ourselves, am I creative? To what extent am I artistic? And what is innovation? When you tell someone, can you be innovative? What does it mean? Or what can we refer to? Many times we rush for the European thinking, and we lose touch in looking at what we have, what knowledge and practices can inform, what local, what indigenous knowledge and practices can inform our creativity, artistry, and innovation. And in my research, I looked at the blacksmiths as a case study. I looked at, they're quite small, but I developed, in my research, I developed a chronology of the pre-colonial times to present, the historical evolution of these blacksmiths, and what can we learn from them? Can we make a reference to them as a classic case study of reference in terms of creativity and innovation? So I looked at the historical aspects from way back, pre-colonial times, 1500 to present 2015. And I've been looking at the political, social, economic, geographical aspects of how they have transformed, how creative they have been. The key terms here in my research, I came up with the word, the key word, the word transform. The word transform is made up of three words. Transform, the suffix ing, and the term ingenuity. Whereas the word trans refers to the change in social, cultural, political, and economic dynamics, the word form is the tactile character of materials and products that these blacksmiths use, and that is the artistic. Sometimes we call blacksmithing, or ironworking, sometimes we call it an art. In this research, I'm looking at blacksmithing and ironmaking with a lens of design and art. To what extent is this activity that has passed over time an art, and to what extent is it a design? Then we look at, I look at the term ingenuity, which is the next. The term ingenuity, as I said earlier, the words creativity, artistry, and innovation come up. The other words, like resourcefulness, entrepreneurialness, insightness, inspiratory, there is a skill. So this term is quite wide, and we need a better understanding of how it relates to the blacksmiths. 19th century observers encountering the Baganda were profoundly impressed by the scale and power and cultural confidence of their society. If they existed one nation state in the 19th century, Black Africa, Buganda would have a good claim to be it. It had grown over centuries. It had a strong sense of its own history, centralized government, an effective territorial division in terms of Masaza. It had counties, it had its clans, and it had its political structure, and administrative structure. And that's a quote from Eliot in 2010. Buganda in the mid-9th century could be defined as both an ethnic group and a nation, while all its neighbors were not and illustrated the existence of pre-modern nation as pre-colonial identity in Africa. With reference to pre-colonial Buganda, there is this very interesting myth of the blacksmiths. It's famously called the Walukaga narrative. And meaning of the Walukaga narrative, meaning that an informed blacksmiths practice folklore. Folklore has it that Walukaga was once ordered by the king during pre-colonial times to forge a human being that could breathe. With this wisdom, he tricked the Kabaka into submission of his wisdom. So that actually shows how creative, how important the blacksmiths were in these pre-colonial times, to an extent that the king could ask one of his famous blacksmiths to make for him a copy of a human being. And visiting the Uganda Museum to trace the history of these blacksmiths, we have one of the famous on display. This is one of the oldest pictures. Of course, interestingly, it shows the Chiga blacksmith. But Chiga are from Western Uganda. It shows the Chiga blacksmiths. And the next collection I got was, of course, online. I didn't travel to the UK. It's in the British Museum. That's where we can trace with photography. Before we go to the real activity, we could trace where this famous tradition has come from. The evolution, how it has evolved, how it has transformed over years after the Industrial Revolution, and what can we learn from it in terms of creativity, artistry, and innovation. There in the Uganda Museum, we have a collection of some of their products. Many times, we try to think design is from Europe and art is from Africa. I don't know what your opinion is here, because we have the masks. Then I've discussed with some of my students, and they think design is a Western concept. I don't know what the audience can say there. And art is an African concept, relating, of course, to the masks. We have a discussion there. Their collection in the Uganda Museum. We have some more collection in the Uganda Museum. More collections. We have a bellow there, some working tools there, and some transformed tools that the blacksmiths use. Many times I try to look at these items with an artistic and design lens. I sometimes want to relate them to product designers and try to think how they come up with these shapes. How did they come up with these shapes without the knowledge of shapes? Those are some of the questions we sometimes discuss. These are some of the collections as well I took in the Uganda Museum, some of the tools shown. And in the Uganda Museum, actually you will see that they highlight the old and the new. This has been there for quite some time. They are aware that there are some old tools that they are preserving and they have transformed to new. That is actually the aspect of transformation. What I'm trying to analyze and develop and relate to art and design. Doing some field work, some ethnographic, I did some ethnographic field work that relates. I liked how Professor Kioli really brought out research. He really threaded how you get from the basics to the final using just the first objective or the first research question. So what guided the field work was I went back to the picture in the Uganda Museum that showed the chiga. I traveled to Kabale. Then I had a documentary of how the working, the historical evolution, a narrative of how they came from. And a very interesting finding was currently the material changed. They are now using scrap. The blacksmiths now are using scrap. Before then, they were using iron ore from the soil. But currently, it's a very interesting, and they could go to town and get angle lines and heat them into these products. So that was some part of my field work, and I have a documentary which I'll share with the audience. Some of the materials and products they do, they quite sell their products. Their products are still strong as compared to the Chinese products. If you look at a blacksmith knife now, and you compare it with the one imported from China, people are actually going back to buying their knives. So it's quite interesting. And that's why I urge that we need to encourage the inward looking in our practices, traditional practices. And we need to look into our indigenous systems and practices and knowledge in order to advance creativity, artistry, and innovation in Uganda and the rest of Africa. During my ethnographic fieldwork, I collected I have a collection of some of these materials that are made by the blacksmiths, and we'll be showcasing them further. These are some of the materials they use and the products collected from the fieldwork. And thank you so much. Those are my references. And that's how I'm progressing. I'm finalizing with my thesis for submission. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sereko, for taking us through your journey, which is still work in progress. Transforming, where there is trans and then forming, which is very interesting. And the ingenuity. I was so much touched by the myth, and I wanted to kind of go back to the previous presentation by Dr. Nablime about Rugambo. So can myth be a historicized Rugambo? Chiga. I don't know whether Professor Mugende has noticed that they have used letter C for Chiga, but Chiga is K. But history tells us, those people who recorded most of these aspects, including our own Margaret Trowell, was not here. So that's how we can trace back, some of the stories that we may need to qualify or understand, and how the advent of how Africa picked up with the sea. Hamuganda village, Buganda people. you need to think about it. You can now take comments, questions. Professor Mugendi.
Thank you, Raymond, for a very stimulating presentation. You promised us a video.
Maybe they can pick it from here, then we share the questions and play.
We can be picking on more questions so that we don't delay. Mugurus. You want to ask something?
Yeah, so thanks again. I'm still looking forward to the documentary. I think what you presented is very powerful. It shows us that quality is something that is inbuilt in much of the work that is done by our artisans. And I think the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda initiative could benefit from, like what you said about the knives and other products. So I think the role of design then could be to create some kind of standards and quality assurance and help market these products as good as any other, if not better. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. You're transforming from colonial to the present, isn't it?
Yes.
And I was wondering, will you have a studio? Would you have a studio activity to represent what is happening with the Iron Hall present day?
I think I plan to make an exhibition. You're right. Yes. And the studio will showcase the story of transition from iron ore to the present practice. Yes, it's part of the work.
That's what I wanted to know. I felt like your research would be incomplete without the component of communicating transition. That we live on, we don't rely on in the theoretical. Now there is tangible evidence, and that could be your contribution in the research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I think, I'd just like to get back to the question of when did design come through the door and art stop, and when did art stop and design come through the door? And we were talking about colonialism, which I completely agree with. But if we just look at Africa as a whole, but Uganda as well in particular, because that's what your topic is about, you cannot make those objects without having to make something that has been designed in order to make them. And that, I think, is really important. It's something that we must remember. So that is a design tool. That is not an art tool. And it's been designed by people. And the evolution of that is there. So, well done.
Thank you so much. I absolutely agree with you. And that's how I'm looking at it. I look at it and relate it to the design process. The design process. And I'm very curious about the design process in this context of the blacksmith. How did they start thinking? How did the community, they were very strong, they helped their communities. They were user-centered designers. They were working with their communities all the time. They made a knife for a different purpose and function. they made a panga. What informed this product making process? What informed their thinking in terms of shapes? Why is a knife different from a panga? What was the community contribution to these shapes and forms? That's why we have the form put in brackets. That form they are making, they were not working alone. They were always, how was the retaliation process with their communities to develop these shapes for different purposes? Because interestingly, historically in Uganda, the Baganda were fighting, were going into wars with their neighboring kingdoms. And the first weapon they used was a reed. They were fighting using reeds. And when they attacked Bunyoro, the neighboring kingdom, which was quite super in terms of fighting and weaponry, because they had iron ore, they didn't know these guys had iron ore. So the Baganda attacked to conquer part of Bunyoro with reeds. And that's why one of the categories is called Mulwanya. They say Mulwanya Moli. It came, these guys were fighting with reeds, and they met guys with spears. Some spears in weaponry, some spears were held, some were thrown at a distance. They developed arrows. So there are different product designs for different, functions, which I think we need to have more studies in. It is interesting that blacksmiths have studies, more studies have been done by archaeologists on blacksmithing rather than artists and designers. Most of the literature you find, it's, when you look at Elias, who is really doing so good research in Western Uganda, he's more looking at blacksmithing with an archaeological lens. In my research, I endeavor to look at blacksmithing with a creativity, artistic, and design lens. That is the core, how I'm looking at this practice and knowledge. Thank you. I will check on the profile, check on the, and make sure we have, it's very interesting. Thank you. Any question?
Yes, thank you very much. You talked about transformation, and when I heard that word, I imagined you are interested in the journey from the past to the present. At some point, you mentioned that the blacksmiths in Kabale, instead of using original iron ore extracted from the soil, are now using scrap. That means already used scraps of materials that are already iron. And I was thinking maybe that is a downgrade on the skills of the blacksmith, because if you have someone who would get the iron from the soil, and then you have this one who is just picking the iron which is already there, that is a little bit of a downgrade. But the other question I wanted to ask, in your research and in your findings, did you find some sort of improvement? For example, if the old people, the people in the past were making axes and pangas and something like that, has there been some movement into making maybe other things which are relevant to the present times? Has there been an improvement in terms of geometrical accuracy? For example, have they involved some measuring and standardization so that maybe the modern panga looks better than the other panga? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Well, for the aspect of iron ore and scrap is both negative and negative, positive and negative in findings. Of course, the claim by the blacksmith is that it is a shorter, it is a shorter process or easier process to start with scrap. But of course, there must have been some skill lost. some previous skill. We can call it modernization, we can call it transformation, but the reality is that the extraction of iron ore from the earth, from the soil, is a laborious process. And that's how it was kind of a shortcut for them to get the scrap. And it's kind of an innovation. Maybe we can take it, we can interpret it as an innovation or a creative aspect. And in terms of functionality, I think that's where academia comes in. They are still using traditional means of carving these products. Where academia comes in, where the design, they are designers, but where design meets the smith, like Professor Mugendi said, that's where we look at standardization, that's where we look at function, that's where we look at the various technical aspects of production, of productivity. Okay, and that's why I've had my students always going back to working with the blacksmiths. My design students have projects where they are working with the blacksmiths. And I always encourage them, where we meet is where production will be, improved. That's where industry will be developed in Uganda. Because right now, we have so much iron ore, and the president was talking about it some time back. We have so much mineral deposits of iron ore in Western Uganda, but we are still importing rolls of iron for our industries. Currently, you see trucks on Jinja Road bringing in from Mombasa rolls of iron. We have not explored this aspect for industrial transformation of the country. There's so many products that can be made, and many of these products are still imported in our country. So that's the gap. That's the gap we need to address. And that's the gap the research tries to address. Creativity and artistry and innovation for industrial transformation and improved livelihoods in Uganda. That's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond, for that wonderful sharing of our history. When I used to hear blacksmith, I thought that these people were dark. I don't want to use the word black. Thank you. We are receiving the next presenter, Dr. Ronald Mpindi, who has been fished from the other session to this because they were a bit more, there was more space here, and they are still they had a lot of backlog. So, Dr. Mpindi. And you'll give your self-introduction so that I don't make mistakes.
Good afternoon. Ronald Mpindi is my name, from Makerere University, a lecturer there, and also the head of department for industrial art and applied design. My area of specialty is ceramics, and I'll be presenting about ideally my studio practice in this area of ceramics. Yeah, thank you very much. Do I have to click anything on the laptop or?
The IT has promised to share with us the blacksmith video after Dr. Mpindi's presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm looking at wood firing, and this is one of the techniques that I picked up when I had gone to study in Japan. And why did I get fascinated with this technique? Because I looked like in Uganda we have pottery, and normally the main type of fuel we're using is wood. But I realized that the temperatures were kind of very different between what we do in Uganda and perhaps what we were doing in Japan. So through my study, I learned more about the wood firing techniques and every other thing. So when I returned, I had a task of trying to improve on the facility that was already in Makerere. And through the years, I've tried to, at least every year, to try and see that I have a couple of wood firings, which I also share with the students that I teach. So that is slightly the content that I will be going through. Why wood firing? I consider it to be like a catalyst. Steps of improving, the draft, test, the transformation, the blisters, glaze, and wood firing. So some of the work. So what is a catalyst? From the chemistry side, we see it is something that speeds up a chemical reaction. But I'm looking at a catalyst not in the chemistry perspective, but looking at what in ceramics I refer to as a catalyst. And there I look at what we call a flux, because a flux will help us melt something that was supposed to melt at a very high temperature, ideally at a lower temperature. The reason why I consider wood firing to be like a catalyst is that it produces or it provides an environment whereby the particles or the chemicals within the clay body, within the glaze that you've used, are given chances to react on their own and try to give us a different kind of appearance. Now, given also the atmosphere that comes from the fuel itself, then the two, when the which had been deposited in the first incidence, now when I refire them again, then I'm trapping more ashes around the pieces. And remember that I also engulfed the pieces with some glaze, and normally I get some kind of effects. And for me, these have started breeding out new forms of design for my artwork, because some of you who have been to the stall have seen the quality of ceramics that is there, and some people were kept asking me, are these stones, are they metal, what is happening? And the process is for me to create an environment whereby different reactions keep taking place during the process of firing when I try to do the firing into the kiln. So we have multiple ashes depositing themselves onto the ceramic pieces during their firing, and we see that in the kiln structure we have what we call a firebox, and in this firebox we tend to see that ashes flee from the firebox following the draft, and they keep depositing themselves onto the pieces, and then eventually these ashes will melt, react with the glazes, and also react perhaps with some of the oxides within the clay bodies, and then eventually they try to differentiate the surfaces from maybe what is normally commonly seen from other places. Also, I want to say that in Uganda, most of the clay bodies that we have are iron-oriented clay bodies. And so the iron is so much into the clay body. So that is also in itself, for me, it helps me to continue that the catalyst process of the iron being a catalyst within the clay, and then it helps it to transform the colors of the clay, and then eventually it keeps changing. So part of the process of upgrading I was looking at upgrading the kilns, and most of the kilns are coast draft kilns, which are still their parents from the Anagamas and Noborigamas, which are traditional kilns in Japan. And with this cross draft, it means that the flame starts from one side, goes through the kiln into the chamber, and then exits at the end of the structure or the kiln through the chimney. So that is just the heat, or the flames are crossing through the kiln up to when they exit. Now, there is an article that you can find on that link that I wrote about the restructuring of the kilns that I did. But I want to share that when you look at the draft, or rather the firebox, when you put in the wood, the target of a wood kiln is to try and see that our flames from the firebox don't just run through the kiln out without affecting the pieces that they're going through. So what happens is that when you're loading the kiln, you try to have a tight pack of that kiln. And every flame that is trying to escape will end up finding another obstacle. So ideally, whenever there is an obstacle, then the ashes don't just move, they just stop in that area. Those that escape from that area continue to another piece. Like that. So when you pack the kiln loosely, then the effects are going to be much more minimal onto the pieces that you have. So I do that I want to have these effects of ash onto the pieces so that they can transform also the clay body itself, but also give chances to other particles or oxides within the glazes, the bodies, to kind of react against each other. So during that process, there's what we call a test draw. And the test draw is just like to see how far or how much of the ash have I accumulated on the process of firing that I'm trying to do. So this is a sample, and this is a piece that had glaze. And if you look at the piece that I took out, it has like a serrated kind of, on the blue area, there's a selection where you see like you're seeing white and blue dots. So the ashes are trying to force the glaze to kind of separate away from different areas and then create some kind of a different kind of design. Now, the more ashes you keep stirring into the firebox, the more ash will keep depositing on the surfaces. So the transformation is kind of very drastic, because from the time you upload the pieces in your kiln and when they get out, there's a very big change. Now, if you look on your left-hand side, that is the kiln before it was fired. And then when you look on the right-hand side, it is the kiln after it has been fired. And those are the same pieces. Now you can see on the other side, I also try to use local stains. On the other side where you see the red-like and the white-topped piece, that is anthill soil. Those who know the anthills, I get that anthill soil because it is pure red, very strong. It has so much of iron in it. I will make a slip out of it, very fine, sieve it, and then apply it on the pieces. Sometimes I add some salt as a catalyst still into that slip, so that when that is fired, the sodium within the salt helps into trying to stimulate onto the surfaces of the pieces. And also during this firing, it's normally what we call a reduction firing, meaning that there's less oxygen in the kiln, so it will help all the red clays to almost become black or dark tan-like or like rustic kind of colors. But everything is not normally very good, because sometimes we find challenges, and this is one of them. These look like blisters. If you've ever been burnt, sorry if the image is kind of graphic. If you've ever been burnt with water, you know when you get those big blisters on your either skin, and underneath there's normally water. With these blisters, they normally contain air. Why? Now, the initial firing, the first firing of biscuit firing, when I trap ash and then I glaze the ash underneath, so when I go to fire, the ash is trying to force the glaze to kind of lift off and then eventually create an air pocket. Now, this for me has become a designing pattern and also a decorative pattern, because after this, I'll get these pieces, I'll crack out the bubbles or the blisters, sand them very well, and then apply another thin layer of glaze. And then I will do what I call a refiring. So during the glaze, I have the glazing phase, and then I have the reglazing, and also the refiring, which is multiple firings, which are like 3 firings from the when I produce the piece and when I'm ready to let it go. So working with glazes in a wood kiln is a very fascinating process, due to that you end up having, sometimes you can have intended outcomes, but also you can have unintended outcomes, because those are things that come out, and then you also have to work with them. Sometimes some artists tend to say that a mistake is a design, but a mistake in ceramics is really a mistake, because you can't use such a product, because either you're going to get cut with it, or it's going to harm your lips when you're using the object. So that mistake, when realized, then you have to find out, how do I overcome that mistake? What kind of reinforcement can I bring in onto the work, and then get a new way of working with it? Now, part of this process of my work is that I also try to see, using the existing glazes that are around, how do I really lower them to get lower temperatures, but still end up with interesting objects. Now, the glazes that we have currently on the market, most of them at least 1,050 degrees centigrade. So my target also was, how do I get to lower those glazes to at least fire at 900 or at least at 1,000 degrees. They have already matured and they're giving me what I actually need to see on the surfaces of my pieces. So through that process, I did what we call the line blend, which is you have a flux, which I said normally helps to melt a glaze much lower, which I keep adding to the already best glazes that I have, and then I keep firing at different temperatures to get and to be able to see how these temperatures look like. Now, where I exhibited, I have samples of glazes that I've tested, and if you get time, you can also go look through that. And you will see that through that line blend, I tend to find which is the best sample that I can apply onto the actual pieces that I'm working with. And some of the big objects I work with, I tend to spray a very thin layer of glaze onto them, because when you have a thicker layer of glaze, sometimes also you have the blisters coming around. But I normally put slightly thicker layer of glaze on utilitarian products like cups or plates or stuff, but normally on the big decorative sculpture pieces, sometimes I don't really put so much of the glaze on them. So when the pieces display deposits of unmelted ash and the blisters, so when I sand them, I then reglaze, so I trap again, so with this thin layer. Now, after this, I normally change the mode of firing. I take them to an oxidation firing, which is an electric kiln. Now, the electric kiln doesn't kill the textures or even the color appearance I got during the wood firing. So it just enhances the textures and every other thing, and makes everything that was initially captured to be amplified onto these new pieces. And then that's how they become much more better. So the line blend tends to look like that. So you have a base glaze, and then you have a flux, and in this case it was borax. So I normally weigh out portions out of 10 grams, and then I keep mixing to make these test pieces. So these are the test pieces, and we can see that we have the top temperature, which was 1063 degrees centigrade. And also when I'm testing the glazes, I test on two bodies, one that is buff, light, and one that is red. Why? Because the buff one, I believe the firing temperature is slightly higher, and the red one, the temperature is slightly lower. So I want to see how does this glaze look on both surfaces, so that if I make my work using any kind of clay body that I'm using, I want to know how these glazes will appear on that. So after I've burst the other blisters, I've sanded them, and then I do the reglazing. This is what I normally get as results. Now they look like spotted, and everybody tends to find a name on what they want to call them. But for me, this is now the new trend of my work, that especially the miniature pieces that I normally make, they tend to look out like this. And where you're seeing like those dark spots, it is echoing the reduction that I got during the very initial process of firing. And then the clay went through the change to become like a dark tan, and then this is like a top glaze that is making it more like sealing off the colors and also the patterns that I've got, and this is creating a new breed into the ceramic pieces. So the next slides are some of the other works that I've done using the wood kiln in different spaces, and a lot of ash. Some works I don't apply any glaze. I will just work with under glaze slips, which are normally clay oriented slips, and I will just have to paint them. I've also worked with a Greek slip called terra sigillata, which is a very fine, very fine slip that you can apply, and when you fire it high, it also tends to create surfaces that look like glazes. This one of the pieces on the left is actually there down in the exhibition stall. The other one also, but all these pieces, none of these, for example, has any glaze on it. They're just natural colors added to clay slips and then applied and then fired high, and then eventually the ashes melt slowly onto the surfaces. Also, these are in the exhibition stall there if you want to really have a closer look. So these are small utilitarian products that I've also made, and I realized that sometimes the ash will normally make the glazes run or become volatile, and they really spread out very fast. And sometimes also you get colors that perhaps you didn't anticipate, because when you accumulate so much of ash, it ends up becoming yellowish, like you're seeing the bottom pieces. And there's also other pieces that I've also done. And like on the piece on the left, you can see, and the good thing with the wood firing, none of these pieces will be identical in the round. Because of how you stock the kiln, whenever you put something that is going to block the draft of the kiln, that effect will affect the piece on a different angle. So it keeps depositing different amounts of ash in different places. And that is the last slide, which is reflectant of a clay test I was trying to do. And when I fired the clay, it just cracked out. But it was a very nice image that for me became something that I can easily use as a background thing. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mpindi. I seem to relate to what you are presenting. I hope I'm not lying myself. Thank you. Catalyst. The first time I encountered the word catalyst was in a chemistry class, and I used to wonder how to apply some of the things we acquired in school. And I've always challenged myself, but also my community, is that how do we tap onto these things that we learn in school? Most of these skills we learn in physics, in chemistry, most of us seem to throw them away, but they are very important in our livelihood. The kiln design is one of the major hindrances in the making of pottery in Uganda, because we still are hanging onto the imported kilns or the piling from the local with the wood and objects together to create the fire. I was wondering about the processes you go through: fire, refire, and reglaze. How does it influence the costs? You don't have to answer that. And I happen to know Dr. Mpindi, Dr. Lillian, in another capacity, because we have a running project with the University of Bergen, the School of Art, and we are trying to boost graduate training through staff and student exchange, and a good number of students and staff have already benefited. Thank you. Can we take questions, comments?
Thank you, Dr. Mpindi. That was very stimulating. Some of the images you showed are reminiscent of raku firing. Is that related in any way to the experimentation you're doing, or is it totally different? Thank you.
It's very interesting that people don't put up hands, and then when people have asked, then all of us are going to.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting. From the other colleague who was talking about blacksmith to you, who's talking about blazing and what, I see the history good, and I see the literature and academia good, but I don't see reality. Where is the gap?
Thank you, Doctor. My question goes to the types of clay. Does our clay in Uganda, is it having like different, should I say, because when we studied clay, it was clay is one type. Do we have like different types of clay, and hence affecting affecting the design or the firing and the whole design process of making the pots? Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the reactions and questions. For Professor Mugendi, none of the work is Raku, but I also know, because it's really deep reduction, and there's post-Raku and all these kind of Rakus done in the kiln through the saga firings. Actually, at one point, I tried to fire something in the wood kiln and then take it back to Raku, and I have a piece, but you may think like the glazes are dirty a little bit because it was a cup that I was trying to test with. And the reason why I decided to smoke fire it was to try and see whether I can pick up the aroma when you're using something that is traditionally fired. And but I realized that when I started washing it day in, day out, then the effects kept on going off slowly by slowly. So, yeah. The other gentleman, the reality, I didn't really get what you meant by the reality, the gap. I don't know whether you mean in terms of production or in terms of mass production. I don't really get the reality that you're trying to talk about, but I would love to hear more from the reality you're trying to ask about. Yes, the question you had about reality. I didn't really get that. Then in the meantime, somebody talked about the types of clay because they knew clay is like one. Normally, what we do is that we experiment with different types of clay. We get what we do a kind of mineralogy of different clays that I use to try and find out how much of iron, for example, is in this clay body. Because whenever you have more of iron, it hinders certain kind of products that you're going to make out of that clay body. So, in terms of how clay is formed, it starts from a parent called feldspar, which is acted upon by elements of weathering, and then these elements keep spreading the clay to become different materials until it gets to clay in the swamp that we use. Now, when we pick the clay in the swamp, its temperature may even be very low, because on the samples I have in the stall, I have clay that I fired and everything kind of bubbled and it looks like melted kind of chocolate and stuff like that. But ideally now when you start adding in other elements, for example, if I add kaolin, which kaolin has a firing range of 1,400, it's going to alter a clay body, for example, that was firing at 1,000 to become maybe a high firing clay body for a different product. Now, because if we look at, for example, the tiles, their firing range is different because of where they're going to be used. Because some of these products have to be fired so that they seal, they don't allow water to go through them so that they can effectively perform their duty. Because you assume if you had a bathroom and you had tiles that were soaking water, you can't believe how bad that would, the stench that you would have in that bathroom. So some of these clay bodies are made based on what kind of product they're going to produce at the end of the day. So we have clays from different places. Almost everywhere there is clay. The challenge is that, is it good clay to produce anything? So that's the biggest challenge. But we have clay from every part. But most of the clay that I use comes from Kajansi. We have got clay from the ones I have in the stall. I got clay from Chibimba, which was a rice padding where they grow rice. And that was using that specifically because I was trying to compare that to a Japanese clay that comes from the same area. But if you go now to Japan, for example, that type of clay no longer existent, even if the rice paddings are there. So meaning that people have reoriented or have come up with their own clay bodies that relate to the original kind of clay. So in my research, at one point in time, I tried to do all that kind of mineralogy to try and find out, to see how all these clays look like, so that when I say I'm going to use a clay from this part, and I'm going to make this product, then I'm very sure that that product will be able to deliver for what it is made for. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. What I meant by the gap.
Yes.
I was a student here some 25 years ago, and that art and design department was there. I'm very sure it has produced very many, including my colleague here. When a person learns to sing, the next day you can see music on radio.
Okay.
Or you can see him in a party or her in a party singing. But have not felt you in the society where I come from. You are not seen there.
All right.
This is the gap I'm talking about.
The gap. All right.
Do you want to remain with this knowledge at the Tower Hill of Kyambogo, and the persons you induct, where do they go? And what is their impact in society?
All right. Thank you very much. I guess everybody has different priorities. And if you look at the fingers on your hand, they have different heights, and that is a reason. So meaning that everybody finds a different path. Sometimes we look at, we inspire students. I'm here, I'm not from Kyambogo, I'm from Makere. So meaning that I'm already sharing knowledge from here. And I've received a couple of people that I've talked to because they were used to some kind of ceramics that they're seeing somewhere, and they are wondering where this kind of like a rare species of ceramics is coming from. And I've engaged with them. So meaning that I can publish, but ideally sometimes there is some element that won't reach to the maybe the lower person who maybe can't read, but maybe they're practicing pottery, for example. So sometimes I've worked with several groups in Busega where they make different types of pottery, but still everybody will rotate around and say that firing is so sophisticated. Are we together? So, but whoever you find who has a niche, still they also find they craft their own way that doesn't look like mine, because the person also who taught me is very different. Professor Kwesiga has done ceramics, which totally looks different, but I've also gone through his hands. So I guess everybody forges a niche for themselves, and at the end of the day, it is up to maybe as an individual. For me, I do my part. I can't run ahead of myself, so I have to go slowly by slowly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mpindi. Thank you, thank you. We are going to share the video. It's now ready. I must say that as they prepare the video, that at times the outcomes of what we do are not very immediate, because whoever we teach will have to establish themselves, and then we start to see some of the products. I've started seeing some of the products that I taught in my earlier career, and you just want to pray that people are able to keep that line of thinking, but also in their own way. In fact, I want to conclude that Dr. Mpindi is no longer a Muganda, he's a Japanese. Bugandanese and the Japanese. The video. We'll wait for the other group also to join us. I'm not how they have gone, and then we'll have a wrap up. But meanwhile, we can watch the video. Otherwise, I would like to thank everyone for the resilience. And today, somehow, things worked because we had a late lunch. So we had to marathon through some of the afternoon sessions in the morning, in the morning session. when I was growing up, one of my first materials was clay. And I started making products for sale at around the age of 7. And I state this in my PhD thesis, that I stopped schooling in primary 3. The rest has been just, passing through doors, as you may call it.
Atitwe tujya abahesi babukora. Abahesi babukora mu Gomborora ya Kitumba Kabari district. Ubukomoko bw'itu bw'abahesi itwe nyonkanye ndazagwa na mpuliraga ka tata aratugambira ngo ubukomoko bwabo baba barakomoka ahantu hibaleta mu mucante aza mucante mwenu era ruga Rwanda ni mu kicweka cya Rwanda side yo mwenu batugambira ngo abahesi bakaletwa Rwanda, so nabo bija baragira ki bija kunwa konka turakomoka Rwanda. Mwenu mini wayiro niko tujya abanyarwanda kali abo kuba baratugambira ngo ishweke kintu cyo twaretibweyo aza bararuga mu cyanga shira iki muri Rwanda iki bareta mu mucanga utambuza Rwanda tikazagayo konka batata niko baba tugambiraga ngo bakaruga mu cyanga hati ngo kubijire barija kunuya nango ngo bagiraho rutaro n'abatwa aba ba pigmies bagiraho rutaro n'abatwa abatwa babakizamani kubagwanire nabo abatwa babakizamani atabahese bahungira kuno abatwa bagumakahe bagumuka uko niko bamuzeyo babaga baratugambira so mwenu ubwo nibwo bukomoko bwitwa itwe nyo umukuzagwa kazagwa nashanga batata barahesha nabishe barahesha nabishe nkuruza ngwenu atokuhesha kwitu kwatandikira so ubukomoko bwenyine tinka kugira ngo bukatandikira aho kuba nanye tinda hamanya uko niko babaga baratugambira mu bintu bimwe biturahesha no ruhindu uruhindu ruraruka entemere nebyibo ecyakabiri oruno ruhabuzo uruhabuzo ruratuyamba umukushahuriro rutoki uratame kitikiringwa wamara kutame kitikiringwa otemaka simari hanuya kugira ngo waba uraboneza urutoki uruhabuzo rutaku iki nekihosho ekihosho umuratame kiti ekihosho turakikozesa umukurima ibina eri ni icumu lino migasho mingi icumu lirakutuyamba mu kuhiga nk'enyamishwa icumu liratulinda naryo urarikozesa hanko kwerinda mwenu for protection amweno oguno muhunda wayenda nkabamuzeyi nkaba bakura aratame kikoni aguma aragendera oguno muhunda kugira ngo ataterera oguno muso umusogu guratuyamba umukuhatisa ninga waba uri kusharura ebyitwaza hampasha hati empasheji iratuyamba umukwakisa ebiti oguno muhini hati hatitwe tujya abahesi babukora abahesi babukora mu gomborora ya Kitumba Kabale district ubukomoko bw'itu bw'abahesi itwe nyonkanye ndazagwa na mpuliraga nkaba tata aratugambira ngo ubukomoko bwabo baba barakomoka ahantu hibaleta mu mucante aza mucante mwenu eraruga Rwanda ni mu kicweka cya Rwanda side yo mwenu batugambira ngo abahesi bakaletwa Rwanda so nabo bija baragira ki bija kumwe konka turakomoka Rwanda mwenu mini wayiro niko tujya abanyarwanda kali abo kuba baratugambira ngo ishweke kintu cyo twaretse gweyo aza bararuga mu cyanga shira iki muri Rwanda iki baleta mu ni mu cyanga utambuza Rwanda tikazagaye konka batata niko baba tugambiraga ngo bakaruga mu cyanga hati ngo kubijire barija kunuya nango ngo bagiraho rutaro n'abatwa aba ba pigmies bagiraho rutaro n'abatwa abatwa babakizamani kubagwanire nabo abatwa babakizamani atabahese bahungira kuno abatwa bagumakahe bagumuka uko niko bamuzeyo babaga baratugambira so mwenu ubwo nibwo bukomoko bwite ikwenyo umukuzagwa kazagwa nashanga batata barahesha nabishe baba barahesha nabishe nkuruza ngwenu atokuhesha kwitu kwatandikira so ubukomoko bwenyine tinka kugira ngo bukatandikira aho kuba nanye tinda hamanya uko niko babaga baratugambira mu bintu bimwe biturahesha no ruhindu uruhindu ruraruka entemere nebyibo ecyakabiri oruno ruhabuzo uruhabuzo ruratuyamba umukushahuriro rutoki uratame kiti kiringwa wamara kutame kiti kiringwa otema kasimari hanuya kugira ngo waba urashaka uraboneza urunambo rutoki uruhabuzo rutapu eki nekihosho ekihosho umuratame kiti ekihosho turakikozesa umukurima ibina eri ni icumu lino migasho mingi icumu lirakutuyamba mu kuhiga nk'enyamisha icumu liratulinda naryo urarikozesa hanko kwerinda mwenu for protection amwe no oguno muhunda wayenda nkabamuzeyi nkaba bakura aratame kikoni aguma aragendera oguno muhunda kugira ngo atatere oguno muso umuso guratuyamba umukuhatisa ninga waba uri kusharura yitwaza hampasha hati empasheji iratuyamba umukwakisa ibiti oguno muhini hati yeshonirize mu oguno muhini watamu muhini gwe kiti impasha iratuyamba mukwakisa aguni fawo nawe atuletera jambia naye iratuyamba mu kutema basi bimwe habi turakozesa ejine nyundo nagiraho magaleji nicyo turajekorera igiti y'ikijuru iki nicyo turajeheshe uguno mwangato akakoma nako nicyo turakekorera kugira ngo katuyambe umukutereza nk'ebyoma ngendo kugira ngo kore cyo machibethi musikaye kugira ngo kiterereje icyo nicyo turakekorera eji nyonda jeta ngune shinjo umururimi gwitu kunka wagita mu rujungu barajeta ngo nikizo je naye nera tuyamba mu kutema ibindi byoma kamba nke cyo kureberaho katuye ngo nkaka ndenda nkarugeho ndagikozesa aha wakareba so nibwo mugasho ogwejikizo aha rero akakoma kumurareba akakaratuyamba una munonga wahesha nko ruhabuzo ninge cyosho urenda kutaho wareba nko ruhabuzo tiru hakina hano mwena akakoma umugasho gwako karanyamba umukutaho akarobo
mwe cyata yesebo
aha ubwo nibwo mugasho gwakakoma aha aha cyagumizemo Ejo mugasho yareba ebyoma bibi turahesha turabigura n'abascrap umutawuni kandi ebi byoma wabo tabine tokaza mu cyurugi guhesha aza biragenderaho nebi urateka kora woyine n'amakara go kukozesa go kuba umuhese usheme kora woyine byoma oyine n'amakara ngenu amwe nebicunga amwe no umujugusi ni muzeyo ukora kuyamba akuba muratekwa kuba muri babiri iwo muntu umwe tokase mu cyurugi ngo byekorere muratekwa kuba muri babiri wo kuhesha na nuwo kuzahari akakujuguti rero mukakora umurimo ukagira ki ukagenda mu misho aga n'amahega agaratuyamba mu kutamecoma twa turi kuhesha icoma turacita muntu ya mu mahega gusa ho muzeyi gusa ho barebe amahega mwagareba wenda burekere muzeyi eji barajeta munencheru aza eji akakanta kuwa kareba tikakozwe mu byoma kakozwe iri nibumbe kayetera hasi karatika kandi ebi barabyeta mu nebicunga mu rungwe no mu rukiga bwite barabyeta mu nebicunga aza okubikozigwe bikozigwe nkenyungu yo kuresa mbwenu koko rarebe nyungu yo kuresa watametabe hato kasikomwika gukarabira mu nda kuri mbwenu kecho kureberaho kamanze nshumurureho kimwe mumanze murebe mwetegereze omunda kikozigwe kiti wareba so hato omunda okukikozigwe kikozigwe kiti tikugira ngo hine nko kundi kukikozigwe mbwenu hatashira tuma wa akakakona akampa akakakoni kakomira omunda nuko niba ikakomira kakomira so ndagira ngo mwareba uko bikozigwe akakoma kuntaberekera kunda kukira kwejo nisa gukora mu mahega akakoma baraketa muno akaringito ninga shika tukete muno gwiguzo ntabwo kuba niko karanyamba mu ngeno ko mu gukora mu mahega hari umwe ko mwika gutarasa kutahamugira azaka karanyamba okwigura kugira ngo tahe mukurungi mu mahega amwe no kurunda amakara ubu nibwo mugashogwa akakoma akaka ikineshoma ateki kiranyamba icoma kiranyamba kugira ngo kuko ndasitama kugira ngo nkomuriro gutantera nastamika so nibwo mugashogwe cyicoma cyago kuno mugakugwa ati nasitama icicoma kiranyamba kugira ngo nkomuriro gutantera saideji nibwo mugashogwa so ndateka hona ebizibe biturabugano mu kuhesha ninkebi bumwe orabure ebyoma byakubulire byo kuhesha hatecho naco nekizibu habwo kuba cyamanyisa ngo family yawe tiyabaho ninga bumwe ebyoma wabihesha bibugwa katari turafitina na katari kabyo kebyoma mwo bihesho gumora parking aho ubugwemo akasente ko kureberera family yawe ibyo nabyo ni bimwe ahabizibu ninga shi okushanga wabura n'amakara go kukozesa ibyo nabyo ne bizibu bimwe biturabugana ibyumpa ekindi turahereza na license nayo bumwora bojyaho ubone nk'abakamabija bakwata utohire license ha mwanya gora koleraho mweneje nabyo ubundi tukabira turagira ngo karinka government eratukwatiraho ikatuyaho nka kukashoro naco kikatuyambira naza kuhesha naza kutamuhega mpa hati naza kora aho kutugoje aho kwasa mwene nikachenda ngo nante vale ati nikole no osame hati kate atera hamwe kwa turebe no twakenda mutuboneze ka video tikwe wareba kanyarwanda ba tarafira ba kanyarwanda ba tarafira ba wakazabundereza kushoma nimboroma uyange baro bamba kundenyo bas aha hati ndajangu wahetegereza kandi garuzemo cyamara kusa ni woraze kutamara tukakitera hamwe tikarabonera rero akwate kamera kuruje arengu yatukwataje ubwito buturahesheramu ubutwabushakaza ubunyasa bubareta ngo neshanja nenshi habwa kititarombeka obwamabati ningashi tukabubaga tukahoma ate sijendererwa obo bunyasi ubwo burafa mwenu buratuma tayitwe kibigo ogu no muriwe hati waheshera nko mu kirubico shakarize nkamabati ekibiga kirakwita ningashi kuko wokihoma ukakibaga ukakihoma hati nko mu njuto kahesheramu ujuko gumuriro gora boriho gurarete cika kinji kirasa kwita so nico kiratuma twayombeka ubuju tukabushakaza ubunyasa aho kugira ngo butuhereza ka fresh air aho kuba amabati go garareta na keje kibiga kandi n'ekindi gaba gari hamuriro garafumuka munongo muriro guragadi so nko bunyasi bwo buramara ubwiye so nico kigenderera aho kuba muharaba harafu
Ruanga wanjo kanshanga ninkora chomu makaganjo kanshanga ninjoro Ruanga wanjo kanshanga ninkora chima kaganjo kanshanga ninkora chi Gana shesho kanshanga ninkora chomu makaganjo kanshanga ninkora Gana shesho kanshanga ninkora chomu makaganjo kanshanga ninjoro me Sekata maguru gabaro Dariya ni mukamusho chenda bawo Oyange baro
Finance and Administration of Kyambogo University will be closing the summit. Thank you so much.
Kyambogo University is a unique university with a niche in engineering, vocational education, teacher education and special needs education. The university sits on Banda Hill and is one of Uganda's largest public universities. Since its inception in 2003, the university has continued to produce industrious engineers, teachers and experts in special needs and vocational skills who have contributed to national development.
This university was formed by merging three institutions: KIDEC, or Institute for Teacher Education Kyambogo, Uganda Polytechnic, and Uganda National Institute for Special Needs Education. The KIDEC was producing teachers. Polytechnic was producing technicians for the industry and scientists for labs. UNICE was producing tools for use by people with special needs in education. So when it became a university, we are supposed to produce knowledge, contribute to knowledge generation through research at master's levels and doctorate levels, and also through research conducted by members of staff already in employment.
Kyambogo University has the mandate to credit, supervise, develop the curriculum and assess the teachers at 4 levels, namely early childhood, primary, secondary and tertiary teacher training. This makes Kyambogo a leading university in education in Uganda. The university has a well-established governing council, senate and other structures that ensure high quality of output and service delivery, taking into account integrity, equity and professionalism in all dealings and execution of the university's mandate. The university aims at equipping each student with relevant knowledge and hands-on skills required for enterprises and to excel in the world of work. The university provides a serene learning and working environment at campus with experienced and dedicated staff.
So all in all, I think the university has grown markedly in size, in stature, and both national and international recognition, which was not the case about 5-6 years ago. So finally, I want to invite the senior 6 leavers and the diploma holders to come to Kyambogo to enhance your opportunities, career opportunities, and study. We shall be here to provide the services to your satisfaction. So take advantage of our programs and apply to come to Kyambogo.